Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Chapter 1. Welcome to the worst superhero world ever. The first sensation was the pain. It was a rhythmic throb at the base of my skull, like someone was driving a railroad spike into my cerebellum with a metronome. It was the dry-mouthed misery of a hangover that usually followed a night of tequila and bad decisions, yet my memory banks were coming up empty. No neon lights, no burning throat, no taste of lime and regret. Just a blank where the last few hours of my life should have been. The second sensation was touch, and it was confusingly luxurious. The fabric against my skin wasn't the scratchy polyester blend of my IKEA duvet. It was silky, cool, liquid, and obscenely soft. It felt like sleeping inside a cloud that cost more than my tuition. I lay still, afraid that moving would shatter the illusion or spike the headache, trying to claw back a memory. Nothing. It was like trying to catch smoke in a hurricane. 1 minute, the familiar air of my cramped apartment. Next, this velvet void. With a groan that vibrated unpleasantly in my chest, I forced my eyelids apart. The light was the first insult. It was the soft gold of early morning filtering through glass. It was a cavernous space, a bedroom designed by someone who hated clutter and loved burning money. The furniture was sleek, black, and sharp-edged, sitting on plush dark carpets that looked deep enough to drown in. To my left, a door stood ajar, teasing the white gleam of marble. But it was the wall opposite the bed that stole the breath from my lungs. It was entirely glass, floor-to-ceiling windows offering a panoramic view of a skyline that was decidedly not the one I went to sleep in. My heart gave a frantic thud against my ribs, kickstarting a drum solo of pure adrenaline. Hospital? No. No beeping, no antiseptic smell, no nurses in Crocs. Kidnapping? Why? I was a student drowning in debt with a credit score that made lenders weep. My organs were marinated in caffeine and stress, they weren't worth the cost of these sheets. I threw the covers off, panic overriding the headache. The room tilted violently, a carousel spinning off its axis, but I ignored the nausea. I looked down. The scream died in my throat, choked off by sheer confusion. The body wasn't mine. My hands were large, pale, and elegant, like a pianist who strangled people on the weekends. I flexed fingers that felt mile-long. I stared at the chest which was dusted with dark hair. I swung my legs over the edge of the bed. They were roped with lean muscle that I definitely hadn't earned at the gym. I stood up, and the floor felt miles away. I was tall. Significantly, powerfully tall. Stumbling on limbs that felt like someone else's equipment, I lurched toward the bathroom. The cool shock of marble against my bare soles grounded me slightly. The bathroom was larger than my old apartment, smelling of sandalwood and money. But I didn't care about the rainfall shower or the jacuzzi tub. I gripped the edge of the twin vanity, my knuckles turning white, and forced myself to look into the mirror. A stranger stared back. And God, he was annoying. He was handsome in that mathematically unfair way that makes normal people hate you on sight. High, aristocratic cheekbones, a jawline sharp enough to cut glass, and hair the color of midnight, falling in a messy style that probably cost $300 to maintain. His eyes were a dark brown. Right now, those honey brown eyes were wide with animalistic terror. I raised a hand to my face. The reflection mimicked me perfectly. I poked the stranger's cheek. I felt the skin smooth, shaved close, and real. Okay, I whispered. The voice was a stranger's, too. A smooth baritone that resonated in this broad chest. Don't panic, the baritone said. Do not panic. I was absolutely panicking. My mind was running a marathon on a hamster wheel. Psychotic break, coma dream, simulation. I grabbed the black leather wallet sitting on the marble counter, my new hands shaking violently. I flipped it open. Platinum cards glinted under the vanity lights. I yanked out the driver's license. The face was the one in the mirror. Name, Arian Spencer. Arian, I tested the name. It felt foreign, like trying to chew on a rock. Arian Spencer. I needed context. I needed to know who this tailored mannequin was. I stumbled back into the bedroom, ripping open the closet doors. It was a walk-in, filled with rows of suits that whispered, executive power. On a velvet ottoman, I found a pair of discarded trousers and a dress shirt. I rifled through the pockets like a desperate junkie. Nothing but a receipt for a dinner that cost more than my car. I turned away from the closet, my breath hitching as I looked back at the massive window. The city outside was waking up. Sunlight glinted off steel and glass, a sprawling metropolis that stretched to the horizon. But my eyes were drawn to the anchor of the skyline. It was a monolith. A colossal tower of black glass and steel that dwarfed everything around it, rising like a dark needle trying to puncture the heavens. And near the top, blazing in the morning light, was a logo. A stylized V. The air left the room. The temperature seemed to plummet 20 degrees in a second. My blood turned to slush in my veins. Vought Tower. My knees gave out. I didn't make a decision to sit, gravity just reclaimed me. I slid down the cool glass of the window until I hit the floor, staring up at that damn tower. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't a hallucination. This was worse. I was in the universe of the boys. The realization hit with the kinetic energy of a freight train. I wasn't just in a different city. I was in a meat grinder. A world where superheroes were corporate products, narcissists, and sociopaths draped in spandex and the American flag. A world where collateral damage was a line item on a quarterly budget. Homelander. The name alone sent a spike of pure dread through my nervous system. A man with the power of a god and the emotional maturity of a toddler who dropped his ice cream. Fuck, I breathed, the word trembling. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I was a normal guy. Well, a rich and handsome guy now, apparently, but inside, I was prey. In this world, unless you had compound V running through your veins, you were just an ant waiting for a boot. And even if you did have powers, you were usually just a slightly more durable ant. I sat there for an eternity, watching the sun climb higher, illuminating the Vought logo like a cruel eye watching the city. Eventually, the hyperventilation slowed. The crushing weight on my chest lightened just enough to let air in. Panic was useful for running away from tigers, but for existential displacement, it was just exhausting. Freaking out wouldn't teleport me home. Screaming wouldn't edit the script. I was here. I was Arian Spencer. And I really didn't want to die. I pushed myself up, my legs still feeling like jelly but holding my weight. I needed to survive. That was the new baseline. Figure out who Arian is, figure out his connection to Vought, and stay off the radar of anyone wearing a cape. Just as the resolve began to harden in my gut, a sound cut through the silence. Ding. It was a digital chime that resonated directly inside my parietal lobe. I froze. A blue light flickered into existence, floating in the air right in front of my face. It coalesced into a semi-transparent screen, the kind you see in sci-fi movies, hovering at eye level. System booting. 10%. 50%. 100%. Host's mental state has stabilized. Commencing activation sequence. Welcome, host, to the plundering system. Or, as I like to call it, you're trying not to die in a world full of asshole superheroes starter kit. I blinked. The text remained, glowing with a mockery-filled blue hue. I waved my hand through it. My fingers passed through mist, but the text remained overlaid on my vision. What, the actual hell? I whispered, my voice cracking. A voice answered. It echoed inside my skull, crisp, genderless, and sounding distinctly amused. Took you long enough to calm down. I was getting bored here. You humans and your existential crises. Honestly, so dramatic. You stare at a wall for 40 minutes and call it coping? Who are you? I asked the empty air, spinning around, looking for a speaker, a hidden camera, anything. I'm the system. Your friendly neighborhood golden ticket, your cosmic cheat code, your tour guide through this star-spangled shit show. You can just call me system. Or, oh mighty savior. I answer to both. 2. Chapter 2 Gift Pack. Transmigration and a System. It was the holy grail of internet fiction tropes, the narrative equivalent of winning the lottery while simultaneously being struck by lightning. It was so agonizingly cliché that a bubble of jagged laughter clawed its way up my throat. Of course, I choked out, the sound bouncing off the high-end minimalist furniture. Why not? Throw in a magic ring and a wise old grandpa, and we'll have a full set. Exactly. Why not? The system's voice chimed, seemingly delighted by my encroaching insanity. Look, you're the new guy, fresh meat in the grinder. This world is specifically designed to turn ambitious people into red paste on the pavement. So, management, don't ask, they don't do lunch, has seen fit to provide you with a complimentary starting gift pack. Consider it a noob protection bundle. We don't want you dying in the tutorial. The blue screen hovering before me shimmered, the text dissolving into a new list that made my breath hitch. Gift pack contents. Super Soldier Serum. Hacking Mastery. Firearm Mastery. Combat Mastery. Would you like to receive your gifts now, host? Just say yes, nod your head, or interpret it through interpretive dance. I'm not picky, I just need confirmation. I stared at the floating words. My hesitation lasted less than a second. In a world where Homelander could laser a plane out of the sky because he was having a bad hair day, being a normal human was a terminal diagnosis. Yes, I said, my voice hardening. Awesome. Commencing integration. Fair warning, this might feel a little weird. And by weird, I mean invasive. Weird was an understatement. The Super Soldier Serum felt like a celestial lightning strike aimed directly at my mitochondria. A white-hot river of energy detonated in my chest, surging outward with the ferocity of a breaking dam. It tore through my veins, invading every cell, every fiber of muscle, and every strand of DNA. It wasn't painful, exactly. It was a sensation dialed up to 11. I felt my muscles coil and tighten, the fibers knitting together with the density of steel cables. I felt my bones increasing in density, humming with a profound solidity. Then, my senses exploded. The world suddenly came into terrifyingly high definition. The ambient hum of the penthouse's HVAC system became a rhythmic thrumming I could feel in my teeth. The scent of coffee drifted in from a neighboring apartment, distinct and separate from the smell of expensive leather and my own rising sweat. The headache from the hangover vanished instantly, replaced by a clarity so sharp it felt like waking up for the first time in my life. My body, already aesthetic in the mirror, now felt like a predatory machine, idling with suppressed horsepower. But the system wasn't done. The hacking mastery hit me next. It was a waterfall of blue data cascading directly into my cerebral cortex. Encryption algorithms, network architectures, zero-day exploits, and decades of computer science crammed into a single second. A sharp spike of pressure bloomed behind my eyes, a migraine trying to form, but it was washed away by a cool wave of absolute understanding. I glanced at the sleek smartphone resting on the bedside table. I looked at it and saw the vulnerabilities in its OS, the backdoors, the pathways. I knew how to turn it into a remote listening device or brick it from across the room without touching a button. Then came the firearm mastery. Images flashed through my mind like a stroboscopic nightmare. The weight of a Glock 19, the recoil of an M4 carbine, the delicate trigger pull of a Barrett .50 cal. I understood ballistics, windage, and elevation. I knew how to strip a rifle blindfolded and reassemble it before a coin hit the ground. My hands twitched, fingers curling around imaginary grips, muscle memory forming for weapons I had never held. Finally, the combat mastery. This was the most violent integration. It was a storm of kinetic energy downloading into my nervous system. Over 100 martial arts flooded my consciousness. Judo, jiu-jitsu, ninjutsu, Krav Maga, Muay Thai, boxing. I felt the snap of a broken arm in a joint lock, the impact of a shin against a femur. My body learned how to move with lethal economy. I knew how to kill with a strike to the throat, how to disable with a touch, how to turn my own body into a weapon of mass destruction. When the deluge finally stopped, I slumped against the floor-to-ceiling window, gasping for air. Sweat dripped from my nose, landing on the expensive carpet. I stood up slowly. The room hadn't changed, but I was fundamentally different. 10 minutes ago, I was prey. Now, I looked at my right hand. The fingers were steady, the veins slightly more prominent. I felt a hum of power beneath the skin. I needed to test it. I reached for the handle of the heavy glass door that led to the balcony. It was a solid piece of brushed steel, designed to look sleek. I wrapped my fingers around the cool metal. I squeezed. Crunch. The sound was sickening, like a robotic bone snapping. The brushed steel deformed in my grip, twisting and buckling like soft modeling clay. Metal groaned and sheared under the pressure of my fingers. I stared at the ruined handle, then at my palm. Not a scratch. See, told you it would be awesome, the system chirped, its voice echoing in my head with the enthusiasm of a proud parent. You're not exactly Homelander. Let's not get cocky, but you could definitely give that shield-throwing fraud Captain America a run for his money. Congratulations, Aryan. You've graduated from helpless civilian to low-level badass. I released the mangled steel, letting the metal fragments drop to the floor. Alright, system, I thought, pushing myself away from the window and wiping the sweat from my brow. The initial shock was fading, replaced by a cold pragmatism. Explain everything. No more surprises. I want to know exactly what you are, what you can do, and how I can survive this psychotic circus. Your wish is my command. Let's pull up the user manual. Try not to fall asleep. The blue screen flickered and refreshed, displaying a minimalist interface. System interface. Host, Aryan Spencer. Experience points, XP 0. Powers, none. Inventory, 50 grids. Okay, let's break it down, the system began, shifting into the tone of a slightly sarcastic tour guide. This is your main dashboard. You can control it with your thoughts, or by gesturing with your hands like you're conducting an orchestra. Personally, I recommend hand gestures when you're alone. Makes you feel like a sci-fi wizard. Very chic. I raised a hand and swiped left in the air. The screen followed the movement instantly. I focused my mind and willed it to swipe back. It was seamless. First up, inventory, the system continued. You've got 50 grids. Think of them as magic pockets that ignore physics. You can store pretty much anything in them as long as it isn't currently breathing. The best part? Each grid acts like a video game slot. It can hold an unlimited number of the same item. You want to stack $1 million in one grid? Go for it. 1,000 assault rifles in another? Easy. To use it, just focus on an item and think store or retrieve. I looked around the room and focused on a decorative velvet pillow sitting on a nearby armchair. I reached out with my mind. Store. The pillow vanished. I looked at the interface. The first grid now showed a small icon of the pillow. Retrieve. The pillow materialized in my hand instantly. It was exactly as it had been. This was a fucking logistical warehouse. Next, the main event. The reason I'm called the plundering system. It's all in the name, my friend. This is the part where we turn you into a predator. When you kill a person with superpowers, I can plunder their ability. I froze. Plunder their ability? You mean I can take their powers permanently? Bingo. Give the man a cigar. Here's the mechanics. Once you land the killing blow on a soup, and it has to be a kill, no knockouts. a message will pop up. You'll have a choice to make. Option A is to retain the power. If you choose that, the power becomes yours. If you kill a tier 3 soup, you get their tier 3 power. Simple as that. And option B? I asked. Option B is for the discerning host who prefers to grind and level up. You can choose to convert the power into experience points, or XP for short. Think of it as recycling. Instead of keeping a useless power, you break it down into XP. The interface screen shifted, displaying a glowing green chart. XP conversion rates. Tier 1 power conversion, 5000 XP. Tier 2 power conversion, 3000 XP. Tier 3 power conversion, 1500 XP. Tier 4 power conversion, 500 XP. Tier 5 power conversion, 100 XP. And what do I do with all this shiny XP? I asked rhetorically, though I already had a hunch. You upgrade. Let's say you plunder a garbage tier 5 power like I don't know. The ability to communicate with squirrels. You can use XP to force that power up the evolutionary chain. Another chart appeared, this one read. Power upgrade costs. Tier 5 Tier 4, 500 XP. Tier 4 Tier 3, 1500 XP. Tier 3 Tier 2, 3000 XP. Tier 2 Tier 1, 5000 XP. I stared at the numbers. It was the gamification of murder. A perfectly designed loop to incentivize hunting. If I wanted to survive Homelander, I couldn't just hide. I had to hunt. I had to become the apex predator in a city full of monsters. 3, Chapter 3, Tragedy in Midtown. The glowing blue numbers hovered in the center of my vision, casting an artificial luminescence against the expensive darkness of the penthouse. My mind worked through the arithmetic with a slow pace, treating the spectral interface less like a game menu and more like a ledger that needed balancing. The economy of this system was elegant in its cruelty. To take power from Tier 4 to Tier 3 required an investment of 1500 XP. I looked at the conversion chart again, tracing the lines of light with my eyes. That was the exact amount I would receive from converting a plundered Tier 3 power. The logic was ruthless, a perfect circle of consumption. It meant I could sacrifice one ability to strengthen another. I could cannibalize the weak to feed the strong. It was a zero-sum game played with human souls. So, I said, my voice sounding jarringly loud in the quiet room, to upgrade a power to Tier 1, I'd need to kill another Tier 1 soup and convert their power. Or strip mine a small army of lesser heroes. Precisely. The system's text scrolled rapidly. High risk, high reward. Or you could go the grinder route, kill a whole bunch of lower-tier soups, save up your pennies, and buy the big upgrade. The choice is yours. Now, you're probably wondering, how do I know what tier a soup is before I try to punch them? Easy. My final feature is a built-in scanner. The interface shifted. The menu dissolved, replaced by a minimalist targeting reticle that hovered in the center of my gaze. It looked like the heads-up display of a fighter jet, overlaying reality with a silent promise of violence. Just look at any soup, and I'll show you their basic specs, name, powers, and most importantly, their tier. Tier 1 is the strongest, think Homelander. Tier 5 is the bottom of the barrel, like that guy with hammers for hands or the one who can only fly while holding his breath. This way, you'll know whether to fight, flee, or start drafting your last will and testament. I absorbed the information, letting the implications settle. The system represented a complete package for survival. It gave me a tangible path to power in a world where power was the only currency that held any value. It was a roadmap through a minefield, offering a way to climb the food chain in an ecosystem where I was currently listed as appetizer. But there was a catch. A jagged hook hidden in the bait. To use it, I had to kill. The silence in the room becomes oppressive. This wasn't a video game, despite the gamified interface floating before my eyes. The XP represented lives. To grow stronger, I had to become a predator. A small price to pay for godhood, don't you think? The system commented. It read my hesitation with unnerving accuracy, its tone shifting to something darker. Besides, most of the soups in this world are scum. You'd be doing the world a favor. Think of it as aggressive recycling. It had a point, albeit a cynical one. I stood there, staring at a piece of abstract art on the wall, weighing the morality of murder against the terrifying prospect of my own demise. I wasn't an executioner by nature. In my old life, the most violent thing I had ever done was scream at a guy for scratching my bumper. But I wasn't a saint, either. I was a man trapped in a nightmare scenario, surrounded by golden gods who viewed humans as ants to be crushed underfoot. If the choice lay between my life and the life of some soup abusing their power, I knew exactly which side of the equation I would choose. The knot in my stomach loosened slightly, replaced by a cold stone of resolve. One final question remained, a puzzle piece I had been ignoring in favor of survival mechanics. I looked down at the plastic card still gripped in my hand. The name Spencer stared back at me in bold letters. It was a name tag on a life I had stolen. System, I asked, keeping my eyes fixed on the license as if staring at it hard enough would conjure the ghost of the man I had replaced. Who is Arian Spencer? Ah, about that. Whoops. The system's voice sounded genuinely sheepish. The arrogant tone was replaced by the awkwardness of someone who had forgotten to feed the cat for a week. My bad, host. My sincerest apologies. In all the excitement of activating and giving you the cool starter pack, I forgot a crucial step. See, when you first woke up, you were having a full-blown panic attack. Your mental state was, let's say, fragile. If I tried to dump a lifetime of memories into your brain right then, you probably would have short-circuited. So, I paused the memory transfer for your own safety. I blinked, processing the explanation. It made a twisted sort of sense. My mind had barely handled the transition to a new body and a new universe. A flood of alien memories on top of that trauma might have shattered my psyche completely. But you're cool as a cucumber now, ready for the info dump? It'll feel like remembering a movie you've already seen, but in 4D. I took a deep breath, filling my lungs with the filtered air of the penthouse. I steadied myself against the heavy wooden dresser, gripping the edge until my knuckles turned white. Do it, I said. All right, hold on to your hat. It felt like waking up from a dream where you had amnesia, only to have your entire life come rushing back in a torrent of images, sounds, and emotions. The sensation was like water filling a dry basin. I was Arian Spencer. I am 25 years old. The images flashed by with dizzying speed, settling into the chronological library of my mind. I saw a childhood spent in sprawling estates that felt more like museums than homes. I recalled the quiet hum of high-end security systems and the hushed tones of household staff who were paid to be invisible. I saw the faces of nannies who changed every year, their names blurring together into a composite face of indifference. I remembered tutors instead of teachers. I remembered business lunches instead of playdates. Isolation was the defining theme of my youth. A golden cage built of expectations and trust funds. Then came the faces of my parents, James and Eleanor Spencer. They were brilliant people, titans of industry who moved nations with a phone call. They were ruthless business operators. And they were emotionally distant figures who viewed me more as an heir rather than a son. There were no warm hugs in these memories, only firm handshakes, performance reviews, and discussions about quarterly projections over dinner. I remembered the phone call. The sudden news of their death in a private plane crash 5 years ago. It was a memory that felt suspiciously convenient, sharp with the metallic tang of conspiracy. It left me the sole heir to their empire at the age of 20. I remembered the funeral, a sea of black umbrellas and sharks in expensive suits pretending to grieve while eyeing the throne. I remembered the lack of tears. I remembered learning to wear the mask. I saw the man in the mirror wearing it effortlessly in 1,000 different reflections. The easy smile, the polite charm, the disarming joke that put people at ease. It was a persona honed to perfection through years of private schooling and corporate training. It was designed to navigate boardrooms and black-tie galas, to project a friendly charisma that made powerful people underestimate me while I maneuvered around them. Spencer Industries. The name landed in my mind with the weight of a monolith. We were an unlisted titan. A ghost in the machine of global power with a valuation north of $100 billion. We were not in the superhero business like Vought. We didn't deal in capes, movie deals, or plushie sales. We were in the war business. Spencer Industries was one of the world's foremost private military contractors. We handled advanced weapons development that made the military's standard-issue gear look like toys. We managed private intelligence networks that rivaled the CIA. We ran cutting-edge cyber warfare divisions capable of crippling national grids. We provided logistical support for operations governments couldn't publicly sanction. Vought sold the public a fantasy of safety with their caped celebrities. We sold the stark reality of power to the highest bidder. Our influence touched every major conflict and corporate espionage case on the planet. The memories clicked into place like puzzle pieces, forming a complete picture of the life I now possessed. I stood taller, my posture unconsciously adjusting to fit the confidence of the man I now was. The slouch of a debt-ridden student vanished, replaced by the spine of a billionaire. I had transmigrated into a position of incredible power. This penthouse was mine. The highly trained security team in the lobby worked for me. The fleet of armored cars in the garage belonged to me. The billions in the bank were at my disposal. The bone-deep fear of being a helpless victim in this brutal world burned away, incinerated by the realization of my resources. I had wealth, influence, and a private army at my back. The plundering system gave me a path to personal power, but Arian Spencer's life gave me the perfect cover and the perfect tools to execute my plans. My new starting point wasn't ground zero. It was the damn stratosphere. With this complete understanding of my identity came an urgent need for context. I knew who I was, but I needed to know when I was. I needed to get a handle on the current world events. I was about to turn to look for a computer when my eyes caught the massive flat-screen TV mounted flush against the wall opposite the bed. I walked to the bedside table, picked up the remote, and clicked it on. The screen flared to life, tuned to a 24-hour news channel. The banner at the bottom scrolled with urgent red text, breaking news. A female anchor with perfectly coiffed blonde hair sat behind a desk. She was speaking in a somber tone. Behind her, a graphic read, "Tragedy in Midtown. Details are still emerging," she said, her voice professional but laced with faux empathy. But eyewitnesses report that the victim was standing on the curb when she was struck by the speedster superhero A-Train, a prominent member of the Seven. Vought International has released a statement expressing their deepest condolences and has assured the public that A-Train is cooperating fully with the investigation. The screen cut to shaky cell phone footage. The camera panned wildly, capturing the chaos of a city street. A blue blur zipped past the lens, accompanied by the sonic crack of displaced air that distorted the microphone. The frame stabilized, zooming in on a young man. He was standing on the sidewalk, frozen in a moment of absolute trauma. He was covered in blood, a red mist that coated his face and shirt. In his hands, he held nothing but two severed hands. Robin's hands. My stomach churned violently. I had seen this scene before. I had watched it on my laptop screen in another life, analyzing the special effects, critiquing the CGI, but seeing it here hit me with a visceral force. It was the inciting incident. The very first scene of the show. The realization washed over me like a cold tide. I was at the very beginning of season 1. Billy Butcher hadn't recruited Huey yet. Translucent was still alive. Homelander's descent into absolute madness was just beginning to accelerate. I looked at my reflection in the dark glass of the TV screen, superimposed over the tragic news footage of Huey Campbell's ruined life. The handsome face of Arian Spencer stared back at me. I had a new body, a powerful system, and a set of skills that made me a threat to anyone without a capital S on their chest. But I was also standing in the heart of the storm. The first winds were beginning to blow, and I was right in their path. The system's voice cut through my thoughts. Its usual cheerfulness was replaced by a rare moment of sincerity, a solemn acknowledgement of the reality we faced. So, it begins. I stared into my own eyes in the reflection, seeing the steel forming behind the honey-colored irises. Yes, I whispered to the empty room. It does. Chapter 4, Familiarize. The massive television screen swallowed the image of the tragedy. The room was plunged back into silence, but the horror of what I had just seen lingered like the after-image of a flashbang. I stood there for a long moment, staring at my reflection in the dark screen. Arian Spencer stared back, his expression grim. In this world, morality was a fairy tale told to victims. There were no gray areas. There were only two roles available on the casting sheet. You were either the butcher, or you were the cattle. And I had absolutely no intention of being herded into a slaughterhouse. I set the remote down on the bedside table with a deliberate click. The system remained quiet. It seemed to understand that this was a turning point in the sand of my new reality. The initial shock of my transmigration was over. The intoxicating thrill of discovering my new abilities was fading, settling into the jagged calculus of survival. My name, I whispered, the words testing the acoustics of the cavernous room, is Arian Spencer. I needed to feel the weight of it in my throat. I needed to own it. This wasn't just a skin suit anymore. This was my name. This was my company. This was my city. And it was time to stop reacting and start acting like the man who owned all of it. Couldn't have said it better myself, boss. The system's voice chimed in my head, the tone laced with something that sounded like genuine approval. So, what's the first order of business for the newly minted billionaire badass? World domination? Buying a private island? Finally getting that limited edition sneaker you always wanted? I took a deep breath, steadying the tremor in my hands that had nothing to do with fear and everything to do with anticipation. Familiarize, I said aloud. First, I familiarize myself with, well, myself. The memories I had inherited were a library, but I needed to walk the halls. I strode out of the bedroom, my bare feet sinking into the plush carpet, and headed toward the entryway. Mounted on the wall was the central nervous system of the penthouse, a sleek console of tempered glass and brushed aluminum. I pressed my thumb against the biometric scanner. A beam of green light swept across my print, and the device emitted an affirmative chime. The screen flared to life, a cascade of security feeds and contact lists scrolling with fluid precision. I tapped the first name on the roster, Marcus Thorne, head of security. Mr. Spencer, the voice on the other end was instantaneous. Good morning, sir. The audio quality was crystal clear. My memory supplied the dossier on Thorne, former Delta Force, specialized in close protection and threat elimination. He was a man who viewed the world through crosshairs, fiercely loyal to the Spencer family. He was the commander of my personal Praetorian Guard. Marcus, I began. I paused for a microsecond, calibrating my vocal cords. I needed to sound like the man he served. Status report. Anything unusual overnight? All clear, sir, Marcus replied without hesitation. The building's perimeter is secure. We have 0 flags on the network intrusion systems. There are standard VOT News Network reports of a super-related collateral incident in Midtown, but it's well outside our sphere of immediate concern. He paused, the rustle of fabric audible over the line. The car is prepped and ready for your 11 a.m. meeting with the board. I had completely forgotten about that. It was a quarterly review of Spencer Industries' R&D division. My presence there was usually more of a formality than a necessity. The company effectively ran itself under a board of directors that my parents had handpicked before their deaths. As long as the profits kept flowing, they were content to let me be the public face of the empire while they handled the logistics. I considered it for a moment. Going to the meeting would be the normal thing to do. It would maintain the illusion that everything was fine. But everything was not fine. I had just arrived in a new universe, and I needed time to breathe. I needed to strategize, not nod at PowerPoint presentations. Cancel the meeting, Marcus, I ordered, my voice flat. Sir. The hesitation was slight, a ripple in his professional veneer. Clear my entire schedule for the foreseeable future, I said, my voice leaving no room for argument. I'll be working from the penthouse. And Marcus? Double the security rotation on this floor. I want eyes on every elevator. No one gets up here without my explicit authorization. Is that understood? The silence on the line lasted exactly 2 seconds. Thorne was recalibrating. Understood, sir, he said, the steel returning to his voice. I'll handle it immediately. Good. I ended the call. Now, to inspect the fortress. I moved through the penthouse with the critical eye of a general inspecting a forward operating base. The living area was an exercise in sterile opulence, sharp angles of glass and steel, couches made of leather so fine it felt like skin. It was beautiful, but cold. It felt less like a home and more like a mausoleum for the living. I drifted into the kitchen. It was gleaming with stainless steel appliances that looked like they had never seen a fingerprint, let alone a vegetable. The original Arian Spencer probably thought cooking was something that happened to other people. I bypassed the domesticity and headed down the hallway to the office. The room was a sanctuary of power. The room was dominated by a massive desk hewn from a single slab of polished obsidian, sitting in the center of the room like a sacrificial altar. One entire wall was smart glass, currently set to transparent, offering a view of the city that I ignored. My attention was fixed on the computer. It was a custom-built beast from Spencer Industries' cyber warfare division, a beast of quantum processing and encrypted networking. Multiple monitors were arranged in a commanding semicircle. I sat in the leather chair, the material sighing under my weight. I ran a hand over the dark surface of the obsidian desk. Ooh, shiny, the system exclaimed, its voice echoing with childlike glee. I bet you could use this thing to order a pizza and hack into Vought's payroll at the same time. Let's see if we can find Homelander's porn history. My money's on something deeply weird involving milk. An involuntary smile touched my lips. The system was absurd, a chaotic sprite in my head, but its presence was strangely grounding. Let's focus on staying alive first, I muttered. I stood up, leaving the computer dark for a moment. There was one more room to check. The memories guided me back to the master bedroom, to a wall paneled in dark mahogany. To the naked eye, it was just expensive woodwork. To me, it was a door. I ran my fingers along the grain until I felt the microscopic seam. I pressed a specific knot in the wood. Hiss. There was a soft hiss of hydraulics. A section of the wall slid smoothly aside, revealing a chamber bathed in cool LED light. I stepped inside. The air was noticeably colder here, climate controlled to minimize humidity. The smell hit me instantly with the intoxicating perfume of gun oil, solvent, and ozone. It was a walk-in vault, a personal armory that would make a Navy SEAL blush. Rows of firearms were mounted on magnetic racks against the slate-gray walls. Pistols, submachine guns, assault rifles, and a high-caliber sniper rifle that looked capable of punching a hole through an engine block. My firearm mastery flared to life. It was a physical sensation, a tingling in my fingertips. I knew their weight, their trigger pull, the specific grain of powder in their ammunition. My eyes locked onto a matte black handgun resting in a custom-molded cradle on the workbench. I picked it up. It was a Spencer Arms Spectre prototype, chambered in .45 ACP, with a polymer frame that felt impossibly light yet rigid. It had an integrated suppressor fused to the barrel and a smart scope interface that I knew would sync directly to a contact lens. It fit my hand like it had grown there. I racked the slide and checked the chamber with a fluidity that belonged to a veteran killer, not a business major. Now we're talking, the system cheered, vibrating with excitement. Forget the hacking. A few of these and who needs a plan? Just walk into Vought Tower and start blasting. Pew pew. I stared at the weapon, admiring the lethal geometry. It was a masterpiece of engineering, but against someone like Homelander, it was a pea-shooter. A plan is why we'll win, I murmured, placing the Spectre back into its cradle with a gentle clack. Brute force against gods is what gets people like you killed. Hey, the system protested. I'm an interdimensional plundering system. My brute force is very classy. Artisanal, even. I ignored the banter, stepping out of the vault and pressing the release. The wood panel slid back into place, sealing the violence away behind a facade of luxury. I returned to the office, the resolve hardening in my chest like a concrete setting. I sat back down at the obsidian desk and touched the power sensor. The screens flared to life, casting a cobalt glow over the room. The login prompt appeared as a biometric request. I leaned forward. A red laser scanned my retina while a microphone waited for the voice print. Arian Spencer, I said, my voice steady. The system processed the data, and with a soft chime, I was in. I navigated through the secure OS, bypassing the corporate fluff and diving straight into the financial overview. The screen filled with numbers, columns of assets and liquid capital that stretched across the monitor. I leaned back, staring at the bottom line. Chapter 5, Money. The screen was a wall of numbers, a digital cascade of assets, liabilities, and liquid capital. I leaned back in the leather chair, the cool obsidian desk pressing against my forearms, and let the sheer magnitude of my new reality wash over me. The bank account balance was a latitude. $14,240,000,000. That was just the personal liquid assets. It didn't account for the stock portfolio, the real estate holdings, the offshore accounts, or the valuation of Spencer Industries itself. The Spencer family's wealth was a global web, so deeply integrated into the world economy that it was practically untouchable. I was sitting on a pile of resources that could fund a small country's war for a decade. Money is a superpower, I murmured, the truth of it settling in my bones. Batman wasn't wrong. Holy mother of wow, the system stammered. Okay, new plan. Forget Homelander. Forget Vought. We're buying an island. A big one. With a volcano lair and shark tanks. We'll build our own army and retire in luxury. Deal? A laugh bubbled up in my chest. It felt strange to smile in this situation. Tempting, I admitted. The smile remained on my face as I considered the absurdity of the suggestion. But an island won't stop a flying psychopath with heat vision. Fine, be practical. But I'm officially putting in a request for a shark tank. I shook my head. I closed the financial terminals one by one. So who's first on our non-existent hit list? The question hung in the air. My first kill had to be carefully chosen. I needed to test my new capabilities in a controlled environment. Vought protected their assets fiercely. I needed a target they wouldn't care much about, someone whose absence wouldn't set off alarms. Let's see what this hacking mastery can really do. I cracked my knuckles. The hacking mastery was an instinct that guided my fingers. I looked at the keyboard, and the QWERTY layout looked like a control panel for the digital world. I started small. I wanted to verify the news report, to see the raw data before Vought's spin doctors turned it into a heartwarming story of accidental tragedy. My fingers flew across the mechanical keys, the clicking sound a rapid-fire staccato in the quiet office. I opened a dozen command prompts. My thoughts moved faster than the lines of code scrolling across the monitors. I built a series of cascading proxies in seconds. I routed my digital signature through a labyrinth of servers in a dozen different countries, bouncing the signal from a server farm in Estonia to a satellite link in Brazil, then through a university in Singapore. The security of the NYPD Secure Case File database was formidable, designed to keep out nosy journalists and amateur hacktivists. But to me it looked like a chain-link fence made of wet paper. I found the tiny flaws in the legacy code, a buffer overflow vulnerability here, and a weak handshake protocol there. I crafted a data packet that mimicked a routine diagnostic request from a precinct in Queens. I sent the packet. The system accepted it without a flutter. Access granted. I was in. I pulled up the dispatch logs for Midtown. Incident 4492B, 10:42 a.m. Robin Ward. DOA. Cause of death, high-velocity impact. I scrolled through the officer's initial notes. They were written in the frantic shorthand of a cop who knew he was out of his depth. Vic completely liquefied. Suspect identified as A-Train, the 7. Vought liaison on scene immediately. NDAs issued to witnesses. Cleanup crew arrived at 10:48 a.m. 6 minutes. It took Vought 6 minutes to scrub a murder from the pavement. Efficient scumbags, aren't they? The system noted. If they put half that effort into actually saving people, the world might not be a dumpster fire. They're not in the saving business, I replied, my eyes scanning the redacted files. They're in the image business. I wrote another simple script to scrub the database for specific keywords. I typed soup, superhuman, philateral, and unexplained phenomena. I cross-referenced those results with another filter. Cases marked closed, sealed, or unresolved within 48 hours of a Vought legal representative being contacted. The data that flooded the monitor was sickening. Hundreds of cases populated the list. Assaults that had been buried under NDA settlements. Robbery reports that went nowhere because the perpetrator wore a cape. Missing persons reports that ended abruptly with insufficient evidence. And murders. So many accidental deaths. Each crime was tied to a different soup. All of them lay buried under a mountain of Vought legal paperwork and hush money. This was the real face of superheroes. A trail of bodies and broken lives, sanitized by a multi-billion-dollar PR machine that bleached the blood out of the pavement. I saved the data to an encrypted drive for insurance. Leverage was always useful. Then, I scrubbed the logs and backed out, leaving no trace I had ever been there. Now for the dirty laundry, I muttered. I navigated to the dark web. It was a place I had only read about in my previous life, a digital sewer where the light of the law didn't reach. But now, I knew exactly where the doors were. I found encrypted forums where the ultra-rich and the criminally connected conducted their business. I scrolled through threads that would make a normal person vomit. They traded in secrets, in illegal weapons, in human trafficking, and sometimes, in soups. I found message boards where people hired low-level soups for off-book work, bodyguarding drug shipments, debt collection, and intimidation. These were powered individuals who weren't clean enough for Vought's pristine public image but were too dangerous to be unemployed. I started cross-referencing again. I pulled names from the buried NYPD files and matched them against usernames and gossip on the underground forums. I was looking for the perfect overlap. A history of criminal behavior, a lack of corporate protection, and a low public profile. I sat in the blue glow of the monitors for hours, the only sound the hum of the cooling fans and my own steady breathing. My eyes skimmed line after line while my mind slowly pieced the puzzle together. A name surfaced in a complaint thread on a forum for underworld fixers. A client was ranting about a job that had gone bad, blaming a soup for hire who'd gotten careless and high on the job. The post included a grainy security camera photo of a small man exiting a warehouse. I ran the photo through facial recognition and cross-referenced it with Vaught's public registry of soups. A match appeared on the center screen. The file opened to a cheesy promotional image of a man in a cheap costume winking at the camera. Name, Termite. Affiliation, Vought International, D-list talent. Public profile, star of the direct-to-streaming film series Ant-Man, a low-budget Vought parody. I focused on the image. The man looked small even in the photo. He looked eager to please, with a manic energy in his eyes that screamed instability. The system's interface flickered to life in the corner of my vision, overlaying the monitor. Target scanned. Name, Termite. Powers, size alteration, shrinking. Tier 4. A Tier 4. He wasn't the absolute bottom of the barrel, but he was close enough to scrape the wood. He was worth 500 XP. It was a solid start. I dug deeper. I hacked into Termite's personal finances, cracked his private social media accounts, and pulled his medical records from Vaught's private clinics. He was a mess. A walking disaster. Years of drug abuse, cocaine, meth, and whatever designer compounds Vought pumped into their stars. Overdoses and quiet rehab stints that the PR team had buried deep. He had a reputation for using his powers in ways that made even other soups uncomfortable, invading privacy, and crawling inside things he shouldn't. He was drowning in debt. He owed money to bookies, dealers, and loan sharks. To keep himself afloat, he'd been taking freelance jobs for local criminals, using his shrinking ability for high-end theft and espionage. His disappearance wouldn't cause panic. If anything, Vought would probably be relieved to strike his liability of a name off the payroll. He was a loose end waiting to be snipped. So, this is our guy, the system asked, sounding unimpressed. A shrinking pervert. Seems like a fitting start. Small fry for a big guy. He was less of a fry and more of a demonstration model, I replied, a predatory amusement stirring within me. And frankly, my application of his talents will be far more dignified than whatever he's doing now. I checked his location data. He was currently holed up in a stash apartment in a rundown part of the meatpacking district, likely hiding from his creditors. The plan began to form in my mind, assembling itself like the components of a rifle. It was a logical sequence of events. I stood up from the desk, pushing the leather chair back. I walked out of the office and headed toward the hidden wall of the armory. Chapter 6, Preparation. My fingers traced the intricate machining of a Spencer Arms, scythe, assault rifle, the metal a dark promise beneath my touch. It felt impossibly balanced, a beast of precision engineering designed to unleash a torrent of armor-piercing rounds at a staggering 2,000 per minute. Ooh, pick that one, the system's voice erupted in my mind, vibrating with undisguised excitement. It's big, it's loud, it makes lots of holes. Very dramatic. We could write our initials on the wall with it. Think of the carnage. The sheer spectacle. We are not here to be dramatic, I stated, my voice a low echoing quiet of the room. We are here to be ghosts. Ghosts are boring. They just float around and moan, the system retorted, its tone laced with a theatrical sigh of disappointment. You should at least get a cool costume. All black, obviously. With a skull mask. And maybe a cape. A short one, though. Practical. You know, for dramatic entrances and exits, swooping in and out of the shadows. Imagine the flair. I ignored its relentless suggestions. My gaze drifted past racks of gleaming blades and specialized tools, until my eyes settled on the Spectre prototype. I had handled it before. It was the perfect tool for this particular job. I reached for the pistol. Its compact form nestled comfortably in my palm, the polymer grips already feeling familiar. It was integrally suppressed, a marvel of quiet efficiency, and chambered in a subsonic .45 ACP round. This round would hit with the blunt force of a sledgehammer, yet its discharge would register as little more than a polite cough in the still night air. I secured the pistol in a holster and gathered 3 extra magazines. From a meticulously organized display, I selected a combat knife forged from carbon fiber. It was impossibly lightweight, its razor-sharp edge glinting subtly even in the subdued lighting. Its most crucial attribute was its composition, entirely non-metallic. It would pass through metal detectors without a whisper. A weapon designed for close work, where silence was paramount and physical contact inevitable. For encounters requiring a less direct approach, I chose a trio of sleek auto-injectors. Each device contained a fast-acting neurotoxin. The compound itself was derived from a rare deep-sea creature, its potency refined to terrifying efficiency. A single dose was enough to induce full-body paralysis within seconds. It was a way to neutralize a threat without leaving a trace of audible violence. Finally, my hand closed around a small pouch. Inside was a fine powder, meticulously mixed with an even more potent neurotoxin. This was for contingencies, for situations where an airborne agent was the most effective solution. I moved to my personal closet. The clothing I chose was a deliberate uniform of anonymity. Black cargo pants, their numerous pockets offering practical storage for my chosen tools. A long-sleeved athletic shirt, designed to keep me comfortable and unencumbered during prolonged activity. Over this, a dark gray jacket, offering just enough concealment for the pistol at the small of my back. To complete the ensemble, I added a pair of black leather gloves, their supple material allowing for tactile precision, and a simple black neck gaiter, a versatile piece of fabric that could be pulled up to effortlessly obscure the lower half of my face. I paused, catching my reflection in the highly polished steel of the vault door. The figure staring back was deliberately unremarkable. "Alright, fine, I see what you're going for," the system conceded, its earlier enthusiasm replaced by an almost aggrieved sigh. "The generic Thug 3 look. Very understated. Very tactical. I'll just call you the accountant, because you're dressed for a hostile audit and you're about to make sure someone's accounts are permanently closed. Get it? It's clever, right? A little dark humor to lighten the mood before we get down to business." "Hilarious," I deadpanned, my voice completely flat. I made my way to a secondary garage. This was where Arian Spencer kept his real vehicles, the ones not meant for public display. My eyes scanned the subdued space, coming to rest on a black sedan. On the surface, it appeared to be a standard German luxury car, but beneath its innocuous exterior lay the true craftsmanship of Spencer Industries. As I approached, the car's presence was almost a silent hunter. Its windows were bulletproof. The tires were run-flats, capable of sustaining extreme damage and still carrying me to safety, and the engine capable of unleashing a surge of power that could outrun almost anything on the road. Most importantly, it possessed a rotating license plate system rendering it virtually impossible to link back to its owner, or its current driver. The city lights of New York spread out before me through the tinted windshield. It was a metropolis of 8 million stories, each one a universe of its own. Tonight, I was going to write the final chapter for just one of those stories. The drive to the meatpacking district was smooth. I let the car's integrated navigation system handle the intricacies of the route, my mind a laser focus on the impending mission. This was the point of no return, the threshold crossed with every passing street lamp, and every fading memory of my previous life. "You're surprisingly calm about this," the system remarked, its voice tinged with genuine curiosity. "First time killing someone in this life. No jitters, no moral quandaries, not even a little bit of pre-murder nausea. Most people get at least a twitch, a flicker of doubt, a faint tremor in their hands. You're like a statue." "The man I was before is gone," I replied, the words echoing in the silent expanse of my own mind. "He died and I woke up here. The only thing that matters now is survival, and adapting to this new reality." And Termite, he was not innocent. My meticulous research had painted a clear picture. He was a man who reveled in exploiting and abusing those weaker than himself, a predator cloaked in the guise of a gifted individual. Taking him off the board was a net positive for the world. A small one, but a positive nonetheless. This was how I justified it, a logical equation balancing life and death. This was the unyielding logic that kept my hands steady. "Pest control. I get it," the system chirped, a flicker of its usual playful tone returning, though with an underlying understanding. "Can't build a new house if the foundation is full of termites. Hey, that's ironic. Get it? Termite. And termites? Oh, I slay myself." I ignored the system's self-congratulatory chuckle. I eased the sedan into a dark spot under an overpass, 3 blocks away from the target building. It was an interstitial space, a patch of urban neglect where shadows clung deep. I cut the engine, plunging the interior into a silent darkness. The car seemed to melt seamlessly into the surrounding gloom. I spent a few minutes scanning the street. It was a forgotten corner of the city. A few homeless figures huddled around a barrel fire further down the block, their faces illuminated by the flickering flames. The occasional car rumbled past, its headlights briefly slicing through the darkness before disappearing into the night. No one, absolutely no one, was paying any attention to the silent black sedan or its occupant. I pulled out a burner phone, a clean device meticulously selected from the armory, devoid of any personal history or traceable connections. Within moments, I had connected to the target building's public Wi-Fi. A quick diagnostic scan confirmed my earlier suspicions. The security was a laughable mockery, a consumer-grade router still broadcasting with a default password, an open invitation to any moderately skilled intruder. It was the digital equivalent of leaving the front door wide open. I was inside his network in less than a second. I quickly located the security camera feeds. 4 low-resolution cameras covered the lobby and the main hallways, their grainy images a testament to the building's neglect. With a few swift commands, I looped the last 5 minutes of footage. I opened the car door and stepped out. The air was a cold, carrying with it the acrid tang of decaying garbage and the metallic scent of the nearby river. I pulled the black neck gaiter up over my nose and mouth, the smooth fabric cool against my skin, effectively obscuring the lower half of my face. The lobby was empty, a testament to years of indifference. The security monitor above the dented mailboxes displayed the looped image, an endless moment frozen in time. My movements were utterly silent, each step precisely placed, each breath controlled. I ascended the 4 flights of stairs to Termite's floor without making a single sound. The hallway on the 4th floor was dimly lit. I approached the door and pressed my ear against it. From within, I could clearly discern the thumping bass of music and a man's obnoxious laughter. My super soldier hearing picked up the finer details, the delicate clink of a glass against a table, the soft rustle of fabric, the irregular rhythm of his breathing. He was alone and high. His senses were dulled. I retrieved a lockpick gun from my pocket. Within moments, the cheap lock gave way with a soft snick. The apartment was a disaster. Clothes were strewn everywhere. Empty takeout containers, their greasy remnants still clinging to the styrofoam. The air was a thick cloying smell of marijuana, mingled with the stale scent of unwashed clothes and old food. And there, sprawled on a stain was Termite. He was in his late 30s, his receding hairline starkly visible, his paunch straining against the cheap fabric of his t-shirt. In one hand, he clutched a half-empty bottle of amber whiskey. His eyes were fixed blankly on the muted television screen, a flicker of images playing silently before his unseeing gaze. He was lost in his own hazy world of intoxication and self-indulgence. I slipped inside, closing the door behind me with a barely audible click, a sound no louder than a sigh. I moved gracefully to the center of the room, a silent shadow in his filthy sanctuary. Chapter 7, Termite. Party's over, Termite, I stated, my voice muffled by the black fabric of the neck gaiter. Termite jolted violently on the stained sofa, his body spasming in a grotesque caricature of surprise. He struggled to focus on my masked form. Who the hell are you? How did you get in here? The door was unlocked, I lied smoothly. You should be more careful with your privacy. Fear surged on his face, touched by familiar anxiety. This was the anxiety of a man perpetually on the run from his debts. Are you from Vought? He stammered, his voice tinged with a desperate plea. Listen, I was gonna pay Stan, I swear. I just need a little more time, a couple more jobs, a big score, and I'll have his money. Just tell him I'm good for it. Relax, I said. I'm not here for the money. I'm from Vaught's Human Resources Department. I took a slow step forward. From a concealed pocket in my cargo pants, I retrieved a small pouch of dark leather. Vought is developing a new drug, I continued, weaving my intricate deception. Something to give our assets an extra edge. We're running preliminary field tests with a select group of former associates, individuals with unique talents who might benefit from a new kind of boost. Mr. Stan thought of you, Termite. He felt you were positioned to offer valuable insights. His lips parted slightly. A new drug. He breathed, words imbued with awe. What kind of kick does it have? Is it like Compound V, but faster, more intense? This is a new lineup of performance enhancers, I reiterated. I carefully opened the pouch to reveal a small quantity of fine powder within. It's a new formulation. It enhances sensory perception, reaction times, and mental acuity. Participate in this preliminary test, provide us with your honest feedback on the effects, and Mr. Stan has authorized me to wipe your outstanding debt clean. His eyes grew wide, darting between my masked face and the pouch of powder. You're serious? He croaked, his voice trembling with a fragile hope. No catch. No hidden clauses. Just take the drug and my debt's gone. The catch, I replied, a subtle smirk hidden beneath the mask, is that we need your honest feedback on the effects. Your subjective experience is vital to our research. I pushed the pouch closer to him. The scent of the powder permeated the air, a faint metallic tang cutting through the stench of marijuana and alcohol. He leaned forward, his body trembling with feverish anticipation. He took a deep sniff of the powder. His eyes closed for a moment, savoring the experience. Whoa, he breathed out. His eyes snapped open. That's potent. I can feel the tingle already, right in my sinuses. A good tingle, you know. He looked up at me, a childlike grin spreading across his grimy face. It smells clean, not like that cheap filler and street junk. This is the real deal. He was correct. It was impeccably clean. It was a custom-formulated neurotoxin, designed for rapid absorption through mucous membranes. It is mixed with inert powder to mimic the appearance and texture of a narcotic. Every element was calibrated for devastating effect. A wheezing laugh escaped him. Well, for a start, my fingers feel fuzzy, he slurred, holding up his right hand. His movements were clumsy. He stared at it in bewildered wonder, his index finger twitching involuntarily. Like they're buzzing, a little static charge. And the room's starting to spin a little. A good spin, you know, the fun kind. This is good stuff, he mumbled. Really good. Tell Stan he's got a winner here, a real goldmine. He made a clumsy attempt to get up from the couch. He stumbled, catching himself on the coffee table, sending empty beer cans rattling to the floor. Whoa, head rush, he muttered, trying to laugh it off. He looked at his hands again, rotating them slowly. He frowned. Funny thing, though I can't really feel my hands anymore. It's like they're not even mine. That's the onset, I stated, my voice devoid of any emotion. The peripheral nervous system is a surprisingly efficient conduit for absorption. What was in that? He stammered, his voice choked with fear. His bloodshot eyes locked onto mine. I watched as his body started to sway, losing its balance. He tried to take a step toward me in a desperate attempt to escape, but his legs gave out. He collapsed to his knees and ended up a broken figure on the filthy carpet. Feedback, I said, my voice chilling with the pronouncement of his fate. Phase 1 is systemic motor neuron paralysis. It should be reaching your respiratory system in about 90 seconds. You wanted to know the kick? That's the kick. His eyes widened with terror. A desperate sound tried to escape from his mouth. His diaphragm had ceased to respond to his frantic commands. Each contraction was a futile struggle against the inevitable. His face turned deep purple and veins bulged in his neck as oxygen starved his brain. "You're a loose end, termite," I stated, the words a cold epitaph. I drew the Spectre from its concealed holster. The pistol seemed unnaturally quiet in the claustrophobic room. He stared up at the barrel of the gun and begged for a mercy he could no longer articulate. His body convulsed in involuntary spasms as his brain screamed for oxygen. I pulled the trigger. The sound was barely louder than termite's own choked gasps. A precise hole appeared in the center of his forehead. His face hit the filthy floor with a soft thud. The residual air in his lungs exhaled in a final puff. A blue screen materialized directly in my vision. Its digital light contrasted the grim tableau on the floor. Soup neutralized. Plundering power, size alteration, tier 4. Choose option, retain power or convert to 500 XP. I considered the choice. Size alteration. It had its uses. Infiltration, espionage, escaping detection in impossible situations. Its weakness in a direct fight was obvious. Shrinking would not make me bulletproof, and growing would only make me a larger target. As a tool for an operative thriving in shadows, it was invaluable. Retain, I replied. A strange sensation washed over my body for a split second. It felt as if every cell in my body was being mapped. Then each cell received a new instruction. It was a sensation of silent metamorphosis. Power, size alteration, tier 4, successfully integrated. Host can now alter physical size at will. Current range, 0.5 inches to 12 feet. Note, total mass is conserved. When reduced to minimum size, mass is compacted and remains dormant unless force is deliberately applied. Density becomes extreme only at the point of exertion. When expanded to maximum size resulting in low density. The system's logic was clear. My mass would remain dormant while shrunken, making me weightless to the touch. But upon impact, that mass would concentrate into a single point. It was basic physics, the smaller the surface area, the more devastating the pressure. I could become a living bullet. I pushed the thought aside. Before I explore this power further, I need to clean up the crime scene. I located the entry wound, a clean hole in the back wall where the bullet had exited termite's head. I dug the flattened round out of the plaster. Its deformation was a testament to the projectile's force. I stored it in a secure compartment in my inventory. I found termite's own stash of drugs, a crumpled plastic bag of cheap cocaine, and placed it prominently on the coffee table. I took the empty whiskey bottle and positioned it loosely near his lifeless hand, as if he had dropped it in his final moments. As for gunshot wounds, Vaught's cleanup crews would undoubtedly arrive long before any official coroner had a chance to thoroughly examine the body. They would classify it as a self-inflicted wound. It was an embarrassing death, an inconvenience that Vaught and the NYPD would be happy to sweep under the rug. I performed a final sweep of the apartment. Every surface I might have touched had been protected by my gloves. The looped security footage downstairs would continue its silent replay of an empty lobby. I slipped out of the apartment, locking the door behind me with a soft click. I descended the 4 flights of stairs and emerged from the building, melting back into the anonymous shadows of forgotten corners. I reached the black sedan, its dark form a sentinel beneath the overpass. I slid into the driver's seat. The faint smell of grime and decay quickly replaced the clean scent of leather. I pulled off the neck gaiter and the gloves, folding them and storing them away in my inventory. I drove calmly back towards the glittering heart of Manhattan, back to my penthouse in the sky, where the city lights sparkled, oblivious to the quiet violence that had just transpired beneath its vast sprawl. Chapter 8, Soup Party. The penthouse door closed behind me with a soft hiss, a definitive sound that severed me from the city's grimy churn. I stood for a long moment in the marble foyer, the silence a profound absence after the violent intensity of my recent task. It was a quiet that felt both alien and strangely inviting. And the award for cleanest first kill in history goes to the new guy. The system's voice chimed in my head, a distinct current of sarcasm running beneath its tone. Seriously, impressive work. Methodical. Ruthless. And you tricked him into sniffing poison. 10 out of 10 for creative villainy. I'm so proud. It wasn't villainy, I replied, a quiet rebuttal forming in my mind as I walked toward the vast living area. It was a strategic asset removal. Villainy, strategic asset removal. Pfft, who cares what you call it? The point is, he's dead, and you've got a new toy, the system insisted, its enthusiasm now overriding its earlier jests. It buzzed with an almost childish eagerness. Come on, let's open our presents. Test it out. Can you shrink your you-know-what? Never mind. Let's just see the basics first. I found my way to a section of the penthouse I hadn't yet explored, Arian Spencer's private gym. It was an enormous space, easily the size of a small basketball court, completely soundproofed, and without a single window to the outside world. Let's see what this is all about, I murmured aloud, my voice feeling small as it echoed in the empty expanse. An interface shimmered into existence in my vision, presenting my updated status. Host, Arian Spencer. Experience points, XP 0. Powers, size alteration, tier 4. Inventory, 47/50th grids used. Activating the power was peculiar. It began as a focused thought, a subtle resonance deep within my very cells. I picturing myself becoming smaller. The sensation was profoundly disorienting. It felt as if the entire world around me was suddenly expanding. The ceiling above me raced upward into an unreachable distance, and the walls morphing into distant horizons. I experienced an unrelenting force, pressing in from all sides, compacting my matter. It felt as though every atom within me was being packed tighter. I halted the process when I estimated myself to be about a foot tall. I looked down at my hands, now disproportionately small. When I took a step, my foot landed with a surprisingly solid thud on the mat, a sound disproportionate to my size. "Whoa, Trippy," the system commented, its voice sounding a touch surprised. "You look like a doll. A very handsome, very tactical doll. Can you do a flip?" I ignored its playful suggestion and continued to shrink. The room swiftly became a landscape of giants. A discarded water bottle now loomed like a colossal skyscraper. I pushed the shrinking further, my will a determined force, until I was no more than an inch tall. The perspective was utterly alien, a world entirely recontextualized. The texture of the floor mat was now a tangled forest of synthetic fibers. I felt incredibly solid, a tiny nugget of compressed matter. "Interesting," I murmured, my voice an almost comical squeak. "Interesting? This is amazing," the system squeaked back, its excitement completely uncontained. "Think of the possibilities. You could sneak into a movie theater for free. You could explore an anthill. You could ride a pigeon. I'm thinking more along the lines of infiltrating a secure vault facility by slipping under the door," I countered in my thoughts, my mind already racing through the practical applications. This was an S-tier power, without a doubt. I then reversed the process, focusing my will on the idea of growth. The world rushed inward, shrinking around me with dizzying speed as I expanded. The feeling was the direct opposite of before. A profound sense of lightness, as if my atoms were gently spreading apart. I shot past my normal height, the 12-foot ceiling growing uncomfortably. I stopped when my head just brushed against its hard surface. Looking down, the entire room seemed to have become a detailed model, a miniature diorama of itself. My movements at this size were noticeably slower and my density was clearly low. While it presented a potent intimidation tactic, its direct combat applications felt limited. The true power resided in the shrinking. I returned to my normal size, the world snapping back into its familiar perspective. I now understood the power's intricate mechanics, its inherent strengths, and its distinct weaknesses. It was a tool, and like any tool, its effectiveness rested entirely in the hands of a skilled operator. With the necessary tests complete, I moved back to my command center. It was time to ascertain if my cleanup operation had been as thorough and successful as I'd hoped. I settled into my chair and brought the city's digital world to my fingertips. A single paragraph on a bottom-feeder celebrity gossip website was the only mention. The headline read, "ANT-Man, actor dead in apparent overdose." The article itself was almost disdainful. It mentioned Termite's name, his minor role in the Vought cinematic universe, and then quoted an official Vought press release. "We are saddened by the tragic passing of a former member of the Vought family," the statement began, a carefully constructed FOD. "He had been struggling with personal demons for some time. Our thoughts are with his family during this difficult period." The NYPD case was already closed. The official cause of death was listed as cardiac arrest due to a polysubstance overdose. Vought's cleaners had done their job with chilling efficiency, burying my meticulous work under a thick layer of corporate PR and plausible deniability. I leaned back in my chair, a slow smile spreading across my face. The methodology was sound. I could systematically pick off low-tier soups, and as long as I operated with careful precision, Vought themselves would inadvertently assist me in covering my tracks. "See, you did them a favor," the system chirped, its tone now utterly pleased. "You took out their trash, and they handled the disposal. It's a win-win. Now it's time to find a way to get stronger," my gaze fixed on the glittering cityscape. Size alteration is a fantastic tool for stealth and infiltration, but it's not a weapon. Against a truly powerful soup, shrinking just makes me a smaller target. Retaining it was a strategic necessity to build my toolkit, but now I need raw power. I need XP to upgrade it, or to bank for a better combat ability down the line. I dove back into the digital underworld, my virtual proxies hiding my presence like ghosts in the machine. I was searching for an opportunity, a place where the vermin of the world would gather, oblivious to the predator among them. On the same dark web forums where I'd first found Termite, a low hum of activity had begun to build. The chatter revolved around an upcoming event, the Believe Expo, a massive Christian-themed superhero convention meticulously hosted by Vought. It was a clear PR stunt, a calculated move for Vought to corner the lucrative evangelical market. But I had no interest in the public-facing event. My focus was on the after-party. According to a flurry of encrypted messages, Ezekiel was hosting a debaucherous party at a luxury hotel immediately after the main expo. It was an open secret within the soup community, a clandestine gathering for the D-listers and the eager wannabes to indulge in every conceivable vice, all under the thinly veiled guise of fellowship. It was a target-rich environment. A golden opportunity to harvest a massive amount of XP in a single night. A soup orgy? "Oh, this is gonna be disgusting," the system commented, a hint of revulsion in its voice that was quickly overshadowed by its calculating side. "But also, very, very profitable. It's like a buffet of scumbags. A scumbag's board. Then let's start with the menu. I need a guest list, I thought, my mind already meticulously formulating a plan. I seamlessly hacked the catering company for the event, then slipped into the hotel's reservation system, cross-referencing names against my meticulously curated database of known soups. The list that populated on my screen was a who's who of has-beens and never-weres, a parade of mediocrity. I watched a few notable names scroll by. Ezekiel was a tier 4. But killing the leader of a VOT-sponsored hero group at his own party would undeniably guarantee an investigation with real resources behind it, a level of scrutiny I was not yet ready for. Popclaw was also on the invite list, a normal person for now. I knew she would later inject herself with Compound V. I could wait for a future opportunity, but her direct connection to A-Train made her far too risky at this stage. And speaking of A-Train, his name appeared on a list of potential attendees, a risk I was absolutely unwilling to take. Eliminating Z-listers was one thing and antagonizing a member of the Seven was a swift path to my own demise. I was not nearly confident enough to handle that level of heat. Not yet. 9, Chapter 9, Target. My fingers moved across the holographic interface, discarding the high-profile liabilities. My focus sharpened on the low-consequence assets, those whose disappearance would barely register beyond a ripple. Yet, even among the Tier 3 to Tier 5 fodder, a few larger targets emerged, promising a more substantial yield. I highlighted the primary targets with a cold gesture. Doppelganger, Tier 3. His ability to perfectly mimic others made him incredibly useful for infiltration. Ice Breather, Tier 3. A dangerous opponent in a direct confrontation, his powers chillingly effective. Ice Pick, Tier 3. He often worked in tandem with Ice Breather, a lethal pairing. Weightlifter, Tier 4. A predictable foe, a standard brick of super strength and unwavering durability. Then I counted the rest. There were 12 confirmed Tier 5 soups. Most of them had gimmicky powers or minor physical enhancements. Their abilities were unimpressive, and their ambitions were far greater than what they were actually capable of. 3 Tier 3 soups were on the list, each a valuable asset in the ecosystem of my burgeoning power. The cryokinetic abilities of Ice Breather and Ice Pick offered a potent form of elemental control. Doppelganger's shapeshifting was the ultimate infiltration tool, a perfect complement to my ghost persona. The 12 Tier 5s and the single Tier 4 were merely appetizers, valuable XP fodder to fuel my upgrades. This party was a treasure trove waiting to be plundered. The plan needed to be flawless. A frontal assault was out of the question. I needed a way to neutralize the entire party at once, without a single sound. I accessed the Spencer Industries' internal R&D server, a digital labyrinth of innovation and secrets. Deep within a classified project file, I found what I was looking for, CX-9. It was an advanced aerosolized anesthetic, odorless, colorless, and heavier than air. It was engineered for dispersion through a ventilation system. A high enough concentration could render a normal human unconscious in under 30 seconds. For soups with their enhanced durability, I would need to increase the dosage significantly. I sent a priority 1 order to my own lab, bypassing the usual channels. I requested a high-yield canister of CX-9, to be delivered to a secure Spencer Industries Dropbox in Queens. The reason cited on the requisition form was a bland detail, field testing for urban crowd control simulation. The party was slated to be held on a privately rented floor of the Gilded Lily Hotel. I hacked the hotel's network, pulling up the blueprints for the entire building. The floor plan for the party suite scrolled across my screen, followed by the detailed schematics for its independent ventilation system. I also quietly placed a digital backdoor into their security camera system, granting myself live access to every camera feed in the building. For the next 2 days, I existed as a silent observer. I watched the staff prepare the suite. I tracked Ezekiel's movements with patient precision. On the night of the party, I was ready. I donned my ghost attire once more. My loadout was simple: the Spectre pistol, the combat knife, and the pressurized canister of CX-9 I had retrieved from the Dropbox. I drove the untraceable sedan and parked it in a multi-story garage 4 blocks from the hotel. I found a shadowed corner in the alleyway behind the hotel. I willed myself to shrink until I was no larger than a mouse. Then, I simply slipped under the door, a movement of complete anonymity. I navigated the back hallways of the hotel as a minuscule figure. To my shrunken perception, the hallways were vast canyons, and the hotel staff lumbered through their nightly duties. I moved through the deeper shadows until I reached the service elevator. I crawled inside, found a precarious perch on a narrow ledge, and rode it upward to the party floor. From my hiding spot in the ceiling vent of the main hallway, I saw infamous Billy Butcher, his face a mask of grim amusement, and a nervous-looking kid who had to be Huey Campbell. Butcher had brought Huey here to shatter his last illusions, to rub his face in the undeniable filth and hypocrisy of the soups he might once have admired. It was a masterclass in radicalization. From the raw disgust etched onto Huey's face as he watched Ezekiel's performance of fake piety, it was clearly working, a slow unraveling of his innocence. When they finally re-emerged from the main party, the disgust on Huey's face was plain to see. Their exit was a hasty retreat, a deliberate slipping away into the chaos of the crowd before anyone took too much notice. I waited until the early hours of the morning, when the party had thinned out, and most of the remaining soups had retired to the private rooms branching off the main suite, seeking their own form of excess. I navigated the labyrinthine ventilation shafts, a tiny explorer in a metal maze, until I found the main intake for the party floor. The canister of CX-9 remained safely within my inventory. I found a secluded maintenance closet and returned to my normal size. I retrieved the canister, its cool metal heavy in my hand. I attached its nozzle to the vent and set a timer for a high-volume, 5-minute dispersal. Then, I shrank back down to the size of a near-invisible observer. The first to go were the few remaining partygoers in the main lounge. A woman with hands that glowed suddenly slumped forward onto the table, her head hitting the polished surface with a dull thud. A man with what looked like gills on his neck simply wilted in his chair, his body losing all tension. Within 2 minutes, the entire lounge was filled with unconscious bodies, strewn across furniture and floor alike. The high dosage worked even on the soups. I crawled out of the vent and dropped silently onto the plush carpet below, landing with barely a whisper. "System," I said, my voice a squeak even in my own mind, a barely audible whisper. "Cue all plunder notifications. Do not display them until I give the command. I need to focus." "Roger that, boss." Silent running. "Stacking up the loot boxes for later. Good luck, and try not to get stepped on." The system's voice was a low hum of compliance. My first target was weightlifter. I found him sprawled on a king-sized bed, 2 unconscious women draped beside him. He was a mountain of a man. At my current size, his head was a fleshy continent. I began the arduous climb up the bedsheets, a journey that felt like scaling a sheer cliff face, taking almost a full minute of determined effort. I stood on his temple, drew my carbon fiber knife and plunged it directly into his ear canal. With my super soldier strength, the force was devastating. I pushed the blade as deep as it would go, severing his brain stem from the spinal cord. It was a silent execution. I slid down the bedsheets, a controlled descent that still felt like rappelling down a perilous cliff face. My next targets were the cryokinetic duo, Ice Breather and Ice Pick. I found their room easily. A thin layer of frost coated the outside of their door, and the air in the hallway in its immediate vicinity was noticeably colder. I slipped under the door, the chill immediately seeping into my tiny form. The room was a winter wonderland of debauchery. Frost patterns spiderwebbed across the windows, creating frozen lace, and the 2 soups were passed out on opposite beds, their breath misting faintly in the frigid air. The journey across the frozen tundra of the carpet was a careful one. I reached the first bed and began the arduous climb, the fabric stiff and cold beneath my tiny hands and feet. When I finally reached Ice Breather's head, I repeated the brutal process. I found the soft spot just behind his earlobe and drove the carbon fiber blade home with all my concentrated might. Then I scuttled across the floor, a tiny black speck against the stark white carpet, and scaled the second mountain. Ice Pick met the same anticlimactic end, an unceremonious departure. The 2 most powerful active threats in the party were eliminated, as easily as the first, their powers now dormant forever. Next, I found Doppelganger alone, his face peaceful, a serene expression unsuited to his impending fate. I climbed his pant leg, navigated the expansive terrain of his shirt, and delivered the same fatal stab, a final end to his mimicry. Chapter 10 Night of Massacre. It became an almost hypnotic process, a grimly perfected ritual of efficiency. I moved from room to room, a tiny angel of death navigating a den of sleeping sinners. The world was a series of overwhelming landscapes. Plush carpets became overgrown fields I had to painstakingly navigate, their fibers rising like giant blades of grass. Spilled drinks transformed into treacherous lakes. A discarded high-heel shoe was an abandoned sculpture. For each target, the method was a silent perfected ritual. Identify, approach, climb, kill. I entered a room that reeked of stale sweat, a cloying scent that permeated the very air. He was a soup whose name was Slipstream. His power? Hypersecretion. Yes, he lived up to the name in the worst possible way, now passed out in a literal puddle of his own greasy perspiration. The climb up his bedsheet was a disgusting affair, each tiny movement a struggle against the slick fabric. The final strike felt less like an execution and more like a small act of sanitation. The next room was a stark contrast lit by a flickering light from a bedside lamp. A woman lay on the floor, her skin shifting through a nauseating rainbow of colors even in her unconscious state. It was a pathetic power, designed for nothing more than being a living disco ball, a fleeting visual distraction. Her death was less an execution and more like switching off a faulty lamp, its garish glow finally extinguished. I moved on. A man I recognized from the files as Arm Fall Off Boy. The sheer absurdity of his soup name was the only thing that threatened to break my unyielding focus. He was asleep on the floor, one of his arms detached and lying beside him like a discarded toy. The bizarre sight almost made me pause. I dispatched him with the same silent brutality and moved to the next room, leaving his severed limb where it lay, a morbid testament to his ridiculous ability. Each life ended with the same quiet finality. There were no epic battles, no dramatic last words, no sudden cries for help. Just the almost imperceptible sound of a tiny blade finding its mark in the most vulnerable part of the human brain. I was an exterminator moving through an infested house, a surgeon exorcising cancer, cell by cell, with chilling precision. The work continued, a silent ballet of death performed on a miniature scale. The woman who could talk to insects, now voiceless. The man who could perfectly peel a banana with his mind, his unique talent now irrelevant. The twin brothers whose only power was to know what the other was thinking, their shared consciousness extinguished simultaneously. They all died the same way, their last moments peaceful and unaware. The harvest was complete, achieved in absolute silence. I retreated to the main lounge, the scene of the initial gassing, and retrieved the now empty CX-9 canister from the vent opening, tucking it away. The air was still heavy with the sickly sweet scent of the anesthetic, but my own head remained perfectly clear, shielded by the compact filter mask sealed over my nose and mouth. Remaining the size of a mouse, I navigated the vast landscape of the carpet, a tiny shadow in a room filled with motionless giants. The journey to the suite's main door was an expedition across a textile desert, each fiber a formidable obstacle. I reached the door and slipped through the infinitesimal gap underneath, emerging into the empty hallway. A few minutes later, the elevator doors down the hall opened with a soft chime, and a pair of hotel staffers stepped out, their voices hushed in the quiet hours. As the doors began to slide shut, I scurried across the floor and slipped through the closing gap, my tiny form going completely unnoticed. In the opulent lobby, a lone cleaner was methodically polishing the marble floors, and a night clerk dozed, behind the front desk. Crossing the wide expanse of polished marble was the most dangerous part of my exit. I stayed close to the shadowed wall, a darting speck of darkness against the reflective surface, before finally slipping under the main revolving door and out into the pre-dawn chill of the New York City air. The sky was beginning to fade from the inky black of night to a deep, and the city's perpetual hum was slowly starting to rise in volume, a low thrum that promised a new day. The 4-block journey to the car was a high-stakes obstacle course for my shrunken form. Cracks in the pavement became treacherous canyons I had to navigate. A discarded plastic bag was a rustling monster, threatening to engulf me. I was an unseen observer, a ghost in the truest sense, traversing a world that was utterly oblivious to my existence. I finally reached the parking garage, its concrete structure a looming cavern. The car was exactly where I had left it, a dark mountain of steel. I crawled up the rough texture of the tire, found the minute seal at the bottom of the driver's side door, and squeezed my tiny body through the rubber gasket into the car's interior. Inside the leather-scented sanctuary of the sedan, I finally allowed myself to return to my proper size. With a silent shimmer, my body filling the driver's seat as the world contracted around me. I pulled off the filter mask and gloves, storing them away in my inventory, their work done. I finally allowed myself a moment to process the weight of the night, an unfeeling tally of 16 kills. The drive back to the penthouse was quiet, the only sound was the hum of the engine. The skyline of Manhattan grew closer, a forest of glittering steel and glass that represented the pinnacle of human achievement and human arrogance. My building stood among them, my own personal fortress in the sky. The private garage opened silently for my car. The security systems recognized me without an alert. I took the private elevator directly to the penthouse, a silent transition from the chaos of the outside world to the absolute control and solitude of my domain. The soft hiss of the penthouse door closing behind me was a sound of ultimate security. I walked straight to my office and sank into the cool leather of the chair behind the obsidian desk. The multiple monitors awoke at my presence, bathing the room in an ethereal light, bringing the digital world to life. My fingers flew across the keyboard, the hacking mastery turning complex code into an intuitive language, a natural extension of my will. I had a precise log of my route to and from the hotel. I accessed the archives for a dozen different cameras along the way. With surgical precision, I carefully edited my untraceable sedan out of existence. For a few imperceptible frames in each video, my car was simply not there, the algorithm seamlessly blending the background to fill the empty space, leaving no trace. I slipped back into the hotel security system through the digital backdoor I had left open. Finding the footage from the lobby, the service corridors, and the elevator was simple. I painstakingly scanned the videos from the time of my arrival. My tiny form was almost impossible to see, a mere flicker in the shadows. But, almost, wasn't good enough. I scrubbed my presence from every single frame. The camera in the main hallway was still running its 5-minute loop, a repeating segment. That would be my alibi for the entire floor. I downloaded that repeating segment of footage. Then, I accessed the server's core logs. I found the exact moment my gas canister was set to go off. I overwrote the next several hours of footage from the hallway camera with the clean loop. From the moment the gas was released until well after I had left, the official record would show an empty hallway. The massacre in the rooms next door had never officially occurred. I closed the backdoor I had created, deleted the access logs that recorded my intrusion, and even wiped the router's short-term memory, leaving no digital breadcrumbs. As far as the hotel's IT department would ever know, their system had experienced a minor glitch for a few hours. Only when every digital trace had been swept away did I lean back, the tension finally leaving my shoulders. 11, Chapter 11, Harvest. System, I said, my normal voice a thunderous boom after an hour of silence. Report. The interface in my vision lit up like a Christmas tree, a long list of notifications that had been queued up. Plunder queue, processing. Soup neutralized, weightlifter, tier 4. Power, super strength, super defense. Choose option, retain or convert. Retain. Powers, super strength, tier 4. and Super Defense, Tier 4, successfully integrated. A sudden pressure surged through my muscles. My bones felt more sturdier, as if reinforced from the inside. Soup Neutralized, Ice Breather, Tier 3. Power, Cryokinetic Breathing, Ice Generation, Cold Immunity, Regeneration. Choose option, Retain or Convert. Retain. Powers, Cryokinetic Breathing, Tier 3, Ice Generation, Tier 3, a Cold Immunity, Tier 3, and Regeneration, Tier 3, successfully integrated. A deep chill settled into my bones, a feeling that was immediately neutralized by a comfortable warmth. My body now understood cold on a fundamental level. Soup Neutralized, Ice Pick, Tier 3. Power, Ice Manipulation and Generation, Extreme Freezing, Organic Ice Form, Cold Immunity. Choose option, Retain or Convert. Retain all new powers. Convert any duplicates into XP. Powers, Ice Manipulation and Generation, Tier 3, Extreme Freezing, Tier 3, and Organic Ice Form, Tier 3, successfully integrated. Duplicate power detected, Cold Immunity, Tier 3. Converting to experience points. Conversion complete. You have gained 1500 XP. Just as the notification cleared, a new message popped up. Synergy Alert. Multiple related powers from the Cryo family have been detected. Do you wish to merge the following abilities? Cryokinetic Breathing, Tier 3. Ice Generation, Tier 3. Ice Manipulation and Generation, Tier 3. Extreme Freezing, Tier 3. Organic Ice Form, Tier 3. Merging will consume all listed powers and create a superior composite ability, Cryokinesis, Tier 1. As a bonus for achieving a natural Tier 1 ability through synergy, you will receive a 2500 XP reward. Do you wish to proceed? I stared at the message, a slow grin spreading across my face. A Tier 1 power. My first true God tier ability. And it came with a massive XP bonus. Yes, I said, the word filled with triumphant certainty. Merge them. Merging. Please wait. An intense cold flared in my chest. It spread through my veins like liquid nitrogen before vanishing completely, leaving behind a profound understanding. I could feel the trace amounts of moisture in the air, the water in the pipes of the building, the ice in my freezer. They were all extensions of my will. Merge complete. You have acquired, Cryokinesis, Tier 1. Synergy bonus awarded, plus 2500 XP. Soup Neutralized, Doppelganger, Tier 3. Power, Shapeshifting, includes voice replication and mimicry. Choose option, Retain or Convert. Retain. Power, Shapeshifting, Tier 3, successfully integrated. A bizarre sensation washed over, as if my cells were momentarily forgetting what shape they were supposed to be in before snapping back into place. The list continued, a rapid-fire tally of the Tier 5 fodder. Soup Neutralized, Slipstream, Tier 5. Power, Hypersecretion. Convert. Plus 100 XP. Soup Neutralized, Chroma, Tier 5. Power, Chromatophore Skin. Convert. Plus 100 XP. Soup Neutralized, Arm Fall Off Boy, Tier 5. Convert. Plus 100 XP. And on it went for the remaining 9 Tier 5 soups, each one adding a neat 100 XP to my growing total. By the time the queue was finished, the final tally materialized on my screen. Harvest complete. Final XP tally. Cold Immunity Conversion, 1500 XP. Synergy Bonus, 2500 XP. 12x Tier 5 Conversions, 1200 XP. Total XP gained, 5200 XP. Current XP, 5200. Current Powers. Cryokinesis, Tier 1. Regeneration, Tier 3. Shape-Shifting, Tier 3. Size Alteration, Tier 4. Super Strength, Tier 4. Super Defense, Tier 4. I stared at the screen. In one single executed operation, I had gone from a man with one gimmicky power to a legitimate Tier 1 threat, with a versatile arsenal of abilities and a massive bank of XP ready for upgrades. Holy crap, the system's voice was filled with genuine awe. You robbed the bank and walked away with the entire mint. That was efficient. It was a good night's work, I agreed, a feeling of absolute satisfaction settling in. System, I said, my voice calm. Initiate upgrade interface. Right away, boss. Time to spend those hard-earned points. What are we improving first? The super shrinking, super punching, or are you finally going to invest in that shark tank? Regeneration, I ordered. The screen changed, focusing on the power I had selected. Power selected, Regeneration, Tier 3. Upgrade to Tier 2 requires 3000 XP. Current XP, 5200. Do you wish to proceed? Confirm, I ordered. Deducting 3000 XP. Upgrade in progress. A warm sensation spread through my entire body, starting from my core and radiating outwards. It was a pleasant feeling, like sinking into a hot bath. I felt my cells vibrating, my DNA being rewritten with a more potent set of instructions for self-repair. It was over in a matter of seconds. Upgrade complete. Regeneration is now Tier 2. Recovery from injuries is now drastically accelerated. Can now perform full limb regeneration. As long as the brain is intact, any part of the body can be regrown. Current XP, 2200. My body felt more alive. The passive healing from the super soldier serum was a slow trickle. This was a roaring river, ready to be unleashed at a moment's notice. Next, I said, already moving on. Size alteration. Power selected. Size alteration, Tier 4. Upgrading to Tier 3 requires 1500 XP. Current XP, 2200. Do you wish to proceed? Confirm. Deducting 1500 XP. Upgrade in progress. This sensation felt like my physical form was becoming more malleable, more conceptually fluid. The hard limits of my previous size range seemed to soften and expand. Upgrade complete. Size alteration is now Tier 3. Size range has been expanded. New range, 0.1 inches to 25 feet. Control and transition speed have been significantly improved. Current XP, 700. I tested it immediately, shrinking down to the size of a fly in less than a second. I had better control and the whole process felt smoother. I could feel the individual air currents in the room. This was becoming a truly powerful infiltration and evasion ability. I returned to my normal size and looked at my remaining XP. 700. It wasn't enough to upgrade any of my other powers. I leaned back in my chair. The night's work had been a resounding success. I had acquired a Tier 1 elemental power, a versatile shape-shifting ability, enhanced strength and durability, and had already upgraded my regeneration and size shifting. The power gap between me and the top-tier soups was still a vast chasm, but I could see the other side, and I was building the bridge to cross it, one dead soup at a time. 12, Chapter 12, Vought Agents. The first scream of the morning at the Gilded Lily Hotel came from a girl named Chloe, a part-time model who had woken up with a splitting headache and the coppery taste of last night's bad decisions in her mouth. The man beside her, a D-list soup whose name she couldn't remember but whose power involved something to do with extra joints in his fingers, was completely still. That wasn't unusual. Most of the men she ended up with after parties like this were heavy sleepers. But this felt different. The skin where her hand rested on his bare shoulder was cold. Not just cool from the hotel's aggressive air conditioning but waxy and unnaturally cold. "Hey," she said, her voice a rough croak. She nudged him. "Wake up. I gotta go." There was no response. His eyes were closed, and he looked peaceful, like a marble statue in the dim morning light filtering through the blackout curtains. A prickle of unease cut through her hangover. She sat up, the cheap silk sheet pooling around her waist. She looked closer. His chest wasn't moving. She pressed 2 fingers to his neck, fumbling for a pulse. There was nothing. The scream that ripped from her throat was pure terror. It was a sound that shattered the morning after a haze of the entire floor. Doors creaked open. Hungover faces peered out into the hallway. What the hell was that? Someone grumbled. Chloe stumbled out of her room, clutching the sheet to her body, her face pale and streaked with mascara. "He's dead," she shrieked, pointing back into the room. "He's not breathing. He's dead." Her panic was a virus. A man from the room across the hall, a low-level soup with some kind of minor regeneration, went to check on the woman he'd spent the night with. He found her dead as well. Another scream, this one more deeper. The chaos spread like a shockwave. As the surviving humans and the few soups who had slept alone woke up, they also discovered someone dead beside them. In the main lounge, bodies were slumped in chairs and on couches. They looked like they had simply fallen asleep mid-conversation. In the private rooms they were found in their beds. All of them were soups and all of them were dead. The scene was surreal. There was no blood, no signs of a struggle, no broken furniture, no bullet holes in the walls, and no damage to their bodies. They looked like they had all decided to collectively hold their breath until their heart stopped. It formed a peaceful, baffling tableau of death. Within minutes, the entire floor was a madhouse of screaming, crying, and panicked phone calls. The illusion of the debaucherous party had been shattered, replaced by the cold reality of a mass grave in a luxury hotel. The first on the scene were 2 NYPD detectives, a grizzled veteran named Miller and perpetually tired-looking partner, Detective Chen. They had been expecting a standard overdose, maybe a domestic dispute gone wrong. They were not prepared for this. 16 bodies. Miller breathed, his eyes wide as he took in the scene in the main lounge. 16. All of them soups. And not a mark on them, Chen added, his voice low. He was kneeling beside the body of a woman whose skin was still faintly shifting colors. They look like they're sleeping. No foam at the mouth, no signs of seizure, no needles and no obvious drug paraphernalia beyond the usual party crap. The hotel manager was babbling in the corner, his face the color of ash. The surviving partygoers were being herded into a separate conference room by uniformed officers, their panicked statements a contradictory mess of drugs, alcohol, and hazy memories. Miller ran a hand over his weary face. This was already a nightmare, and it was about to get worse. "Get the ME team up here, stat. I want a full talk screen on every single one of them. And for God's sake, keep the press out of the lobby. The last thing we need is..." He was cut off by the sound of the elevator dinging. The doors slid open, and 4 individuals stepped out. They were all dressed in dark business suits. They moved with an unnerving confidence, their eyes sweeping over the scene with the detached appraisal of an exterminator surveying an infestation. A sharp-featured individual with cold gray eyes approached Miller. He flashed a Vought corporate security badge. "Detective Miller." I'm Mr. Graves, VOT Risk Assessment. This is now a VOT-managed incident. Miller bristled. This is a crime scene, Mr. Graves. A multiple homicide. It's NYPD jurisdiction. Graves gave a pitying smile. With all due respect, Detective, these are VOT assets. This is a catastrophic loss of corporate property. As per our standing agreement with the city, our internal teams will be taking the lead on the investigation. Your department will receive a full and comprehensive report once our assessment is complete. For now, I need you and your officers to secure the perimeter and handle crowd control. We'll take it from here. Chen looked at Miller, waiting for the inevitable explosion. Miller stared at Graves for a long moment, a silent battle of wills taking place in the chaotic hallway. Finally, the detective's shoulders slumped in defeat. He knew how this worked. VOT was a force of nature in this city. Fine, Miller grumbled, turning to his partner. Chen, let's go talk to the witnesses. Let the suits play with their dead toys. As the NYPD was politely escorted off the floor, Graves' team went to work with a chilling efficiency. They were a corporate recovery team assessing a disaster. They unpacked cases filled with advanced equipment. Forensics on every body, Graves ordered, his voice a calm command. I want a full biological and chemical workup. Check for toxins, poisons, airborne agents, everything. I want to know what they had for breakfast yesterday. Another agent was already at the hotel's security office. Sir, we have a problem with the camera footage from this floor. A problem? Graves asked, not looking up from his datapad. The footage from the main hallway camera is on a perfect 5-minute loop. It starts at 1:32 a.m. and continues until the first 911 call. The splices are almost seamless. Whoever did this is a high-level specialist. Graves' expression tightened. The doors. No signs of forced entry on any of the rooms, another agent reported. The electronic locks show no signs of tampering. They were either opened with a key card, or the perpetrator never used the door at all. A few minutes later, a stern woman named Dr. Evans called Graves over to the body of weightlifter. She was examining his head with a high-resolution microscopic scanner. I think I found something, she said, pointing to an almost invisible mark in his ear canal. It's a puncture wound, less than a millimeter in diameter. It goes straight through the eardrum and directly into the brain stem. Graves leaned in, his gray eyes narrowing. Cause of death. Instantaneous, Dr. Evans said. It was a precise strike that severed the connection between the brain and the body. He was dead before he even realized he'd been attacked. I'm running scans on the others, and I expect to find the same mark on all of them. 13, Chapter 13, Z-Drug. Graves stood up straight, a deep chill settling over him despite his calm exterior. A specialist who could bypass all security. An infiltrator who didn't need to use doors. A killer who could deliver a perfectly microscopic death blow to 16 different soups without waking a single person. Get me a sample from the ventilation system, he ordered. And run full airborne particulate tests in every room. The results were even more frustrating. The air is clean, sir, the agent reported, his expression a mix of bafflement and genuine nerves. Completely clean. We ran it through every chemical and biological filter in the kit. Aside from the expected traces of cocaine, marijuana, and alcohol, we found nothing. No unknown compounds, no foreign residue. It's either a substance we've never seen, or what? Graves' jaw tightened. A gas that dissipated completely within hours? That was bleeding-edge engineering, the kind of thing VOT's R&D labs might produce. But the alternative was even more chilling. Are you telling me, Graves said, his voice dropping to a dangerously low vibration, that there's a possibility no chemical agent was used at all? The agent hesitated, shifting his weight. Sir, it's the only conclusion that fits the data. 16 soups, all rendered unconscious simultaneously without a sound and without leaving a single molecule behind. It's as if someone just told them all to go to sleep. The implication hung heavy in the air. A soup with the power to instantly and silently neutralize an entire room full of other soups. Or, Graves said, his voice a low murmur, his mind racing through even darker possibilities, it's not a single soup. The agent looked at him. Sir. This level of sophistication, Graves continued, gesturing to the pristine crime scene, the looped cameras and the traceless agent, this required coordination and serious resources. It was a planned operation. He leaned in, his eyes tracking the positions where the bodies had fallen. Look at the timing. Every soup dropped in the same breath. That's a tactical strike by a unit that's trained together for years. We're looking at a specialized team of soups executing a high-stakes playbook. The word hung in the air, colder than any of the bodies in the room. An operation implied an organization. A group with the funding, the technology, and the personnel to carry out a flawless Black Ops hit against VOT on their own turf. He pulled out his phone and made a call. Get me Ms. Madeline, now. The emergency board meeting at VOT Tower was convened in a state of controlled panic. Madeline sat at the head of the long table, her expression a mask of cold fury. Ashley was pacing nervously by the window, her knuckles white as she clutched her tablet. Mr. Graves stood before them, delivering his report with the detached calm of a man reporting on quarterly earnings. In summary, he concluded, 16 of our assets have been neutralized by what we can only assume is an unknown hostile organization. The perpetrators demonstrated an extremely high level of skill in digital infiltration and wet work. The murder weapon was a microscopic projectile or blade, delivered with surgical precision to the brain stem of each victim. The victims were rendered unconscious simultaneously, without a struggle. However, we have found no trace of any chemical or biological agent. The method of incapacitation is currently unknown, but the leading theories are either a highly advanced sonic device or, more likely, a powerful telepath. We have no leads and no clear motive beyond a direct message to Vought. No leads. Madeline's voice was dangerously quiet. 16 of our properties are gone, and you have no leads. What about the survivors? Their memories of the night are awash of drugs and alcohol, Graves replied. As far as they're concerned, their friends just died in their sleep. Ashley finally stopped pacing. The media is having a field day. We've managed to keep them out of the hotel, but the story is out. Mass death at Believe Expo after party. They're already connecting Ezekiel to it. Every headline is a brand-destroying nightmare. What's the current narrative? Madeline asked, her eyes fixed on Ashley. We're pushing a tragic overdose story, Ashley said, her voice trembling slightly. But it's not holding. 16 overdoses at once. All of them soups with enhanced durability. No one is buying it. The speculation is running wild. Gas leak, terrorist attack, a soup-killing virus. We need to control the narrative, Madeline said, her knuckles white as she gripped the edge of the table. We need a story that is believable and makes us look like we're in control. Food poisoning. One of the other executives offered weakly. Too easy to disprove, Madeline snapped. The hotel's kitchens are clean. We've already checked. A gas leak from the hotel's systems. Also easily disproven. The hotel is already running its own diagnostics to cover its ass, Graves interjected. There was a tense silence in the room as the executives racked their brains. Ashley was scrolling frantically through the live news feeds on her tablet. Then an idea took shape in her mind, born from desperation and PR cynicism. What if it was a new drug? She said, thinking aloud. Something designed specifically to target soups. Something that bypasses their enhanced biology. Madeline looked at her. Go on. We call it Z-drug or something equally ominous, Ashley elaborated, her confidence growing. It's a new designer drug hitting the streets. These 16 soups were tragic figures who experimented with a new high and paid the ultimate price. It was the fault of the shadowy new drug dealers preying on the soup community. We can launch a new campaign, Ashley continued, her voice filled with a manic energy. A Vought-sponsored task force to combat the Z-drug menace. We'll have Homelander do a PSA. Say no to Z. We can turn this tragedy into a marketing opportunity. We can make ourselves the heroes of the story. Madeline leaned back in her chair, a slow smile spreading across her face. It was perfect and completely ruthless. Do it, she ordered. Get the marketing team on it. I want a full press release and a media strategy on my desk within the hour. Mr. Graves, your team will now shift its focus. You are gathering evidence on the Z-drug cartel. Find me a low-level pusher we can pin this on. Understood. Understood, Ms. Madeline, Graves said with a nod, his face betraying no emotion. From the silent darkness of my command center, I watched it all unfold. I had a live feed from the hacked Vought conference room. On another screen, a dozen news channels were all running the same breaking news banner, the Z-drug crisis, a new threat to superheroes. Look at that. They're doing your work for you, the system commented, its voice filled with amusement. You've given them a whole new marketing campaign. You should ask for a cut of the profits. I'll send them an invoice later, I quipped, taking a slow sip of my morning coffee. The dark liquid was a stark contrast to the frantic chaos I was observing on the monitor. Right now, I'm happy to let them chase their own tails. 14, Chapter 14, The Boys. The weeks following the Believe Expo massacre were a masterclass in corporate propaganda. Vought sculpted it from raw fear and public fascination. The Z-drug crisis, as they had christened it, was a work of cynical genius. It was the perfect invisible enemy, a shadowy cartel of supervillains cooking up a soup-killing poison in a secret lab somewhere. It was terrifying, it was vague, and it was completely fabricated. From the sterile comfort of my command center, I watched it all play in glorious high definition. I saw focus groups reacting to mock-ups of the Z-drug logo. I saw Vought's marketing department A/B testing different taglines for their new anti-drug campaign. And I saw the crown jewel of their strategy. Homelander, floating in front of an American flag, his expression a perfect blend of paternal concern and divine disappointment. There's a new poison on our streets, he said, his voice echoing with synthetic sincerity. A cowardly weapon designed to attack us, to attack the very heroes who keep you safe. But I want to promise you this. We will hunt down these merchants of death, and we will bring them to justice. The public ate it up with a spoon. Vought's stock soared to an all-time high. They had successfully turned their greatest security failure into their most profitable marketing campaign. You gotta hand it to them, they're good, the system's voice commented as I watched the PSA for the 10th time. Turning a mass murder into a PR win? That's a tier 1 corporate power right there. You really should have asked for a cut. Their success is my success, I replied, leaning back in my chair. The more they chase this Z-drug phantom, the less they're looking for me. Their circus provides the perfect cover for my work. My days were spent in the private gym, mastering the feel of my new abilities. Cryokinesis was about controlling energy, about understanding thermodynamics on an instinctual level. I learned to flash freeze a thrown projectile, to create razor-sharp sculptures of ice from the moisture, and to coat my own skin in a near-impenetrable layer of organic ice armor. My shape-shifting was an infinitely potent tool. I spent hours in front of a full-length mirror in the training room, practicing its nuances. I would pull up photos and videos of random people from the internet, news anchors, actors, politicians, ordinary people in street interviews and focus on replicating them. I felt a liquid sensation as my bones shortened or lengthened, my facial structure reforming, my vocal cords tightening or loosening to match a new voice. At first, the results were crude, like a wax sculpture left too close to a fire. But with each transformation, my control became more precise. I learned to mimic their posture, their common mannerisms, and the exact cadence of their speech. I was becoming a perfect mimic, a living ghost capable of wearing any face I chose. My new primary interest was an abandoned warehouse down by the docks, a place I had located by tracking Billy Butcher's known associates. Using my size alteration power, I had slipped inside days ago and planted a series of microscopic listening devices and cameras. From there, I had hacked their phones, their laptops, and every digital account they owned. Butcher, Frenchie, and their new recruit, Huey Campbell. They were a surprisingly effective little crew. They were a wrench in Vought's finely tuned machine, and that made them a potential asset. Or a potential liability. I hadn't decided which yet. I'm voting liability, the system chimed in. These guys are amateurs. They rely on brute force and righteous anger. Your work is surgical, while theirs is more like a sledgehammer, a very loud, very messy sledgehammer. Their methods are crude, I agreed, my eyes glued to the live feed. But their results are interesting. I watched the events unfold from the comfort of my penthouse. I saw Frenchie explaining the weakness of Translucent's carbon metamaterial skin. I saw their desperate attempts to find a way to kill him, their frustration mounting with each failed idea. I saw them stuff C4 up his ass. Translucent's invisibility, granted by his carbon skin, was a strong option for many of my future operations. What could be more valuable than the power to become truly invisible? It was the perfect complement to my size alteration, a massive upgrade to my stealth capabilities. And Butcher's crew was doing all the hard work of capturing and containing him for me. Butcher's plan was clear. He wanted to blood Huey, to force the kid to cross that final line and become a killer like him. If Huey killed Translucent, he would be bound to Butcher's crusade forever. And my plan was simple. Let them do the hard part while I stayed invisible and patient. Wait for the right moment, intercept the kill, and take the power for myself. Then disappear, leaving them to deal with the messy aftermath. A few days later, the camera I'd hacked inside Vought Tower caught something interesting. Translucent was absent from another meeting. Homelander went straight to the security room and ordered the staff to locate him using the tracker implanted in his body. After getting the location, Homelander flew straight toward their base, following the signal. He began searching the surrounding area. Inside the hideout, Butcher and Frenchie heard the loud crack of a sonic boom. When they checked the cameras and saw Homelander nearby, they panicked. They quickly made a plan. Butcher and Frenchie would go outside to distract Homelander before his search inevitably led back to them. They left Huey behind to guard the cage and keep an eye on Translucent. Taking advantage of the distraction, I parked my untraceable sedan a few blocks from their base. Then, in the quiet solitude of the car, I shrank. I slipped out through the door seal. I was an almost invisible speck on the grimy sidewalk. I dodged the heavy footsteps of pedestrians, crossed the jagged cracks in the pavement, and finally reached the front door of Gitmo on the cheap, as Butcher so eloquently called it. I slid under the door and began the long descent into the basement. I found a perch in the shadows behind a stack of discarded computer monitors, with a clear view of everything. There was a crude but effective cage. Inside it was Translucent, naked and almost invisible. And there, sitting on a rickety chair, was Huey Campbell. He looked pale, his hands shaking as he stared at the red button on the detonator resting on the table in front of him. Chapter 15, Translucent. You're really thinking about it, Translucent said from inside the cage, his voice low and steady as his body faded back into view. That's the problem with people like you. You hesitate. Huey said nothing. His eyes stayed fixed on the button. Let's be clear, Translucent continued. If you kill me, this doesn't end here. Vought doesn't forget. They don't forgive. A faint smile crept into his voice. You'll spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder. Every stranger. Every shadow. Huey's grip tightened. They'll find you, Translucent said calmly. Maybe not today. Maybe not tomorrow. But they always do. And when they do, it won't just be you. Everyone you care about becomes leveraged. Wow. He finally dropped the mask, the system commented. Fear works better when the audience believes it. You can still walk away, Translucent pressed. Let me out, and this ends. You get to go back to your quiet life. Press that button, though. A pause. That's a lifetime of running. And it won't be a long one. Huey looked up, his eyes caught in a storm of fear and doubt. Robin flashed through his mind. but layered over it was the man in the cage, promising consequences. Huey stood frozen between rage and terror, pulled apart by the choice in front of him. This was my moment. I started moving, a tiny black speck crawling silently across the dusty concrete floor. Huey was so lost in his own personal hell that he would never have noticed me even if I were full-sized. I reached the leg of his chair and began the long climb up. His jeans felt like a denim mountain. I crawled upwards, my dense form giving me a solid grip. I reached his shoulder, then moved carefully and silently along his collar until I settled at the back of his neck, completely hidden by his hair. Huey's hand was hovering over the detonator. He was about to make his choice. My combat mastery provided me with an encyclopedic knowledge of human anatomy. I knew every nerve cluster, every pressure point. I shifted my weight, raised my tiny fist, and brought it down with all my concentrated force on the precise nerve bundle at the base of his skull. The effect was instantaneous. Huey's eyes rolled back in his head, and he slumped forward, his body going completely limp. He collapsed unconscious off the chair and onto the floor. Inside the cage, Translucent stared as Huey collapsed, his jaw tightening in confusion. He called out, "Hey!" I dropped from Huey's collar onto the table, landing with a soft tap. The detonator sat directly in front of me. I climbed onto the button and positioned myself over it. I braced my feet and pushed down with everything I had. For something my size, it should have been impossible. But I was still a full-grown man's weight and strength, compressed into something no bigger than a thumbnail. For a fraction of a second, nothing happened. Then, the world turned into a concussive flash. The C4, shoved deep inside his ass, detonated. His indestructible carbon skin, which could repel a .50 caliber bullet from the outside, offered zero protection from an explosion originating from within. The sound was a sickening thump that vibrated through the concrete floor and up into my very bones. The Faraday cage flashed for a moment with a silhouette of a man instantly and violently turning himself inside out. Translucent's diamond-hard skin, the very thing that made him invulnerable, now became the ultimate shrapnel. The explosion turned him inside out. A thick spray of blood, organs, and viscera erupted from the cage, painting the walls, the ceiling, and the unconscious form of Huey Campbell in a grotesque masterpiece of crimson. I had been blown back by the shockwave, my tiny form tumbling through the air like a piece of gravel. I landed in a rapidly spreading pool of warm blood. The stench was overwhelming. The sight was horrific. And the system's notification was beautiful. Soup neutralized. Plundering power, carbon skin, tier 3. Choose option, retain or convert. Retain. The sensation was unlike any I had felt before. It was a change on a molecular level. I felt my skin shift. It was like every cell was locking into place, forming an interlocking structure. An almost invisible shimmer passed over my body. I felt indestructible. I crawled out of the blood, my tiny form surprisingly clean, and made my way over to Huey's unconscious body. He was covered in filth, but he was breathing steadily. I located the detonator where it had been blown off the table near the cage. I lifted it carefully, keeping it from scraping the floor, and carried it back inch by inch. I placed it directly into Huey's outstretched hand, adjusting his fingers around it just enough to look natural. The scene was now perfectly set. When Huey woke up, covered in the remains of the man he was supposed to be guarding, the detonator would be right beside him. His last memory would be of his intense moral conflict, of his hand hovering over the button. He would think he had done it. He would think that in a moment of grief-fueled rage, he had blacked out and pushed the button. He would believe he was a killer. I took one last look at the boy who was about to wake up to a nightmare of his own making, and then I turned and scurried back into the shadows. I slipped out of the basement, up the stairs, and under the front door, leaving the electronics store and its bloody secret behind me. Back in the car, I returned to my normal size, the feeling of my diamond-hard skin a comforting presence. "Well, that was messy," the system's voice finally piped up, its tone a mixture of shock and admiration. "I have to say, your previous work was much more elegant. This was just visceral. But effective. Very effective." With a smile, I started the engine and pulled out into the street, driving calmly back toward my penthouse. On the interface in my vision, my status had updated. Current powers. Cryokinesis, Tier 1. Regeneration, Tier 2. Carbon skin, Tier 3. Shape-shifting, Tier 3. Size alteration, Tier 3. Super strength, Tier 4. Super defense, Tier 4. 16, Chapter 16, Aftermath. The first thing Huey Campbell was aware of was the smell. It was a physical weight pressing down on him, a metallic stench so thick and overwhelming it coated the back of his throat like oil. The second sensation was the throbbing ache behind his eyes, a rhythmic pounding that synced with the frantic beat of his heart. His entire body felt like a badly tuned engine, vibrating with a nauseous hum of shock. He pushed himself up, his hands slipping on something wet and sticky. He blinked, trying to clear the fog from his vision. The dim light of the warehouse basement slowly resolved into a scene from a slaughterhouse. Blood was everywhere. It was sprayed across the concrete walls in high-velocity arterial patterns. It dripped from the ceiling pipes in slow drops that landed with a wet plip sound. It pooled on the floor in a dark lake. And he was in the middle of it. His clothes were sticking to his skin. His hands, his face, his hair, everything was slick with the gore of a man he had been guarding just a few hours ago. He scrambled backwards, crab-walking away from the epicenter of the carnage, his heels scraping against the filthy floor. His breath came in ragged, hysterical sobs that burned his lungs. Oh God, oh God, oh God. His eyes dropped to his hands. They were stained a deep crimson. Resting in his palm, his fingers curled around it almost instinctively, was the detonator. The red button sat beneath his thumb. His mind was a black hole. He tried to reach back, to find the moment it happened, but there was nothing. He remembered the fear closing in on him like a vice. He remembered Translucent's voice. He remembered his own hand shaking uncontrollably, his thumb hovering over the button. And then the nothing. The gap in his memory terrified him more than the blood. His thoughts scrambled to fill it, to make sense of the silence. And the conclusion his panicked mind reached was simple. He had done it. He must have blacked out. Overwhelmed by the grief of Robin's death, the terror of the moment, and the sheer pressure of the situation, he snapped. Somewhere in that storm of emotion, he had pressed the button. He had killed a man. Whatever Translucent was, whatever he'd threatened, Huey could only see one thing now, a life ended by his hand. His legs gave out completely, and he folded onto the filthy floor, curling in on himself as the smell of blood and death filled the room. From my command center, watching the microscopic camera feed, the scene was pathetic. The audio picked up every one of Huey's choked sobs. "Kid's gonna need therapy," the system's voice commented, its usual cheerfulness tinged with a hint of something that might have been pity. "And a fire hose. And probably a new everything. I don't think you can get those stains out." "He'll be fine," I said, my voice devoid of emotion as I took a slow sip of my coffee. "Butcher will make sure of it." As if summoned by the mention of his name, the sound of a heavy door opening echoed from the floor above. Heavy footsteps descended the stairs. Billy Butcher and Frenchie appeared in the doorway, their faces grim. They stopped dead at the bottom of the stairs, taking in the room. Their expressions were a mixture of shock and disgust, but in Butcher's case, there was a flicker of something else. Something that looked disturbingly like pride. "Well, fuck me," Butcher breathed, a slow grin spreading across his face as he surveyed the carnage. "Look what the cat dragged in. Or, blew up." Frenchie moved first, his pragmatic habits taking over despite the mess. He crouched near the remains, scanning the damage with a sharp eye. "Yeah," he said quietly, more to himself than anyone else. "That is the charge. Exactly how it should look." He exhaled slowly, relief washing over him. Nothing went wrong. Their attention finally turned to the sobbing figure on the floor. Butcher walked over, his boots splashing softly in the fluids, and nudged Huey. "Oi, look at me. Are you still breathing?" Huey looked up, his face a mask of tears and blood. "I think I did it," he stammered, his voice broken and hollow. "I don't remember, but I had the trigger. I must have pressed it." Butcher's grin widened. He reached down and put a hand on Huey's shoulder. It was meant to be a comforting gesture, but in the dim light, it looked more like a predator claiming its prey. "Yeah, you did, kid," Butcher said, his voice rough but approving. "You did good. Welcome to the fucking club." Huey just shook his head, retreating back into his own personal hell. Frenchie found a shovel and began to scoop the larger chunks of Translucent into heavy-duty garbage bags. "What are we gonna do with all of him?" Huey asked, his voice barely a whisper. He was still sitting on the floor watching the process with horrified fascination. "Can't just bury him," Butcher said, glancing at the ceiling as if looking through the floorboards. "Golden boy up there's got X-ray vision. He'll spot a grave from 5 miles up." He paced for a moment, the gears in his head turning. "The sea," Butcher said finally, a stroke of grim genius lighting up his eyes. "We take what's left of Casper the horny ghost here, we stick him in a box, and we dump him in the drink." "The sea?" Frenchie asked, pausing his frantic scrubbing of the floor. "What good is that gonna do?" "There's another fish fucker in the 7, ain't there?" Butcher explained, a nasty smirk playing on his lips. "He's always talking to his underwater pals. We dump this in the sewer outfall, sooner or later one of his little guppy mates is gonna find it. The message gets back to the fish boy, he tells Vought, and they know we're not fucking around." "But what about Homelander?" Huey asked, his voice trembling. "Won't he see it?" "Lead," Butcher said, tapping the side of his head. "We get a box lined with zinc or lead. Blocks his vision. He won't see a damn thing." I watched them work for a while longer, ensuring the timeline was secure. Butcher was smart. He was turning Vought's own strengths against them. I switched feeds. The boys were handling their mess. It was time to see how the other side of the war was faring. The first sign of trouble for Vought came from a grainy cell phone video that hit the internet like a wildfire in a dry forest. The footage was shaky and dark. It showed Starlight in a damp alleyway, brutally disabling 2 men. There was no context, no audio of what led up to it. Just a flash of blinding light, the sound of bones breaking, and 2 crumpled bodies on the ground. By morning, the news cycle was dominated by outrage. Vought's carefully crafted narrative of the girl next door from Iowa was being dismantled. Pundits were painting her as a violent vigilante. Starlight Terror was the #1 trending topic. The talking heads were on every channel, debating the lack of accountability for Soups, questioning Vought's vetting process, and demanding answers. I watched the internal Vought communications channels light up with pure panic. Their new star was becoming a PR nightmare overnight. My surveillance feed from Madeline Stillwell's office flickered to life. I saw her sitting at her desk, a picture of corporate fury. Ashley was a mess. She was pacing frantically back and forth, a tablet clutched in her hand like a lifeline, her face pale and sweating. Her approval rating is in freefall, Ashley stammered, her voice a high-pitched squeak of terror. We're down 15 points in 6 hours. The focus groups are a disaster. They're calling her, unhinged, the menace. We're getting hammered on social media. It's a bloodbath. Get it under control, Ashley, Madeline said, her voice dangerously calm. That's what I pay you for. We're trying. We've pushed the, she was stopping a mugging, narrative, but there's no proof. It's her word against 2 guys in the hospital claiming they were just asking for directions, Ashley wailed. It's a PR nightmare. Just as the panic in the room reached its peak, a new alert flashed on Ashley's tablet. She stopped pacing abruptly, staring at the screen, her eyes widening. Wait, she breathed. Wait a minute. She tapped the screen and turned the tablet towards Madeline. It was a live feed from a local news station. A young woman, her arm in a sling and her face bruised, was standing in front of a bank of microphones. My name is Heather, she said, her voice shaking. And Starlight saved my life. Those men weren't asking for directions. They were trying to rape me. And she stopped them. She's a hero. The story exploded, this time in the opposite direction. The narrative just did a triple backflip with a perfect landing. Starlight was a real hero who had saved an innocent woman from a horrific crime. The authenticity of the victim's testimony was a bolt of lightning that incinerated the old narrative. By noon, Starlight Saves was the #1 trending topic worldwide. News outlets were running Heather's tearful account on a loop. Starlight, the girl from Iowa, the one they had tried to mold into a vapid sex symbol, had accidentally become the most popular and respected hero in America. The mood in Madeline's office shifted from sheer terror to calculating avarice in the blink of an eye. The focus groups are off the charts, Ashley said, her voice now filled with a manic excitement. They love her. They love the authenticity, the real hero, saving one of her own. Her approval rating has jumped 30 points in the last hour. She's polling higher than Maeve now. I've seen the numbers, Ashley, Madeline said, her tone dismissive, the crisis already a forgotten memory. What's the plan? We lean into it, Ashley said. We pivot her brand. We ditch the shining light tagline and go with something more empowering. Starlight, the people's hero. We can launch a whole new line of merchandise. Fine, Madeline said. But first, we need to address the optics. Her current costume, it's too wholesome, too much fabric. It doesn't fit the powerful, take-charge woman narrative we're now selling. I agree, Ashley said eagerly. It's not edgy enough. I watched as they called Starlight into the office. She walked in with a hopeful smile on her face. She thought she was being called in to be congratulated. And she was, in a way. Annie, darling, Madeline began, her voice dripping with condescending sweetness. We are so proud of you. What you did last night was truly heroic. You represent the very best of what VOT stands for. Thank you, Ms. Madeline, Starlight said, her cheeks flushing with pride. Your approval ratings are through the roof, Ashley chimed in. You're a star. And because you're such a star, Madeline continued, gesturing to a man who had been standing silently in the corner, we've had our top designer, Ruben, create something for you. Something that reflects your new status as a premier hero. Ruben stepped forward and unveiled a mannequin. On it was a new costume, if you could call it that. It was essentially a white bikini with a flowing cape. It was a porn star's idea of a superhero outfit. Starlight's smile vanished. Her face went pale. What is that? It's your new look. Ashley chirped. It's bold, it's powerful, it's a bathing suit, Starlight said, her voice flat. It's a testament to the strength and beauty of the female form, Ruben the designer interjected, his voice oily. I wanted to create something that says, I am a woman, hear me roar. I'm not wearing that, Starlight said, her voice shaking with a mixture of anger and disbelief. Madeline's warm facade evaporated, replaced by a mask of cold business. Annie, we've invested a lot of money in you. We've given you a platform, a chance to be one of the 7. This is part of the job. The job. Starlight shot back, her idealism fighting a losing battle against the cynical reality of the room. My mother and I, we designed my costume together when I was a little girl. It's supposed to stand for something. For hope. For modesty. I became a hero to save people, not to sell sex. You became a hero because we let you, Madeline said, her voice like ice. You signed a contract, Annie. A very comprehensive contract. It has clauses covering image, branding, and wardrobe. You gave us the right to control your look. And this is your new look. I designed Homelander's suit, Ruben added, as if this were the irrefutable argument. Do you think he questioned my taste? Starlight looked from Madeline's cold eyes to Ashley's pleading face, to the leering grin of the designer. She was trapped. A cog in a machine that was about to grind her values into dust. The hope in her eyes died, replaced by a look of bitter resignation. A few days passed. The Z-drug crisis was in full swing, and Starlight's revealing costume had debuted to a predictable storm of media attention, both positive and negative. Vought spun the negative attention into a narrative about female empowerment. It was nauseatingly effective. Translucent was still officially missing. My camera feed in Madeline's office captured the moment Homelander finally decided to address it. He simply walked into her office without knocking, arms crossed, his expression one of supreme impatience. "He's still missing," Homelander said, his voice a low rumble. Madeline didn't even look up from her paperwork. "Who's missing, dear?" "Don't play dumb, Madeline." Translucent. "It's been days. A member of the Seven doesn't just go missing." "Oh, I'm sure he's fine," she said, her tone dismissive, like a mother placating a worried child. "He's probably hiding in the women's restroom at some department store, getting his kicks. You know how he is. He'll turn up when he gets bored or hungry." "This is embarrassing," the Homelander growled. "It makes us look weak." "What's embarrassing is your performance at the Pentagon meeting yesterday," Madeline said, finally looking up at him, her gaze sharp. "We are on the verge of getting soups into national defense, John. This is the culmination of 60 years of work. And you need to sell it. The speech you're giving tomorrow at the memorial has to be perfect." "I know what I'm doing," Homelander said. "Do you?" She countered. "You need to be humble and relatable. You need to talk about sacrifice and about service. You need to make them feel like you're one of them, just with a little extra firepower." Homelander stared at her for a long moment. "I'll give them a speech they'll never forget," he said with a wink. 17, Chapter 17, Kimiko Miyashiro, 1. The days following the translucent incident were a period of quiet anticipation. My primary focus remained on the chaotic little band of soup hunters led by Billy Butcher. Having a member of the Seven turn into a human confetti bomb in their basement was a ticking time bomb. It would force them to get reckless. They needed tangible dirt on Vought, and I knew exactly which desperate soul they would turn to first. My web of microscopic eyes and ears, spread across their digital and physical lives, was now trained on a singular purpose, waiting for the inevitable pivot to Popclaw. She was their canonical link to the Compound V supply chain, and I just had to wait for the show to catch up. I saw Butcher and Huey, in their laughably unconvincing technician jumpsuits, bluff their way into Popclaw's apartment. I saw the teddy bear camera go live, its glassy eye becoming my own personal window into her pathetic life. I watched as A-Train's public betrayal on national television, his casual dismissal of their relationship in a post-race interview, shattered her world. It was the final push she needed to self-destruct. The dominoes were falling, right on schedule. The confrontation, when it came, was a grimly satisfying piece of theater. Butcher, a predator in his natural habitat, masterfully cornered the terrified Popclaw. My audio feeds picked up every sob, every lie, every desperate plea. I listened as he broke her down, peeling away her defenses with a practiced efficiency until he got what he came for. "I heard him on the phone once," she shrieked, her voice cracking under the pressure. "He was angry, yelling at someone about a shipment being late. He mentioned a place, a front, a church, some shining light charity group. That's all I know, I swear." Butcher's crew now had their lead. While Butcher was busy planning his holy crusade, I was getting to work. "So, they're going to play cops and robbers at a church while you go straight for the prize," the system's voice quipped in my head. "It's like having the cheat codes to a video game. I approve." "It's about efficiency," I thought, pulling up a satellite map of the city. The location was already marked in my memory, Peking Szechuan Noodle, a nondescript restaurant in a part of town that tourists never visited. This mission was different from my previous hunts. This was an acquisition. A high-value asset was waiting in that basement, and I intended to claim her before Butcher's sledgehammer crew could turn her into just another blunt instrument for their crusade. I needed to be fast. I donned my ghost attire. The functional clothing, the gloves, and the simple black mask that hid my face. As Butcher's team set up their pointless stakeout across from the shining light center, their van a beacon of amateur surveillance, I drove my untraceable sedan and parked it in a shadowed alley several blocks away from the noodle shop. The sun was beginning to set, painting the undersides of the clouds in shades of orange and purple. Infiltration was trivial. I shrank down to the size of a rat in the quiet solitude of the car. The world outside the window expanded into a vast cityscape. I slipped out through a door seal, an almost invisible speck on the grimy pavement. The journey to the restaurant was a perilous one. I dodged the lumbering feet of pedestrians, which descended like meteors from the sky. I navigated the treacherous canyons of cracks in the pavement and finally reached the back of the building. I found a grimy ventilation grate and slipped through its bars. The kitchen was a chaotic symphony of smells and sounds. Garlic, ginger, boiling oil, shouting cooks, clattering woks. I navigated the hazardous landscape, a tiny shadow moving beneath the massive stainless steel tables. I scurried past bubbling fryers and hissing grills, finally finding my way to the storage closet at the back, a small island of relative quiet in the maelstrom. I returned to my full size in the cramped space, the sounds of the restaurant muffled behind the door. A quick scan confirmed my memories were accurate. A reinforced trapdoor, cleverly hidden beneath a stack of soy sauce crates, led down to the sub-basement. The electronic lock was a commercial-grade model, but to my hacking mastery, it was a child's puzzle. I bypassed it with a few taps on a burner phone, and the heavy door unlocked with a soft hiss. I descended the concrete staircase into the cold darkness. The lab was exactly as I expected, a clandestine operation with beakers, centrifuges, and several vials of the glowing blue compound V laid out on a steel table. 3 triad members were on guard duty. One was monitoring a small bank of security cameras, his eyes glazed with boredom. The other 2 were playing cards at a small table, their conversation a low murmur in Mandarin. They were alert, but they were only human, and they were expecting a threat to come from the outside world, not from the shadows already in the room with them. 3 bad guys in a basement. Classic, the system commented. Gonna do a cool one-liner? Something like, looks like your luck has run out. No, I thought, my focus absolute as I melted into the deep shadows at the bottom of the stairs. I'm going to be silent. The man at the card table, the one facing away from me, was my first target. I covered the distance in 2 utterly silent steps. Before he could even register a change in the air, my arm was around his throat, one hand clamped over his mouth to stifle any sound, the other applying a brutal pressure to his neck. There was a sharp crack that was audible only to me, and his body went limp. I lowered him to the ground as gently as a sleeping child. His partner looked up from his cards, a questioning look on his face. "Hey, you good?" he asked, his words lazy with boredom. He never got an answer. I was already on him. I slammed his face into the steel table with controlled force. The impact was a sickening crunch of bone and cartilage. He collapsed sideways before he could make another sound. Chapter 18, Kimiko Miyashiro, 2. The third man, the one at the security monitors, finally heard the scuffle. He spun around in his chair, his eyes widening in shock as he saw me standing over the bodies of his comrades. His hand flew to the gun holstered at his hip. He was too slow. Infinitely too slow. I kicked the rolling chair out from under him, sending him sprawling to the floor. Before he could recover or even draw his weapon, I was on top of him, my knee pinning his gun hand to the concrete. My other hand delivered an open palm chop to the side of his neck. His body went limp, his attempted shout dying in his throat. My attention turned to the back of the lab. She was there, huddled in the far corner, a feral figure in a dirty smock. Her face was hidden behind a curtain of tangled black hair, but I could feel the intensity of her glare, like a physical heat, even from across the room. She had watched the entire thing, a caged observer. Kimiko Miyashiro. The female. I took a slow step towards her, my hands raised to show I was no threat. Her head snapped up, and her eyes locked onto mine. She let out a low growl that seemed to vibrate in my very bones, the sound of a cornered wolf ready to tear out the throat of anything that came near. I knew words were useless here. She didn't speak English, and even if she did, she was too far gone into her traumatized state to listen. Action was the only language she would understand. I approached the cage door. It was secured with a heavy padlock. I ignored it. I gripped the thick steel bars of the door with both hands. "Show off," the system quipped. I planted my feet. The steel groaned in protest, the sound unnaturally loud in the silent basement. The welds holding the bars to the frame began to screech and tear, sending sparks into the dim light. With a final effort that sent a jolt of exertion up my arms, I ripped the entire door off its hinges and tossed it aside. It crashed to the floor with a deafening clang that echoed off the concrete walls. She exploded out of it. I had anticipated it, but the sheer speed and ferocity of her attack were still breathtaking. She was a living projectile of pure violence, her hands curled into claws aimed directly at my throat. I met her charge head-on. My combat mastery took over, my body moving with an instinct born of 100 martial arts, my mind a cold supercomputer calculating angles and trajectories. I sidestepped her initial lunge by a razor-thin margin, letting her momentum carry her past me. As she spun around, I moved in. She was a storm, and I was the mountain. She threw a haymaker punch that would have caved in a normal man's skull. I caught her fist in my hand, my grip like a steel vise, the impact sending a shockwave up my arm. She screamed in frustration and tried to claw my face with her other hand. I caught that wrist too. We were locked in a stalemate, a face-to-face tug-of-war in the center of the bloody basement. I could feel the raw power of a Tier 2 soup straining against my own enhanced strength. Her muscles were like coiled steel cables, and her eyes were boring into me, filled with a murderous hatred. While holding her arms in an unbreakable grip, I shifted my weight and swept her legs out from under her. She crashed hard to the floor, but her healing factor was already at work. She bounced back to her feet in an instant, ready to lunge again. But in that brief moment she was down, I had created the opening I needed. As she came at me again, I ducked under her attack, my body moving in a spinning motion that was pure jiu-jitsu. I came up behind her, my arm wrapping around her neck in a textbook rear-naked choke. She thrashed and struggled, her powerful legs kicking wildly, her sharp nails scraping against my arm and tearing through the fabric of my jacket. I felt a stinging pain, but I ignored it. My grip was unbreakable. I applied a controlled pressure enough to cut off the flow of blood to her brain. It was a struggle against a force of nature. For a full 30 seconds, she fought with the desperate strength of a dying animal. Her struggles were so violent I had to brace myself against a table to keep my footing. Then, her movements began to weaken. Her thrashing slowed. Her body went limp, and she slumped forward, her full weight falling against me. I gently lowered her to the ground, my heart pounding from the exertion. My arm throbbed from the force of the impact, but there wasn't a single scratch on it. She was even more powerful than I had anticipated. Okay, new plan, the system said, its voice a little shaky. Next time we acquire a feral super soldier, let's bring a tranquilizer gun. A big one. I didn't have time to reply. I scooped her unconscious form into my arms. She was surprisingly light, her body small and seemingly fragile. I had to get out. I carried her to the grated sewer drain in the corner of the room, my pre-planned exit. I ripped the heavy iron grate from its moorings with one hand and descended into the darkness of the city's underbelly. I navigated the dripping tunnels by memory, a map I had studied for hours. After a 10-minute walk through the filth, I emerged from a manhole in the deserted alley where I had parked my car. I gently placed Kimiko in the back seat, covering her with a blanket I had stored, and drove away, melting back into the city's nightlife. Moments later, my audio bugs in the noodle shop picked up new sounds. Shouting. The sounds of a frantic raid. Butcher's crew had finally arrived. They are all dead. Or knocked out. Frenchie's confused voice echoed from the basement. The cage, it is broken. Whatever was in it, it is gone. The drive back to the penthouse was silent. Kimiko was still unconscious in the back seat. Chapter 19, Kimiko Miyashiro, 3. The drive back to the penthouse was a study in surreal tranquility. The city of New York hummed, a symphony of distant sirens, rumbling subways, and the gentle thrum of my sedan's engine. It was a world of mundane normalcy, completely oblivious to the fact that I was driving home with a Tier 2 soup in my back seat. You know, for a billionaire CEO, your hobbies are getting really weird, the system's voice commented, breaking the silence in my head. Last week, it was mass assassination. This week, it's kidnapping traumatized super soldiers. What's next? Are we going to try and teach Homelander to love? This isn't a hobby, I replied, my eyes flicking to the rearview mirror. Kimiko was a small shape under the blanket. This is an investment. Right. An investment that can rip your throat out if you look at her the wrong way. My favorite kind of high-risk asset. The system wasn't wrong. This was by far the most dangerous and unpredictable thing I had done. Killing soups was a binary transaction. They died, I got stronger. But Kimiko, she was a living complication. The private elevator ascended silently to my penthouse. I carried her inside, her small frame surprisingly dense with muscle. The chaos of the noodle shop basement felt a universe away from the minimalist luxury of my home. I bypassed my own bedroom and took her to one of the guest suites. It was a beautifully appointed room with floor-to-ceiling windows offering a breathtaking view of the city, a king-sized bed with ridiculously soft sheets, and an ensuite bathroom bigger than most city apartments. I laid her gently on the bed. Her breathing was even, her face was peaceful in a way it probably hadn't been in years. I stood there for a moment, looking down at her. She was a weapon, forged by cruelty and Compound V. But underneath that, she was just a girl who had been stolen from her life. I left a bottle of water and a plate of fresh fruit on the bedside table. I also left a stack of clean clothes. Then, I walked to the far corner of the room, settled into a plush armchair that offered a clear view of the bed and the door. Patience was a predator's virtue, but it was also a caregiver's necessity. An hour later, she began to stir. Her eyes snapped open, and in a single motion, she shot up into a sitting position. Her body was a tightly coiled spring of primal instinct. Her eyes darted around the unfamiliar room, taking in the clean sheets, the plush carpet, the impossible view of the city skyline. Then her eyes found me. The confusion in her expression was instantly incinerated by a wave of pure rage. A low growl rumbled in her chest. Her hands curled into claws, her knuckles white. She looked like a wolf that had woken up to find itself in a gilded trap with one of its captors. Before she could launch herself across the room, I held up my phone, my movements slow and non-threatening. I had the translation app preloaded. Calm down, the phone's synthesized Japanese voice said, the sound sterile and calm in the tense silence. You are safe here. The sound of her native language gave her a moment's pause. Her head tilted, her glare unwavering but now tinged with a flicker of confusion. She was still a breath away from attacking, so I continued, my thumbs moving quickly across the screen. I am not your enemy. I freed you. She glanced at the open door of the room, then back at me. She wasn't a prisoner here, not in the same way. But that only seemed to make her more suspicious. What did this new captor want? I began to type the story I had formulated on the drive home. My name is Arian Spencer, the phone spoke. My company has been tracking a series of illegal experiments conducted by a rogue division within Vought International. These experiments involve a chemical called Compound V. At the mention of Vought, her eyes narrowed. That was a name she knew. A name she hated. We discovered their operation in that basement, I continued. They were testing the chemical on unwilling subjects. They were turning people into weapons. I watched her face, looking for any reaction. Her expression was a mask of stone, but I saw the subtle tightening of her jaw. She was listening. You are one of their victims, the phone said. They did this to you. They are the enemy. I was framing myself as a third party, an enemy of her enemy. It was a more believable position. She pushed herself off the bed, her movements like a predator testing the boundaries of its new territory. She never took her eyes off me. She circled the room, her bare feet silent on the carpet. She touched the cool glass of the window, her gaze sweeping over the city below. She was processing, trying to make sense of the impossible leap from a filthy basement cage to a sky-high luxury penthouse. She's not attacking, the system noted in my mind. That's a good sign, right? Or is she just figuring out the best angle to launch herself at your face from? Patience, I replied. She stopped in front of the bedside table and looked at the food and water, then back at me, her expression a mixture of suspicion and a deep hunger. The food is for you, the phone said. It is not poisoned. She let out a short hiss, a sound of pure contempt. The idea that I might try to poison her was probably the least surprising thing she had heard all day. But she was also starving. After a long moment, she snatched the apple from the plate, her movements lightning fast. She retreated to the far corner of the room, and began to eat, her eyes still locked on me, watching my every move as she devoured the fruit in a few quick bites. I gave her time. I sat in the chair, making myself as non-threatening as possible. I let her finish the apple, then the rest of the fruit. When the plate was empty, she looked at the bottle of water. It is just water, the phone said. She hesitated, then picked it up, unscrewed the cap, and drank, her throat working as she drained half the bottle in one go. For the next hour, we existed in this state of tense truce. She huddled in the corner like a cornered animal. Me, sitting in the chair, a statue of patience. I knew the next step was the most dangerous. I had to establish a baseline of trust, and that meant showing vulnerability. Or at least, the appearance of it. I stood up slowly, my hands raised. Her entire body went rigid, a low growl rumbling in her chest. I am not going to hurt you, I typed, holding the phone out for her to see. I am going to leave. This room is yours. You are not a prisoner here. The door is unlocked. But I ask you not to leave this room yet. The people outside this apartment are my security. They will not understand. They will see you as a threat. It was a partial lie. Marcus and his team would follow my orders without question. But I needed to create a boundary, a reason for her to stay put while I figured out the next step. Chapter 20, Kimiko Miyashiro, 4. Rest, the phone said. You are safe. We will talk more later. I began to back away slowly towards the door. Her eyes followed my every move, her expression a maelstrom of rage, fear, and confusion. She didn't trust me. She had no reason to. But she also hadn't attacked. I reached the door, opened it, and stepped out into the hallway, closing it softly behind me. The moment the door clicked shut, I heard a crash from inside. I checked the micro camera I had placed in the smoke detector. She had thrown the bedside lamp against the wall, shattering it. Then she had ripped the curtains from their moorings and was now pacing the room like a caged panther, her rage and confusion boiling over. Well, she's redecorating, the system deadpanned. I don't think she likes the minimalist aesthetic. I let her be. She needed to vent, to feel some semblance of control after having none for so long. I went to my office and ordered more food to be sent up to her room, instructing the staff to leave it outside the door. The next few days fell into a pattern. I would enter her room in the morning, always announcing my presence first. I would sit in the chair while she glared at me from her corner. I couldn't rely on the impersonal translation app forever. If I was going to break through to her, I needed a real connection, and that meant speaking her language. Normally, learning a language as complex as Japanese would take years of dedicated study. I didn't have years. But I did have an advantage no other language student on Earth possessed, a brain and body supercharged by the super soldier serum. My mind was a finely tuned machine. My memory was nearly eidetic, my cognitive processing speeds were off the charts, and my ability to recognize and replicate patterns was extraordinary. I instructed my staff to procure every available resource on the Japanese language textbooks, audio courses, dictionaries, and thousands of hours of native film and television. What would have been an insurmountable mountain of data for a normal person was, for me, a challenging but achievable curriculum. I dedicated every waking moment I wasn't with Kimiko to this task. I absorbed grammar rules like a sponge, my enhanced mind seeing the logical structures and patterns that would baffle a normal student. I listened to audio lessons at 5 times the normal speed, my brain effortlessly parsing the sounds and committing them to memory. I watched movies, my mind cross-referencing the spoken dialogue with the subtitles, building an intuitive vocabulary. The system helped. Hey, you missed a kanji on page 347. Don't slack off, boss. The angry Super Wolverine is waiting. It acted as a perfect proctor, pointing out my mistakes and keeping me on track. In 3 days of non-stop mental processing, I had done the impossible. I was fluent. It wasn't the native fluency of a lifetime speaker, but it was a functional command of the language. The next morning, I entered her room. Good morning, I said, my voice calm, the Japanese words feeling practiced. I have brought you breakfast. The first time she heard me speak her language, her reaction was profound. Her head snapped up, her eyes widening in genuine shock. It was a bridge across the chasm of language that separated us. She still didn't speak, but she listened. I would sit there for an hour each day, talking to her. I told her about the city outside her window, about the weather, about the food I had brought her. I told her sanitized stories about Spencer Industries, painting it as a force for good, a rival to the evil Vought. I built my cover story piece by painstaking piece. I told her about the Z-drug crisis, the news of which was now everywhere. I explained that Vought was claiming a new designer drug was responsible for the deaths of 16 soups at a hotel party. It is a lie, I said, my voice serious. My sources confirm there was no new drug. It was a targeted assassination. Vought has no idea who did it, so they invented a story to control the public and hide their own weakness. They lie about everything, I told her, my gaze steady. They lied about Compound V. They are lying about this massacre. They are the enemy. Slowly the tension in the room began to lessen. She stopped growling every time I entered. She would still retreat to her corner, but her posture was less aggressive, more watchful. One day, I came in to find she had used the charcoal pencils and sketchbook I'd left her. On a single page was a drawing. It was an angry-looking bird, its wings spread wide, breaking free from a cage of thick bars. It was the first piece of communication she had offered. The breakthrough came a week after her arrival. I was sitting in my usual spot, telling her about a ridiculous news report I had seen about the deep causing a traffic jam with a pod of dolphins in the East River. On a clean page in the sketchbook, she began to draw. Her strokes were fast. She drew a stick figure representation of a man in a hero's cape, his face an arrogant smile. Then she drew another figure, a girl with long hair, tears streaming down her face. She looked up at me, her eyes burning with a question she could not speak. It was a test. Was I just another monster in a costume? I understood immediately. I took the sketchbook and a pencil. Next to her drawing, I drew my own. I drew a simple stylized V of Vought Tower. Then I drew an arrow pointing from the Vought logo to both the leering soup and the crying girl. Then, I drew a large X over the entire Vought logo. They are the cause of all of it. I slid the sketchbook back to her. She looked at my simple drawing, her eyes tracing the lines. Her expression softened for the first time. A flicker of understanding passed between us. She picked up the pencil again. This time, she drew a figure representing me. Then she drew a figure of herself next to me. Then she drew an arrow pointing from the two of us towards the Vought logo. At the end of the arrow, she didn't draw an X. She drew a fist. The message was unmistakable. Us against them. A slow smile spread across my face. Yes, I said softly in Japanese. Us against them. I knew then that I had succeeded. I had pulled her back from the brink. The feral animal was receding, and Kimiko Miyashiro was beginning to emerge. I was offering her a new cage, in a way. A cage of vengeance. But it was a cage she had just willingly stepped into. 21, Chapter 21, Sage Grove Center, 1. The acquisition of Kimiko Miyashiro had fundamentally altered the board. Her presence was a constant reminder of the true nature of Vought's business. She was a weapon forged in the fires of Compound V, and I knew she was not the only one. If I recall correctly, they're currently conducting a lot of illegal human research at the Sage Grove Center. This psychiatric hospital in rural Pennsylvania is Vought's dumping ground for failed experiments and unstable soups. More importantly, it was a laboratory. A place where Vought was actively trying to stabilize Compound V for use in adults, a process that often had horrifying results. It was a powder keg filled with dangerous people, and I knew that sooner or later, it was going to blow. The canon timeline dictated that Lamplighter would eventually cause a breach that would lead the boys straight to its doorstep. It's the next major nexus of Vought's depravity. This was also an opportunity to plunder new powers and to gather undeniable evidence of Vought's most heinous crimes. From the command center of my penthouse, I began to peel back the layers of Sage Grove's digital security. It was a Vought-owned facility, but it wasn't connected to their main corporate servers. It was an off-the-books operation with its own encrypted network. Ooh, a spooky asylum full of crazy soups, the system commented, its voice cheerful. This looks like a great place to do some aggressive recycling. It's practically a warehouse of walking experience points. This isn't a smash and grab, I murmured, my fingers a blur across the keyboard as I wrote a custom decryption algorithm on the fly. We hit a place like this, we do it once, and we do it perfectly. I hacked the facility's primary food and medical supplier, a Vought subsidiary in Harrisburg. I sifted through their delivery manifests, purchase orders, and employee records. I found anomalies, massive orders for sedatives, restraints, and specialized medical equipment that were far beyond what a normal psychiatric hospital would require. I also found the names of the delivery drivers. I targeted one of the drivers, a man named Frank. Hacking his personal life was laughably easy. I cloned his phone, read his emails, and sifted through his social media. He was a disgruntled employee, constantly complaining about the creepy deliveries to the middle of nowhere. On a local trucking forum, he had even posted a half-joking comment about the spooks at Sage Grove. Using my shape-shifting ability, I created a new persona, Dave, a disgruntled former employee of the same supply company. I created a fake social media profile for Dave, backdating it by several years. I had Dave send Frank a friend request, which he accepted without a second thought. Over the next few days, I engaged him in conversation, bonding over our mutual hatred for our fictional boss. I sent him a message, "Hey man, got a weird request. I have a package to drop off at Sage Grove, a custom comms charger for some new tech. Problem is, the paperwork got screwed up, so it's not on the official manifest. It's a huge headache for me, but a rush job for them. Any chance you could take it and just plug it into a wall socket anywhere in the main reception area next time you're there? The people inside will know to pick it up. There's $500 in it for your trouble. Frank, seeing an easy $500 for a task that required zero extra effort, agreed immediately. The custom comms charger was, of course, a state-of-the-art Spencer Industries Wi-Fi sniffer and network intrusion device, perfectly disguised in the housing of a standard power brick. The next day, Frank made his delivery. I watched via satellite as his truck pulled up to the facility. He went inside, and a few minutes later, he came out. My device was now inside their network. From my penthouse, hundreds of miles away, I had a digital beachhead inside one of Vaught's most secure black sites. The firewall protecting their internal network was formidable, but now I was on the inside. I unleashed my algorithm, and after 2 hours of digital warfare, I heard the sweet sound of a notification. Access granted. The data was a goldmine. I downloaded everything: patient files, medical records, experimental logs, and hours upon hours of black and white security footage. The patient files were a horror show. Soups with uncontrollable powers, their bodies and minds twisted by unstable doses of Compound V. A man who vomited acid. A patient who could phase through walls but couldn't control it, sometimes getting stuck halfway. A young woman whose eyes glowed with a terrifying energy she couldn't turn off. These were victims, lab rats in Vaught's cruel experiment. But the most valuable piece of information was the name of the head of the project, the person overseeing this entire nightmare, Stormfront. Her name was all over the experimental logs. She was the driving force behind the push to stabilize Compound V. Her involvement explained the ruthlessness of the operation. This was a top priority initiative. So, the super Nazi is running a secret human experiment lab. Shocker, the system deadpanned. What's next? You gonna tell me water is wet? I'm not looking for surprises, I'm looking for an opening, I replied. And these labs are where Vought hides their most expensive mistakes. I used my Spencer Industries resources to procure a fleet of 5 micro-drones. They were the size of dragonflies, with silent electric motors and high-resolution cameras. They were coated in a radar-absorbent material that made them virtually invisible to most detection systems. Over the next week, I conducted a meticulous physical survey of the Sage Grove Center from a distance. I flew the drones in sweeping patterns, mapping the facility's layout, the guard patrols, the delivery schedules. I identified the blind spots in their camera coverage, the weak points in their perimeter fence, and the patterns of the staff. I learned that Stormfront visited the facility twice a week, always arriving and departing in an unmarked Vought helicopter. Her presence meant security was at its absolute peak. Any move I made would have to be when she was gone. My drones also identified a familiar chain-smoking orderly, Lamplighter. So, what's the plan? The system asked. Are we going to bust in there, guns blazing? Or are we going to do your usual spooky ghost routine? Neither, I thought, my eyes scanning the live drone feed on my main monitor. Not yet. For now, this is purely an intelligence-gathering operation. I'm mapping the facility, learning its routines, and cataloging every soup inside. When the time is right, I will hit this place, and I will be prepared to neutralize every single threat in one clean operation. This will be my next big harvest. I spent the following days in a state of patient readiness. My power arsenal was formidable, but I continued to practice, honing my control over cryokinesis and shape-shifting, pushing the limits of my upgraded size alteration. I had a Tier 1 power, but I was still a novice in its use. I needed mastery if I was going to take down an entire facility of unstable soups. 22, Chapter 22, Sage Grove Center, 2. The night was moonless, a perfect shroud for the work to be done. For weeks, the Sage Grove Center had been a collection of data points on my monitors, a web of digital ghosts and drone footage. Tonight, it was a physical reality, a sprawling complex crouched in the heart of the Pennsylvania wilderness, utterly oblivious to the storm that was about to break over it. My preparation had been absolute. Every guard rotation was memorized. Every camera's blind spot was mapped. Every patient's file was a dossier of threats and opportunities committed to my enhanced memory. I knew this place better than the people who worked here. I sat in the driver's seat of my untraceable sedan, parked in a dense thicket of trees a mile from the facility's perimeter. The final pieces of my plan were falling into place. Showtime, boss, the system's voice echoed in my head, its usual humor sharpened by an edge of anticipation. The dungeon is prepped, the mobs are sleeping. Time to clear the instance and get that sweet, sweet loot. Let's just hope the drops are worth the effort, I replied. Because if I'm walking into this mess, I'm not leaving empty-handed. I looked into the rearview mirror, my own face staring back at me. I activated my shape-shifting power. The unsettling sensation washed over me as my bones shifted and my facial features reformed. In seconds, the face looking back was utterly anonymous, a man of average height, with plain features, brown hair, and the kind of forgettable face that would vanish from memory the moment you looked away. Over this new face, I pulled on my simple black mask, adding a final layer of anonymity. My attire was the same functional gear I used for all my operations. I left the car and moved through the woods with the unnatural silence of a predator. I reached the perimeter fence, a 12-foot-high chain-link barrier topped with razor wire. I simply shrank and slipped through one of the links in the fence. I scurried across the manicured lawns, a tiny shadow darting between the security lights. My drone surveillance had given me a perfect map. I knew the location of the main ventilation hub for the entire facility, an unassuming maintenance building set 50 yards away from the main asylum. At my current size, the gap under the door was a gaping cavern. I slipped inside. The air was filled with the loud hum of the massive air circulation units. I navigated the maze of machinery, found the primary intake duct, and returned to my full size. From my inventory, I retrieved the high-yield canister of CX-9. The nozzle was custom-fitted for this exact purpose. I attached it to the duct, the magnetic clamps locking on with a satisfying thunk. I set the dispersal timer for 10 minutes, a long duration to ensure an inescapable concentration that would neutralize even the most durable soups. With the timer set, I shrank back down to the size of an insect and found a perch on the ceiling, waiting for my silent weapon to do its work. The gas was completely invisible. The facility's own ventilation system became my accomplice, pumping the potent anesthetic into every room, every cell, every hallway. I watched through the network of micro-drones I had positioned earlier, their feeds displayed on my phone interface. Guards on patrol simply slumped to the floor, their rifles clattering beside them. Nurses at their stations collapsed forward onto their desks. Inside the patient rooms, the chaos and the screaming that had been a constant audio backdrop simply faded away. The entire facility fell into a deep slumber. I returned to my full size in the ventilation hub, a ghost in a sleeping machine. I entered the main asylum building through a service corridor, using my phone to bypass the electronic lock with a quick burst of Spencer Industries code. My first targets were the remaining security personnel in the central control room. I found them slumped in their chairs. 2 silenced shots from my Spectre pistol ensured they would never wake up. My next target was a significant one, Lamplighter. I knew from the staff rosters that he was on the night shift in the East Wing. I moved through the silent hallways. I found him in the orderly's station, passed out with his head on a desk, a half-empty bottle of cheap whiskey beside him. The former member of the Seven. The man who had burned Mallory's grandchildren. A pathetic shell of a soup, reduced to this. There was a certain poetic justice in what I was about to do. I reached out, my hand hovering over his head. I activated my cryokinesis. The air around Lamplighter instantly dropped to sub-zero temperatures. A thin layer of frost bloomed on his skin, on his clothes, on the desk around him. I pushed the power further. The frost thickened into a solid sheet of ice. His body was encased in a tomb of his own making. The pyrokinetic ended his miserable life frozen solid, a monument to his own failure. With the staff neutralized, I turned my attention to the patients. The real reason I was here. I moved from cell to cell, a methodical reaper. The patient files I had downloaded were my checklist. The tongue patient, a man whose only power was a grotesque tongue, was dispatched with a single stab to the brain stem with my carbon fiber knife. The phasing patient presented a unique challenge. She was unconscious, but her power was still active. Her body was flickering between a solid and an intangible state. I couldn't stab a ghost. So I waited, my super soldier senses tracking the rhythm of her phasing. In the split second her form became solid, my knife darted out, ending her miserable existence. The acid vomit patient. The wall-punching patient. The zapped lights patient. One by one, they met the same quiet end. They were Vaught's mistakes, their failed experiments, and I was the janitor cleaning up the mess. Then came the more dangerous ones, the unnamed Tier 4s my scans had identified. One was a man with a rock-like hide. The knife wouldn't work. I simply placed my hand on his head and using my own Tier 4 superhuman strength, applied a brutal pressure. His reinforced skull cracked like a nutshell. One was a woman who could generate concussive blasts. I froze her lungs solid from the outside. Another was a man with enhanced senses so acute he could hear a heartbeat a mile away. A precise icicle formed from the moisture in the air and plunged through his temple ended his watch. Each one was a potential threat, and each one was eliminated with the same detached efficiency. Another had some form of low-level pyrokinesis. Even unconscious, the air around his body was hot. I used my cryokinesis to instantly snuff out his power, flash freezing him just as I had Lamplighter. Cindy, the powerful telekinetic, was a major threat. I found her strapped to a bed in a reinforced solitary cell. Even unconscious, there was a palpable aura of power around her. I froze the entire room solid, encasing her and the bed in a block of opaque ice, ensuring that even if she woke up, her power would be useless. Then, and only then, did I approach and deliver the final blow. Love Sausage was in the next cell. The sight of his power, even while inert, was as ridiculous as the story suggested. I dispatched him with a professional detachment that bordered on boredom. 23, Chapter 23, Sam Reardon. The silence that followed the initial purge was a heavy blanket draped over the facility. My gaze then settled upon the 10 Tier 5 soups, individuals whose abilities had always been deemed either too insignificant or too peculiar to warrant genuine concern. They were the forgotten horrific designs. I recalled their files, a man who conversed with houseplants, a woman whose power resided in the ephemeral shift of her fingernail color. Their existence had been as quiet as their end would be. With a swift extension of my cryokinesis, their breaths simply ceased. Their passing was as unnoticed as their lives had ever been, another muted note in the asylum's grim symphony. Only a formidable target now remained. The files had marked him as the strongest patient within the entire facility, a name that resonated with an almost mythic power within these walls, Sam Reardon. My steps led me down a corridor, its very architecture hinting at the immense force it contained. At its end stood his cell, a testament to his perceived threat. The door was a massive slab of solid steel. Inside, the room itself was a padded cube, designed to absorb impact, to contain the uncontrollable. The potent CX-9 I had unleashed had indeed touched him, yet his extraordinary durability had fiercely fought against its worst effects. He was on his knees in the room's center, but his eyes were open. As I stepped into his space, his head lifted slowly. His eyes were bloodshot, seething with a potent rage. "You," he growled, his voice a low rumble that vibrated through the padded walls. "You did this." With an explosive surge, he launched himself to his feet. He was a mountain of muscle, radiating pure fury. "Oh, boss, this one's a raid boss," the system's voice cut through my thoughts, a tense whisper in my mind. Sam moved with a terrifying velocity, far swifter than a man of his colossal size should ever be. The padded floor tore under the sheer force of his charge, fibers ripping with a harsh sound. To meet such a brute force head-on would have been a fool's errand, an act of suicide even for me, despite my own augmented strength. I sidestepped, letting his overwhelming momentum carry him past my position. As he thundered by, my hand touched the floor. In that instant, the entire padded surface of his cell flash froze, the soft material hardening into a treacherous sheet of unforgiving ice. Sam lost his footing while caught in his own unstoppable charge. His massive feet slid out from under him, betraying his weight. He crashed heavily onto his back, his head striking the ice-covered wall with a sickening thud. It was a blow that would have instantly killed any normal human. He merely grunted, his powerful body absorbing the impact. He struggled, his massive hands scrabbling for purchase on the slick surface. As he attempted to rise, I extended both my hands, and from my fingertips, a torrent of absolute zero energy poured forth. Ice exploded upwards from the floor, coiling around him, pinning his struggling form to the ground. He roared in raw fury, his muscles straining against the icy bonds. Cracks began to spiderweb across the ice, a testament to his phenomenal strength. I walked calmly towards the struggling giant. His focus was entirely consumed by the desperate effort to shatter the ice that encased his limbs. He didn't perceive my presence as I knelt beside his head. "It's over," I stated, my voice devoid of emotion. His head snapped towards me, his eyes burning with pure hatred. He opened his mouth preparing to unleash another roar. I plunged my hand into his open mouth. My cryokinesis now channeled itself into a single point of intense cold. I flash froze him from the inside out. The roar died in his throat, replaced by a gurgling sound. A visible wave of frost spread across his skin, turning it a deathly blue. In less than 3 seconds the most powerful inmate in Sage Grove was a frozen statue. His struggle abruptly ended. With Sam Reardon now an icy monument, the asylum was completely pacified. Every soup, from the weakest with their bizarre talents to the most formidable, was now a silent part of the facility's grim history. My next destination was the sub-level laboratory because it was the true heart of the facility. I found what I sought within a series of gleaming cryo-storage units. These units held rack after rack of glowing blue vials containing Vought's carefully stabilized compound V. This was their entire supply and the lifeblood of their horrific experiments. I opened my inventory and began my work. Each storage container was systematically emptied. Hundreds of vials worth a fortune beyond any terrestrial measure vanished into a single expanding grid within my system's inventory. These vials represented a strategic asset of unimaginable value. This lab was a treasure trove of multi-million-dollar machinery. Centrifuges spun quietly while gene sequencers hummed with dormant power and chemical analyzers stood sentinel. All of it was proprietary Vought R&D that stood as a testament to their relentless pursuit of power. Leaving it behind would offer them the chance to rebuild their research and reignite their sinister fires. That was unacceptable. I moved through the lab with my hands becoming a blur of practiced motion. The expensive instruments of their horrific science disappeared into my inventory one by one. In under 5 minutes, I stripped the once bustling lab bare until it was nothing but a stark collection of empty steel tables and useless power outlets. I plugged a Spencer Industries data spike into their central server. As it began its silent work of copying every piece of research, every experimental log, and every hidden file onto an encrypted drive, I initiated a secondary protocol, a military-grade data wipe. Even as my spike copied the last of their files, it simultaneously overwrote the originals with layers of meaningless code, corrupting them beyond any conceivable hope of recovery. When the download was finally complete, a small indicator light flashing green, I removed the spike. The server was now nothing more than a hollowed-out shell. I retrieved my CX-9 canister from the ventilation hub, ensuring that no trace of the gas dispersal system remained. I meticulously confirmed that every victim was accounted for, their bodies undisturbed. The scene was perfectly set, a mass death event, a tragic incident. Vought would arrive to find their valuable assets dead, their labs stripped bare, and their servers wiped clean. They would have no answers, only a torrent of maddening questions. I walked back to the central security office. The guards remained slumped in their chairs, a silent fixture of my handiwork. I sat down at their console and initiated the final cleanup. With a few precise commands, I triggered a deep-level format of the entire security system's hard drives, systematically erasing every byte of recorded data, every fleeting shadow of my presence. My last act was to ensure Vought would have nothing left to analyze, not even molecular residue. I returned to the now empty sub-level laboratory. In the precise center of the sterile room, I carefully placed a Spencer Industries-grade incendiary charge. It was a thermite device, engineered to burn at an unimaginable intensity, over 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. I set the timer for 30 minutes, more than enough time for me to be miles away. With the data secured and the charges meticulously set, I made my exit. I shrank down to the size of a fly, a tiny speck, and slipped out of the facility through a cracked window pane, leaving the doomed asylum behind me. I returned to my car as the first faint hints of dawn began to paint the horizon, an ethereal glow. I was already a few miles down the highway, heading east towards New York, when I glanced in my rearview mirror. There an angry orange glow bloomed. The fire would be a ferocious inferno, warp concrete into grotesque shapes, and reduce any microscopic trace of my presence to ash. The drive back to New York was a peaceful journey. My mind felt like a calm sea after the storm, the turbulent currents of my mission now settled into a tranquil stillness. P.S. Sam Reardon was previously held here at the Sage Grove Center. After the facility was eventually destroyed by the inmates, he was transferred to the woods. 24, Chapter 24, Harvest. I stood in the silent sanctuary of my office, the city lights a glittering tapestry behind the armored glass. The faint orange glow on the horizon from the burning asylum had long since faded. I sank into the cool leather of my chair, the exhaustion of the long night a distant hum beneath a sea of adrenaline and anticipation. The real prize was the raw power I had harvested, waiting to be processed. System, I said, my voice laced with an undercurrent of excitement. It's time. Oh, I have been waiting for this, the system's voice boomed in my head, filled with the giddy energy of a kid on Christmas morning. Let's unwrap these presents. The plunder queue is stacked and ready to go, boss. The interface in my vision lit up a long list of my night's work. It was a testament to my ruthless efficiency. The processing began with the biggest prize of all. Plunder queue, processing. Soup neutralized, Sam Reardon. Powers detected, super strength, tier 2, super defense, tier 2, super stamina, tier 2, super speed, tier 2, super hearing, tier 2. Choose option, retain or convert. A full suite of tier 2 physical enhancements that would blow my existing tier 4 powers out of the water. Retain all of them, I replied, my decision instantaneous. And what happens to my current strength and durability powers? When you integrate a superior version of a power, the inferior version is automatically flagged for recycling, the system explained. You can't have two super strength powers running at the same time. The old ones will be converted to XP. Smart move, boss. Do it. Powers, super strength, tier 2, super defense, tier 2, super stamina, tier 2, super speed, tier 2, and super hearing, tier 2, successfully integrated. Redundant powers detected, super strength, tier 4, and super defense, tier 4. Converting to experience points. Conversion complete. You have gained 1000 XP. The sensation was a fundamental rewriting of my physical limits. I felt my muscle fibers condense, my bone density increasing exponentially. My senses exploded outwards, the quiet hum of my computer becoming a symphony of electronic noise, the scent of my coffee now a complex bouquet of roasted beans and filtered water. I felt an ocean of energy welling up inside me. The list continued. Soup neutralized, lamplighter. Powers detected, fire manipulation, tier 3, super defense, tier 3, regeneration, tier 3. Choose option, retain or convert. My cryokinesis was a god-tier power, but versatility was key. Having mastery over both ice and fire would make me an absolute terror on any battlefield. Retain fire manipulation. Convert the rest. Power, fire manipulation, tier 3, successfully integrated. Powers, super defense, tier 3, and regeneration, tier 3, converted to experience points. Conversion complete. You have gained 3000 XP. A wave of warmth spread through me. It was a deep understanding of combustion and plasma. Soup neutralized, Cindy. Powers detected, telekinesis, tier 3, super defense, tier 3. Choose option, retain or convert. Retain telekinesis. Convert durability. Power, telekinesis, tier 3, successfully integrated. Power, super defense, tier 3, converted to experience points. Conversion complete. You have gained 1500 XP. A new sense opened up in my mind, a feeling of connection to the physical objects around me. I focused on a pen on my desk, and it levitated an inch into the air. It was a versatile tool. Soup neutralized, phasing patient. Power detected, teleportation, tier 4. Choose option, retain or convert. This was a crucial addition to my ghost toolkit. Retain. Power, teleportation, tier 4, successfully integrated. My understanding of space momentarily warped, a dizzying sensation of points A and B becoming conceptually linked. Soup neutralized, love sausage. Power detected, prehensile and elastic penis, tier 4. Choose option, retain or convert. Please say convert. Please say convert. The universe is weird enough already, the system begged. Convert, I replied, a smirk touching my lips. Thank you. Conversion complete. You have gained 500 XP. The list became a rapid-fire conversion process. Each one a small but vital contribution to the whole. Soup neutralized, Tim. Power, telekinesis, tier 4. Convert, convert. Plus 500 XP. Soup neutralized, tiny hero. Power, size alteration, tier 3. Convert, convert. Plus 1500 XP. Soup neutralized, acid vomit patient. Powers, acidic vomit, tier 4. Super strength, tier 4. Super defense, tier 4. Convert, convert. Plus 1500 XP. Soup neutralized, wall punching patient. Powers, super strength, tier 4. Super defense, tier 4. Convert, convert. Plus 1000 XP. Soup neutralized, EMP dude patient. Power, electromagnetic pulse emission, tier 4. Convert, convert. Plus 500 XP. And on it went. The remaining tier 4s and the mountain of tier 5s were all fed into the furnace, their existences rendered down into quantifiable power. Processing 5 generic tier 4 soups. Plus 2500 XP. Processing 11 generic tier 5 soups. Plus 1100 XP. When the last notification faded, a grand summary materialized on my screen, the final tally of my night's monumental effort. Grand harvest complete. Final XP tally. Redundant power conversions, 1000 XP. Lamplighter conversions, 3000 XP. Cindy conversion, 1500 XP. Named soup conversions, 5700 XP. Generic soup conversions, 3600 XP. Total XP gained, 15300 XP. Previous XP, 700 XP. Current XP, 16,000. Updated power list. Cryokinesis, tier 1. Super strength, tier 2. Super defense, tier 2. Super stamina, tier 2. Super speed, tier 2. Super hearing, tier 2. Regeneration, tier 2. Fire manipulation, tier 3. Telekinesis, tier 3. Shape shifting, tier 3. Size alteration, tier 3. Carbon skin, tier 3. Teleportation, tier 4. I stared at the screen, a feeling of almost overwhelming power settling over me. 16,000 experience points. It was a king's ransom. System, I said, my voice calm. Initiate upgrade interface. Right away, boss. Let's go from badass to god mode. The screen changed, focusing on my list of powers. Regeneration. Upgrade to tier 1. Power selected, regeneration, tier 2. Upgrade to tier 1 requires 5000 XP. Current XP, 16,000. Do you wish to proceed? Confirm. Deducting 5000 XP. Upgrade complete. Regeneration is now tier 1. Note, at this level, recovery is near instantaneous. Complete bodily destruction can be regenerated from a single surviving cell, provided the brain's core consciousness is not entirely obliterated. Think Deadpool level bullshit. A profound energy surged through me. It felt like every cell in my body was now a self-replicating engine of life. I was practically immortal. Super strength. Upgrade to tier 1. Power selected, super strength, tier 2. Upgrade to tier 1 requires 5000 XP. Current XP, 11,000. Do you wish to proceed? Confirm. Deducting 5000 XP. Upgrade complete. Super strength is now tier 1. Note, physical strength is now on par with the planet's most powerful beings. You can lift skyscrapers, punch through mountains, and treat tanks like tin cans. Welcome to the Homelander level. My muscles coiled with a power that was terrifying in its scope. The steel frame of my chair groaned under the passive pressure of my grip. I felt like I could tear the planet in half. Super defense. Upgrade to tier 1. Power selected, super defense, tier 2. Upgrade to tier 1 requires 5000 XP. Current XP, 6000. Do you wish to proceed? Confirm. Deducting 5000 XP. Upgrade complete. Super defense is now tier 1. Note, bodily tissues are now functionally indestructible by conventional means. High-caliber rounds will feel like raindrops. Nuclear explosions might give you a tan. Welcome, again, to the Homelander level. A feeling of absolute solidity settled over me. My skin, my bones, my organs. They were something far harder, far more resilient. The concept of being hurt by a bullet or a bomb now felt absurd, a problem for a lesser species. I leaned back in my chair, the upgrade settling into my very soul. My final status glowed on the interface. Final status. Current XP 1000. Powers. Cryokinesis, tier 1. Regeneration, tier 1. Super strength, tier 1. Super defense, tier 1. Super stamina, tier 2. Super speed, tier 2. Super hearing, tier 2. Fire manipulation, tier 3. Telekinesis, tier 3. Shape shifting, tier 3. Size alteration, tier 3. Carbon skin, tier 3. Teleportation, tier 4. 25, Chapter 25, Side Effects. The sun was a brilliant slash of gold on the horizon, painting the skyscrapers of Manhattan in morning light. But in the soundproofed sanctuary of my private training room, it was still the dead of night. I stood in the center of the padded room, the air still and cool against my skin. The power thrumming beneath my flesh was a tempestuous ocean, an entity so vast it felt alien, and yet it was as much a part of me as my own heartbeat. My previous self, the man who had woken up in this world what felt like a lifetime ago, was now a faded photograph. "Morning, boss," the system's voice chirped in my head, its cheerfulness a comical contrast to the lethal potential I now possessed. "Sleep well? Or were you up all night dreaming of all the glorious XP you get to spend?" Because I was. It was beautiful. A waterfall of pure data. "There's no time for sleep," I murmured, rolling my shoulders. The movement felt different, imbued with a sense of effortless force. "It's time for a power diagnostic." My super strength was now tier 1. I walked over to a custom-made leg press machine in the corner, a monolithic piece of equipment built from tungsten and carbon fiber, designed for soup-level strength training. The weight stack was a column of dense plates that went up to 20 tons. I loaded it to the maximum, lay down on the sled, placed my feet on the platform, and pushed. With a whisper of hydraulics, the 20 tons of metal moved with the ease of a child's toy. It was like pushing an empty shopping cart. The thought slid into my mind, I could have pushed the entire building over if I'd had the leverage. This was Homelander's strength. Next, super defense. I retrieved the Spectre pistol from my inventory, its polymer frame cool in my hand. I had no way to test myself against a nuke just yet, but you had to start somewhere. I held the pistol to my forearm, the muzzle pressing against the skin. Boss. Are you sure about this?" the system asked, a rare note of synthetic concern in its voice. "I mean, I'm pretty sure the warranty covers catastrophic hardware failure, but still, might want to start with a Nerf gun first, just to be safe." Ignoring it, I pulled the trigger. The suppressed thump was loud in the silent room. The .45 ACP round struck my skin and flattened instantly, pancaking into a deformed disc of lead and copper that dropped to the floor with a harmless tink. There was no pain, no mark, not even a flicker of redness. I then tried my carbon fiber knife, a blade so sharp it could sever Kevlar fibers on a molecular level. It skittered uselessly across my skin, the sound like a fingernail on glass, unable to find purchase. Getting frustrated with its impotence, I focused my new strength, pressing the impossibly sharp edge against the center of my palm and pushing. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, with a sickening crack, the blade snapped in half. Satisfied, I moved on to the more exotic abilities. Fire manipulation. I held out my hand, palm up. I needed an external source to command. I retrieved a simple Zippo lighter from my inventory, its familiar metallic click echoing in the gym. I sparked a small flame. I focused my will on that flickering point of heat. The flame detached from the wick, lifting into the air to hover above my palm like a miniature sun. It writhed and danced at my mental command, an obedient creature of pure energy. I made it expand into a roaring ball of fire the size of my head, yet my skin felt nothing but a pleasant warmth. I compressed it, squeezing the energy down until it became a white-hot lance of plasma, thin as a needle and humming with power, sharp enough to cut steel. I turned my attention to the 20-ton weight stack from the leg press. I lifted my hand, reaching out with my mind. A low groaning sound of protesting metal filled the room as the entire stack lifted a foot into the air, trembling under the strain. I pushed harder, but it wouldn't budge. The 10-ton limit of the Tier 3 power was a hard ceiling, but it was real. I could move small sections of mountains. Then, the next ability. This was the one that worried me. The patient I had taken it from at Sage Grove was a phaser, not a true teleporter. There could be flaws. Huey's brief stint with the power had left him naked, a walking punchline. The last thing I needed was to pop into a VOT board meeting in my boxers. "System," I asked, the words spoken aloud. "What are the parameters of this power? Are there any side effects I should be aware of?" "Side effects? Boss, you wound me," the system replied, feigning offense. "Do you really think I'd give you a beta test version of a power? When you plunder an ability, I optimize it. I'm like a master software engineer. I take their unstable coded mess, I debug it, patch the security holes, and give you the gold master version 2.0. The interface shimmered into existence before my eyes, showing a side-by-side comparison. On one side was a file for Sage Grove Patient 1138, with flashing red notes like uncontrolled spatial jumps, matter integration risk, and causes explosive diarrhea. Okay, maybe not that last one. On the other side was my version of the power, stamped with a big green stable. Their powers come from an unstable source, Compound V, the system explained, its tone shifting into a lecturer's cadence. It's like running a high-end graphics program on a computer riddled with viruses. It might work, but it's gonna be slow, it's gonna crash, and it might even fry your motherboard. I purify the power, strip out all the Compound V garbage, and integrate the pure concept of the ability directly into your being. So no, you will not end up naked, or fused halfway into a wall. I have standards. Alright, I said, a new wave of confidence washing over me. Let's try it. I focused on the far side of the massive gym, 100 feet away. I visualized the destination, the specific spot on the padded floor, down to the scuff marks. Then I activated the power. The world simply changed. One instant, I was standing by the leg press. Next, I was on the other side of the room. My clothes were still on. My stomach was still where it should be. It was a seamless transition. See, clean as a whistle. You've got 100-meter range with that thing now, by the way. Instant transmission. Very cool. A quiet satisfaction settled over me. I let the interface displaying my full list of powers shimmer before my eyes. Each one was a formidable weapon. Super strength, regeneration, cryokinesis. But as I reviewed them, one stood out as glaringly redundant. Carbon skin. A tier 3 power that granted me indestructible skin. It was the power I had risked so much to intercept from the boys, the entire reason for my elaborate shadow play with Huey and Translucent. But now it was useless. Utterly, completely useless. My tier 1 super defense made my entire body, inside and out, from my bones to my eyeballs, functionally indestructible. Carbon skin was like putting a cheap padlock on the main gate of a nuclear bunker. 26, Chapter 26, Breakfast. System, I asked. Can I get rid of a power? Get rid of it, boss, you can recycle it. Any power you possess can be converted into XP at its current tier value at any time. It's the ultimate trade-in program. Recycle carbon skin. Are you sure you want to convert carbon skin, tier 3, into 1500 experience points? Confirm. Conversion complete. You have gained 1500 XP. Current XP, 2500. The shimmery feeling of the carbon skin vanished, leaving only the absolute solidity of my tier 1 durability. I had 2500 XP. Enough for another significant upgrade. Upgrade teleportation. Power selected, teleportation, tier 4. Upgrading to tier 3 requires 1500 XP. Current XP, 2500. Do you wish to proceed? Confirm. Deducting 1500 XP. Upgrade complete. Teleportation is now tier 3. Note, maximum teleportation range has been increased to 1 kilometer. User can now perform multiple consecutive jumps with reduced mental strain. Current XP, 1000. I tested it again, this time jumping from one end of the gym to the other and back again in the blink of an eye. The process was even smoother, the mental calculation required to lock onto a destination almost instantaneous. My ability to appear and disappear had just increased tenfold. I stood in the center of the room, feeling the hum of my upgraded powers. I was a walking arsenal, a one-man army with the power of a god and the skills of a master assassin. And I was also starving. The sun was fully up now, and the long night had taken its toll. I went to the kitchen and prepared a simple breakfast, eggs, toast, and a fresh pot of coffee. I also prepared a second tray, a more traditional Japanese breakfast of grilled fish, rice, and miso soup. My most delicate and unpredictable new asset would be awake by now. I carried the tray to her guest room. The door was still closed. I balanced the tray in one hand and knocked softly. Kimiko. I called out in Japanese. I have brought you breakfast. May I come in? There was no response. After a moment, I opened the door a crack and peered inside. The room was empty. The bed was neatly made. The sketchbook I had left her was sitting on the nightstand. For a moment, I thought she had somehow escaped. Then I heard the soft sound of the shower running in the ensuite bathroom. I let out a quiet sigh of relief. This was a good sign. She was using the facilities, making herself at home. It was a world away from the feral creature I had brought here. I stepped inside the room to place the breakfast tray on a small table. Just as I did, the bathroom door opened. She stepped out wrapped in one of the white towels. Her black hair was wet and slicked back from her face while droplets of water glistened on her shoulders. She had been so fierce in the basement, but now she just looked young. The feral light in her eyes was gone and a deep watchfulness replaced it. She froze when she saw me, her hand clutching the towel tighter. Her eyes widened with a sudden jolt of surprise and vulnerability. My own brain short-circuited for a second. I was so used to seeing her as a tactical problem to be solved, that the sudden image of her as just a woman caught in a moment of privacy was disarming. Sorry, I blurted out, the Japanese words clumsy. I was just bringing breakfast. I didn't know. I averted my eyes and my cheeks felt strangely warm. It was a completely alien reaction for me and a flicker of my more human self. She didn't say anything. She just stood there as a statue of startled dignity. The silence in the room was awkward. I'll come back, I stammered, turning around and practically fleeing the room. I closed the door behind me and stood in the hallway, my heart beating a little faster than it should. Well, that was smooth, the system's voice was dripping with sarcasm. Real master of social interaction, you are. Walked in on the traumatized, mute super soldier while she was in a towel. I'm sure that did wonders for the trust-building process. Shut up, I said, a genuine wave of embarrassment washing over me. I had faced down a tier 2 powerhouse without flinching, but a simple social encounter had turned me into a stammering idiot. I waited in the hallway for 5 minutes, giving her time. As I raised my hand to knock a second time, the door swung open silently. She stood there, dressed in clean sweatpants and a t-shirt. Her wet hair was combed back, and her expression was once again a mask of guarded neutrality. She looked at the trays in my hands, then stepped aside, a clear invitation to enter. I walked in and set her tray down on the small table. I then retrieved a second chair from the corner and placed it opposite hers and set my own tray down. It was a clear gesture that I am eating with you rather than just serving you. She sat down with careful focus and I sat opposite her. We ate and it was the most awkward breakfast of my life. I was trying to project an aura of normalcy while sitting across from a living weapon who probably still wasn't sure if she should kill me or trust me. I decided to try and break the tension. My public persona as the friendly Arian Spencer was a tool I hadn't used in a while, but it was worth a shot. I picked up a piece of my toast that had been cut into a triangle. I held it up while pretending it was a shark's fin and swam it through the air towards my coffee cup with a dun dun, dun dun. I did the stupidest thing since I arrived in this world. The act was childish and it was a terrible joke. I executed the plan poorly and I felt like an idiot. Wow. Just, wow. The system's voice was flat with second-hand embarrassment. That was physically painful to watch. Please never do that again. I prepared to put the toast down in defeat, but I heard a sound from across the table. It was a soft little noise. I looked up. Kimiko stared at me and she covered her mouth with her hand. Her shoulders were shaking. It took me a second to realize what was happening. She was laughing. It was a suppressed giggle, a sound of pure amusement that she tried to hold back but she failed. Her eyes crinkled at the corners. I had only seen rage or suspicion in those eyes before. A genuine smile spread across my face. I failed as a comedian, but I succeeded at something better. I made her laugh. This victory felt more important than the joke. She picked up a small piece of her grilled fish with her chopsticks. She held the fish up and mimicked my shark fin motion, her eyes sparkling with a shared joke. We finished breakfast in a new kind of silence. The silence was not awkward and it felt comfortable. It was comfortable. It was the quiet understanding between two people who had found a tiny island of normalcy in a world of chaos. The bridge of trust between us was still fragile. It was a single thread spanning a vast canyon of trauma and suspicion. 27, Chapter 27, Bot 1. The first report came in at 6:17 a.m. It was from a frantic 911 call made by a local volunteer firefighter in rural Pennsylvania. He was reporting an uncontrolled blaze at the site of the psychiatric facility. By the time the first fire trucks arrived, the main building was already a lost cause, an inferno burning with a terrifying intensity. By 7:30 a.m., the incident was on Mr. Graves' desk. The words Sage Grove on the report sent a jolt of ice through his veins. He made a single call and within minutes Vought's corporate machine roared to life. A fleet of unmarked helicopters lifted off from Vought Tower, their rotors churning the morning air. They were carrying Vought's elite risk assessment and recovery teams, the same people who had handled the Soup Party massacre. The scene that greeted them upon arrival was one of absolute devastation. The local fire department had been ordered to stand down and form a perimeter, their hoses useless against the thermite-fueled blaze that was still hot enough to melt steel. The main asylum building was a skeletal ruin, its roof collapsed, its walls blackened and crumbling. An acrid plume of smoke billowed into the morning sky, a funeral pyre for one of Vought's darkest secrets. Graves stepped out of his helicopter, the heat of the dying fire a physical wave against his face. His expression was grim. "Get me a perimeter," he commanded, his voice sharp over the roar of the helicopter. "No one in or out. Lock this entire area down. I want our people on the ground now." The Vought teams moved in. Their initial findings were a catalogue of horrors. The fire had been impossibly hot, but it hadn't been uniform. It seemed to have originated from a single point in the sublevel, the location of Dr. Cardosa's laboratory. "Sir," Dr. Evans reported, her voice tinny over the comms. "We're finding bodies. Or what's left of them. The fire was so intense, most were just fused carbon. Dental records will be impossible. We'll have to rely on DNA fragments, if we can even find any that aren't completely denatured." They found the remains of the security staff in the control room, their bodies burned beyond recognition, slumped in the melted plastic of their chairs. They found the charred outlines of the nurses and orderlies at their stations. But it was in the patient wings that the true nature of the scene began to reveal itself. "Graves, you need to see this," Dr. Evans's voice crackled. He found her in the East Wing, standing over a body that was miraculously intact. It was encased in a semi-translucent block of ice that had somehow survived the inferno. The intense heat of the thermite fire had melted the outer layers, but the core remained frozen solid. Inside the icy tomb, the dead face of Lamplighter was clearly visible. "He was frozen solid before the fire," Evans said, her voice a mixture of awe and horror. "The ice acted as an insulator. It saved the body from the worst of the blaze." The discoveries continued. In a reinforced solitary cell, they found the shattered remains of another block of ice, and within it, the half-burned corpse of Cindy. In another wing, they found what was left of Sam Riordan's padded cell. The walls were scorched, but the floor was a mess of melted and refrozen ice. And in the center of the room, they found him. Sam Riordan's body was a grotesque sculpture of fire and ice. He had been flash-frozen, but the subsequent inferno had melted parts of him, creating a horrifying corpse. "It's the same," Graves murmured, a sickening sense of déjà vu washing over him. "It's the same as the Soup Party." The parallels were undeniable. A mass casualty event, a sophisticated method of incapacitation and an unknown perpetrator or group with a terrifyingly diverse and powerful set of abilities. The microscopic puncture wounds at the hotel, the flash freezing here were methods of a silent killer. The final reports from the other teams were the nails in the coffin. The sub-level lab had been systematically looted. Every vial of Compound V was gone. Every piece of expensive research equipment had vanished. And the central server? Its hard drives had been physically melted by the thermite charge, leaving nothing but a slag heap of useless metal. The emergency meeting was held in a place few people even knew existed. At Stan Edgar's private office on the 99th floor, a cavernous space with a massive window that looked down on the entire city. Stan Edgar sat behind his desk, a quiet point in the center of the storm. He was a man who radiated an aura of absolute control. He listened as Graves delivered his report. Madeline Stillwell sat in one of the chairs opposite his desk, her arms crossed tightly. Homelander stood near the massive window, his back to the room, staring out at the city below. His expression was a mixture of boredom and simmering rage. The evidence is conclusive, Graves finished, his voice steady despite the gravity of his words. He felt the weight of every eye in the room. Edgar's calculating stare, Stillwell's impatient glare, and the burning reflection of Homelander's gaze in the window. The attack on Sage Grove was perpetrated by the same organization responsible for what my team is now calling the Vortex Ascendant. The methodologies are a direct signature, a calling card left for us to find. He gestured to the large monitor on the wall, which split to show two sets of images. On one side, the bloodless bodies from the hotel party. On the other, the frozen remains from the asylum. First, the methodology of the kills. At the soup party, the cause of death was a microscopic puncture wound to the brain stem. Instantaneous and requiring a level of precision that is frankly unheard of. At Sage Grove, the primary cause of death for most victims was a catastrophic drop in core body temperature, essentially being flash frozen from the inside. Again, an instantaneous method that leaves little external evidence. Both methods are designed for absolute silence and efficiency. Second, the infiltration and evasion, Graves continued, his tone becoming grimmer. At the soup party, our digital forensics team found that the security camera footage for the entire floor was put on a 5-minute loop for the duration of the attack. There was no forced entry on any of the doors. At Sage Grove, the entire server farm for the security system was physically melted. In both instances, the perpetrators moved through a secure facility like ghosts, leaving no digital or physical trace of their entry or exit. And finally, the most disturbing element, the method of mass incapacitation. At both locations, a large number of soups were rendered completely unconscious simultaneously and without a struggle. And at both locations, our most advanced chemical and biological sensors have found absolutely nothing. No gas, no toxin, no airborne agent. This suggests a level of technology or a type of superhuman ability that, as I stated in my initial soup party report, we cannot currently explain. It is either an unregistered telepath, or a form of traceless sonic or radiological weapon we have never encountered. The two events are linked beyond any doubt. This is a highly sophisticated and powerful organization, and they have now hit us twice. He let that sink in before continuing, his voice dropping slightly as he delivered the most alarming new detail. 28, Chapter 28, Vought 2. At the soup party, we theorized they had a powerful telepath, someone capable of rendering an entire room full of soups unconscious simultaneously. Graves' voice was laced with a professional detachment that barely masked a deep unease. He gestured, the light catching the holographic projections. The evidence at Sage Grove also supports this as the most likely method of incapacitation. However, the nature of the executions shows a significant improvement in their capabilities. He gestured again, his hand hovering over the chilling images of Lamplighter and Sam Reardon crystalline sculptures of their former selves. They've added a new asset to their roster, a cryokinetic of incredible power. The absolute zero temperatures required to flash freeze a pyrokinetic like Lamplighter, encase a heavily reinforced cell in ice, and freeze a powerhouse like Sam Reardon from the inside out represent a level of power we have rarely witnessed. This is a weapon. A terrifying weapon, capable of manipulating thermodynamics on an incomprehensible scale. They are actively collecting powerful and diverse soup assets, Graves continued, the implication hanging heavy in the air. The telepath, the cryokinetic, we have to assume they are either recruiting or, more likely, replicating these abilities for their own agents. They are building an arsenal that mirrors our own. Graves concluded, his voice a grim pronouncement. And they stole the entire supply of the stabilized Compound V. Edgar finally spoke, his voice a low baritone that cut through the tension like a razor. Yes, sir, Graves confirmed, his jaw tight with suppressed frustration. Every last vial. Along with all of Dr. Cardosa's research, every piece of his equipment, and every byte of data from the servers before they were utterly destroyed. They now possess the means to create their own army of stable soups. An army we won't know about until it's far too late. So, to summarize, Edgar said, his gaze sweeping over the faces in the room. An unknown organization has assassinated many of our low-level assets, destroyed a top-secret research facility, stolen our most valuable and dangerous new product, and has done so without leaving a single actionable piece of intelligence. Is that an accurate assessment, Mr. Graves? Yes, sir, that is accurate. Graves' voice held a resignation that spoke of thorough investigation. Madeline finally spoke. This is an act of war, Stan. No, Madeline, Edgar corrected, his voice still unnervingly calm, a quiet certainty that defied the chaos around them. War is loud. This is a corporate takeover, executed with the precision of an assassination. They are trying to bleed us, to steal from us, to weaken us from the shadows. So what do we do? Madeline demanded, her frustration boiling over. The Z-drug narrative is holding for now, but we can't possibly pin a burned-down asylum on a street-level drug cartel. This is too big to hide. We do nothing, Edgar said simply, the two words dropping into the room like stones into a still pond. The room fell into an immediate silence. Nothing? Madeline asked, her voice incredulous, a tremor of disbelief running through it. Publicly, we do nothing, Edgar clarified, his gaze unwavering. Sage Grove does not exist. It never existed. The fire was a tragic accident at a decommissioned psychiatric hospital. The bodies found inside were unfortunate squatters. We will use every ounce of our influence with the state government and the media to bury this story so deep it will never see the light of day. We cannot afford to admit that we are vulnerable, that someone can hit us like this and truly get away with it. Homelander, who had been a silent presence until now, pushed himself off the wall. The very air in the room seemed to crackle as he moved, a tangible shift in energy. Nothing. He snarled, his voice a dangerous rumble. His eyes began to glow with a furious red light, a visual manifestation of his escalating rage. Someone blows up our property, kills our people, and we do nothing. We should be out there, tearing the city apart until we find them. And what would you look for, Homelander? Edgar asked, his gaze unwavering as he met the soup's burning stare. A ghost? A telepath? A cryokinetic? You would be a sledgehammer in a room full of smoke. You would cause untold amounts of collateral damage, destroy public trust, and ultimately find nothing. You will do what you are paid to do. You will smile for the cameras and sell our products. You should continue what you are doing. We will let the professionals handle this. Homelander floated slowly towards the desk, the air around him crackling with suppressed power, tiny arcs of energy visible to the naked eye. I am a professional. His voice was laced with raw indignation. You are the face of this company's security, Edgar corrected him, his voice dropping to a near whisper, yet carrying more weight than Homelander's unleashed rage. You are the single most valuable asset we have. Your strength lies in your presence, your power, your image. I will not have that image tarnished by having you fly around the city on a blind chase after a shadow. That is beneath you. It makes you look desperate, not powerful. He let the words sink in, a calculated appeal directed precisely at Homelander's deep-seated narcissism, a subtle manipulation that often proved more effective than direct command. This is a game of intelligence. A dirty game, a game for men like Graves. Let us handle the dirty work. We will find them for you. And when we do, when we have a name, a location, a tangible target, we will point you in their direction, and you can do what you do best. But until then, you must remain above it. You must remain the hero. For a tense moment, the fate of the city seemed to hang suspended. Then, with a low growl of pure frustration, Homelander's eyes slowly faded back to their natural blue. He knew Edgar was right. He had no target to punch, no enemy to incinerate, only an infuriating threat. Find them, Homelander hissed, his voice a chilling promise of future violence. Find them, so I can burn them. He turned abruptly and vanished, the sonic boom of his departure rattling the heavily armored glass of the window, a violent punctuation mark to his reluctant compliance. Madeline let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, a shaky exhalation. He's getting harder to control, Stan. Her voice was reflecting a deep-seated worry. He is a necessary evil, Edgar said, dismissing Homelander as a problem already managed. His gaze settled on Graves. His voice appeasing whispers moments before, now hardened into steel. Graves, your previous investigation is null and void. Your new directive is absolute and comes with unlimited resources. He leaned forward slightly, a silent assertion of authority. You will use every asset at your disposal. I want every surveillance network Vought owns dedicated to this. I want every human intelligence asset we have on the payroll activated. I want you to leverage our contracts with every three-letter agency we have in our pocket. NSA, CIA, FBI, get their data, legally or otherwise. I want a profile on every known cryokinetic on the planet, every telepath, every soup who has ever gone off-grid, no matter how obscure. Edgar paused, his eyes boring into Graves, the intensity of his stare demanding absolute attention. Furthermore, you will open a priority requisition account with our suppliers. I don't care if it's Spencer Industries, Lockheed, or some back-alley arms dealer in Marrakesh. If there is a piece of technology, a weapon, or a surveillance system that can give us an edge, you will acquire it. Price is not a concern. Your sole purpose, Edgar concluded, his voice dropping to an intense, unwavering command, is to find this organization. You will find out who they are, where they get their funding, who their assets are, and what they want. This is now the single highest priority in this company. Above the military contracts, above the 7, above everything else. It's time we reminded the world why we are the ones at the top of the food chain. It's time we started hunting back. From the silent darkness of my command center I watched it all unfold. I had a live feed from Edgar's office, the audio so clear I could hear the faint tremor in Madeline's voice as she expressed her fear. I watched them theorize, I watched their posture, I watched the fear take root in their eyes. They were terrified. And they were looking in all the wrong places. They were looking for a rival corporation, a government black ops team, and an intricate conspiracy. They were looking for an army. They would never think to look for a single man, a cryokinetic, a powerful telepath, a whole organization. The system's voice was a torrent of unrestrained glee, almost buzzing with delight. Boss, you're not just a ghost anymore. You're a damn poltergeist. You're a legend in the making. They're building a myth around you, and they don't even know your name. I took a slow sip of my coffee, the chaos unfolding in Vought Tower an entertaining drama, a carefully orchestrated play for my private viewing. Let them hunt, I said to myself, the words a soft murmur in the quiet room, a cold smile touching my lips. The more they look for an army, the less they'll see the lone soldier walking right past their gates. 29, Chapter 29, Samurai. The shared laughter over a stupid breakfast joke was a turning point. It was a tiny crack in the icy wall she had built around herself, a sliver of light in the darkness of her trauma. In the days that followed, that single crack began to spread, branching out into an intricate web of understanding. Our routine settled into a quiet domesticity. Every morning, I would bring 2 trays of breakfast to her room. We would eat in a comfortable silence, a silent conversation passing between us through shared glances and small gestures. The tension was replaced by a sense of calm acceptance. We were simply 2 people sharing a space, each with our own ghosts. After breakfast one morning, I knew it was time to address the reality of her situation. I pulled out the sketchbook and a charcoal pencil, our established method of communication. I drew a crude map of the city, with a stylized V marking Vought Tower. Then I drew a series of stick figures with menacing expressions, all radiating out from the tower, their arms outstretched as if searching. In the center of their search pattern, I drew an isolated figure of a girl with long hair. I pointed to the girl, then looked at her, my expression serious. She understood immediately. Her face hardened once more. She took the pencil from my hand. With a few quick strokes, she drew bars around the girl, trapping her. Then she drew the menacing Vought figures closing in. She tapped the drawing with the pencil, her eyes asking the unspoken question. What now? I took the sketchbook back. I drew a large building around the caged girl, a fortress with thick walls. I drew myself standing guard outside it. Then, I drew a large X over all the searching Vought figures. You are safe here. They cannot find you. I spoke the words aloud in Japanese. Vought is actively searching for you. Their security forces are turning the city upside down. They believe you are a rogue asset. Staying here is the safest place for you. They will never find you here. She looked at my drawing, then at me, her dark eyes searching my face. I could see the conflict within her. She was a weapon, and the idea of hiding, of being protected, likely chafed against every instinct she had. But she was also intelligent. She knew the power of Vought. She knew what they would do to her if they found her. She gave a single nod. With that understanding established, the dynamic between us shifted again. The penthouse was now her sanctuary. She began to explore it slowly. I gave her full access to the common areas, making it clear that the guest suite was her private space, but the rest of the apartment was a shared territory. At first, her explorations were almost timid. She would slip out of her room when she thought I was busy in my office, a silent ghost padding through the empty spaces. I would watch her on the security cameras, a small figure dwarfed by the cavernous rooms and floor-to-ceiling windows. She was fascinated by the view of the city below. She would stand at the window for hours, her hand pressed against the cool glass, just watching the tiny cars and people move far below. It was a world she had been stolen from, a world she was now seeing from a god's eye perspective. Her feral edges began to soften. The constant rage was replaced by a watchful curiosity. She discovered the entertainment system, and soon the apartment was filled with the sounds of Japanese movies and anime, a constant murmur that made the massive space feel a little less empty. I made it a point to be a non-threatening presence. I never pushed her to interact. I simply existed in the same space. I would work in my office with the door open. I would read a book in the living room while she watched a movie. I was letting her acclimate to my presence, to the idea that a person could be near her without being a threat. One afternoon, I was in the training room, practicing my cryokinesis. I was focused, creating razor-sharp sculptures of ice out of the moisture in the air, then shattering them into a cloud of glittering dust. I was so engrossed in my work that I didn't hear her enter. I turned and she was there. She stood silently in the doorway and watched me. Her expression was one of intense curiosity. She was looking at my hands, at the faint aura of cold that surrounded them. I stopped, letting the ice sculpture I was forming dissipate into a cool mist. I held up my hand, palm open, and created a small snowflake that hovered in the air above it. She took a cautious step into the room, her eyes never leaving the snowflake. She pointed at my hand, then at herself, a silent question in her eyes. You are like me. I shook my head. No, I said softly in Japanese. Vought did this to you. I am something else. She took another step closer, her gaze shifting from the snowflake to my face. She reached out a hesitant hand, to feel the cold air radiating from the ice. It was the closest she had been to me willingly since she had woken up here. In that moment, we were just two beings of immense power, acknowledging the strange reality of each other's existence. The trust between us was growing. It was no longer a single thread. It was a cord woven from shared silence and mutual respect and a common enemy. Our evenings fell into a new routine. We sat in the living room together. She sat on one couch and watched her shows. I sat on the other couch and worked on a tablet. My mind stayed deep in the digital entrails of the VOT network. I continued my surveillance of Sage Grove. One night, while watching an old samurai film, a particularly brutal fight scene came on screen. The hero was a whirlwind of motion, his katana a blur of silver. I glanced over at Kimiko. She was studying. Her eyes were narrowed, her body subtly mirroring the movements on screen. The warrior within her was still very much alive. On an impulse, I stood up and walked to the training room. I returned with two wooden practice swords. I held one out to her. She looked at the sword, then at me, her expression unreadable. She took it, the smooth wood of the handle fitting perfectly in her grasp. She stood up, her posture changing instantly. The quiet girl was replaced by the warrior. Her stance was perfect. I took my own stance opposite her, the other Bakken held loosely in my hand. Just practice, I said. She moved with a lethal grace that was breathtaking to behold. Her style was a whirlwind of ferocious strikes and impossibly fast movements. It was the style of someone who had fought for their life in the dirt and the dark. My own style was the opposite. It was a perfect synthesis of 100 different martial arts, a product of my combat mastery. I simply parried, blocked, and redirected. It was a conversation in motion. Her wild strikes would be met with a subtle shift of my wrist, a turn of my hip that would send her attack glancing harmlessly away. Her ferocious lunge would be met with a fluid block that absorbed her momentum. For 10 minutes, we moved in perfect harmony. She was the storm, and I was the unmovable mountain. With every strike she threw and every block I made, a deeper understanding passed between us. She was testing my strength, my skill and my control. I was showing her that I was her equal. That I was not a threat to be feared, but an ally to be trusted. She stopped and breathed heavily. Sweat stood on her brow. A look of grudging respect replaced her feral rage. She gave me a formal bow. It was the bow of one warrior to another. I returned the bow. That night, she didn't retreat to her own room when her movie was over. She curled up on the far end of her couch and pulled a blanket over herself. She fell asleep to the rhythmic tapping of my fingers on my tablet. She was becoming a part of my quiet life. The penthouse started to feel like a home in an unexpected way. Chapter 30, Flight 37 Tragedy. The morning sun streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the penthouse, bathing the living room in a deceptive golden warmth. Inside, it was a scene of domestic tranquility that stood in stark opposition to the chaotic reality of the world outside. I sat on the plush leather sofa, a mug of coffee in my hand. Beside me, sitting with her legs pulled up to her chest, was Kimiko. Her eyes were glued to the massive flat-screen TV mounted on the far wall. On the screen, a breaking news banner ran across the bottom in urgent red, Flight 37 Tragedy, and no survivors. Above the banner, the camera focused on a podium set up on a windswept beach. Behind it, the final resting place of a hijacked airliner. Standing at the podium, flanked by Queen Maeve, who looked pale and visibly shaken, was Homelander. He looked perfect. His cape fluttered in the sea breeze, his hair was immaculate, and his face was the grieving father of a nation. "We arrived, just 3 minutes after the plane went down," Homelander said, his voice breaking perfectly on the last word. He paused, looking down, composing himself. 3 minutes. If we had been notified sooner, if we had been part of the chain of command, we could have saved them. We could have saved them all. He looked up, staring directly into the camera, his blue eyes filled with a righteous intensity. "But we aren't in the chain of command," he continued, his voice gaining strength. "We are kept on the sidelines. And because of that, 123 people are dead, including children." Kimiko made a soft noise in her throat. Her hands were gripping her knees so tightly her knuckles were white. She hated him. She hated all of them, but there was a special kind of loathing reserved for the man in the flag. "It is a performance," I said softly, speaking in Japanese. She looked at me, her eyes questioning. "Look at his eyes," I said, pointing at the screen. "There is no sadness there. He is standing on the graves of these people just to push the propaganda and force the military's hand. Vought wants soups in the military," I explained, keeping my tone neutral. "They want the government contracts. This tragedy, it is exactly what they needed to convince the public. Now, everyone who watches this will think, if only Homelander had been in charge. They will demand it." Homelander leaned into the microphone, his voice dropping to a whisper that was broadcast to millions. "Never again. I promise you, never again." Kimiko snatched the remote from the coffee table and clicked the TV off. The screen went black, silencing the lie. She stared at the black screen for a moment longer, then let out a long breath. She stood up and looked at me, then pointed towards the kitchen. She rubbed her stomach. I smiled. "Lunch. Good idea." We moved into the kitchen. It was an expanse of stainless steel and marble that I suspected Arian Spencer had rarely used for anything more complex than pouring a drink. What are we thinking? I asked her. Something simple? Or do we try to recreate that dish from the show we watched last night? She walked over to the massive refrigerator and pulled out a variety of vegetables, bell peppers, onions, carrots, and a package of chicken breasts. She set them on the island and looked at me. Stir fry it is, I said. I rolled up the sleeves of my shirt and washed my hands. Cooking with Kimiko had become a silent ritual. It was one of the few times we interacted as complete equals, working towards a shared goal. She took the knife block. Her movements with a blade were efficient. The carrots were reduced to uniform matchsticks in seconds. The onions were diced with the precision of a machine. I handled the meat, slicing the chicken into thin strips. Pass the garlic, I said. She slid the bulb of garlic across the marble counter to me without breaking her rhythm on the peppers. I fired up the wok, the oil shimmering as it heated. I tossed in the garlic and ginger, the kitchen instantly filling with the savory aroma. Kimiko swept the vegetables into the pan at the perfect moment. We worked around each other, a dance of avoidance and cooperation. I reached for the soy sauce, she handed it to me before I could ask. She needed the sesame oil, so I slid it into her hand. Careful with the chili oil, I warned as she reached for the bottle. Last time you nearly burned a hole in the pan. She looked at me, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes, and deliberately added an extra splash. She looked back at me with a triumphant smirk. I laughed. Fine. If we die of spice poisoning, I'm blaming you in the afterlife. We plated the food and sat at the kitchen island. We didn't move to the formal dining table. That felt too formal. Here, we were close. The food was spicy, thanks to her, but good. She ate with a focused intensity, a holdover from a life where meals were not guaranteed. I watched her for a moment. She had tied her hair back while cooking, revealing the sharp line of her jaw and the soft curve of her neck. She looked so normal, just a young woman enjoying a hot meal. The soup is good, I said quietly, breaking the silence. Better than the processed stuff Vought puts in the break rooms. She looked up, nodding slowly. She gestured toward the empty plate and then gave an appreciative thumbs up before pointing at me. You are a good cook. She finished her meal and set her chopsticks down, aligning them perfectly parallel to each other. She looked at me, her expression softening. She reached out and touched the back of my hand for a brief second, a gesture of gratitude that carried more weight than 1,000 speeches. Then she stood up, took her plate to the sink, and washed it. She gave me a quiet nod before retreating to the living room to resume her vigil by the window. I have work to do, I told her, standing up. I'll be in the office. Don't open the door for anyone but me or Marcus. She nodded without looking away from the window. I walked down the hall to my office, the heavy door sealing with a reassuring click. I sat in my chair and woke the monitors. The screen flickered to life, showing the interior of a dimly lit apartment. Popclaw's apartment. She was a mess. Her hair was a tangled nest, her eyes were red-rimmed, and she was sitting on the sofa smoking weed, the thick scent of it filling the small apartment. She looked like a woman on the edge of a cliff, just waiting for the wind to push her over. A sudden gust of wind slammed through the room as A-Train arrived in a blur of high speed. The sheer force of his entrance made her jump, the joint nearly falling from her fingers. Reggie! Popclaw gasped, her voice thick with shock. She scrambled up and threw her arms around his neck, clinging to him like a lifeline. Where have you been? It's been days. I've been handling business, baby, A-Train said, his voice tight. He hugged her back, but his eyes were darting toward the door. But it's okay now. She pulled back slightly, looking at him with desperate eyes. You said we were in serious trouble. Did you fix it? I think I got it worked out, he said, forcing a small smile. Actually, I have some good news. I talked to Madeline. She agreed to let us go public. Popclaw froze, her expression flickering between hope and suspicion. Don't you lie to me, Reggie. Don't you dare. Hand on a Bible, he said, looking her straight in the eye with an earnestness that felt almost real. But listen, before we go public, I have to know. Who did you tell about the Compound V? Popclaw hesitated, her lower back hitting the edge of the table. I don't know their names. But there was this British guy, dark hair with a smug look. A real asshole. And a guy with a buzz cut, and a skinny white kid. They're all working together. Tears started to track through the grime on her face. I'm so sorry, Reggie. I was just so scared. It's fine, he soothed, his hand moving to stroke her hair. You know what I'm thinking about right now? I'm thinking about our first date. I remember looking at you and thinking, finally, there's someone who isn't just affected by my fame. I fell for you right then and there. I love you. I love you too, she whispered, leaning into him, closing her eyes as she let out a breath of pure relief. In one blurred motion, A-Train's hand swept down. He pulled a lethal dose of pure heroin from his suit. Before she could even blink, he drove the needle deep into her hands and slammed the plunger home. Popclaw gasped, her eyes wide open as the massive surge hit her heart. Why? She choked out, her voice a dying rasp. Why? He just held her tight, watching the light fade from her eyes as she slumped against him, dying slowly in the middle of the room. He stood up, wiping his eyes and began to toss the apartment. He ripped open drawers and overturned cushions. He stopped at a shelf filled with stuffed animals. He reached out and grabbed a generic-looking teddy bear. With a snarl of frustration, he ripped the bear open. A tiny camera and transmitter fell out into his hand. "Fuck," he muttered. He looked around, realizing he was being watched. Or had been. He followed the wire from the transmitter. He searched frantically until he found a hidden hard drive taped under the side table. He plugged it into Popclaw's laptop. The video was a jagged mess of movement on the screen. It showed Popclaw and him in a frantic embrace on the couch, the footage capturing the messy reality of their secret relationship. A-Train sat there, scrolling the footage backward. The time-stamp ticked in reverse until the room was empty. Then, the door on the screen swung open. A man walked into the frame. He had a shaved head, goggles pushed up around his neck, and the restless energy of someone who lived in the shadows. Frenchie. The camera had recorded him perfectly. He was only in the shot for a few seconds, but his face was captured in high resolution. A-Train froze the frame. He leaned in, his eyes narrowing as he zoomed in until Frenchie's features filled the screen. He pulled out his phone and snapped a clear photo of the monitor. He opened a secure messaging app and attached the image. He sent it directly to the VOD Intelligence and Analytics Division. 31, Chapter 31, Mesmer. I stood in the doorway of the guest suite, watching Kimiko sleep. She was curled on her side, one hand tucked under her pillow. The moonlight filtered through the sheer curtains, casting a pale glow over her face. She looked peaceful, a stark contrast to the violence that defined her waking life. I stepped back, allowing the heavy door to click shut with a sound no louder than a heartbeat. I walked quietly down the hall to my office. The screens of my command center were already active, bathing the room in a cool blue glow. On the main monitor, 2 profiles were pulled up, the result of 3 hours of digital hunting earlier that evening. 2 targets, I murmured, my eyes scanning the live data streams I had hijacked. Mesmer and Splinter. Mesmer, the washed-up child actor, the system's voice buzzed in my head. I thought we were hunting big game. He's basically in a walking midlife crisis. He's a loose end, I thought back, typing a command to sync the GPS data to my phone. In the original timeline, he betrays the boys to Homelander for a chance at redemption. He's a rat, and rats carry diseases. I tapped the second profile. Splinter, a byproduct of the Sage Grove experiments who slipped through the cracks years ago. He's a narcissist with a cloning ability. Ah, I see, you want the loot. Fair enough. Telepathy and cloning. That's a solid utility build. I reached the garage. Instead of the sedan, I chose a nondescript black motorcycle. It was easier to weave through traffic, and easier to ditch if things went sideways. I pulled on my helmet, the black visor sliding down to mask my face. My tracking algorithm had locked them down. Mesmer was stagnant in Queens. Splinter was active in Chelsea. Let's go. Mesmer's apartment building was a depressing block of brick in a neighborhood that smelled of old garbage and broken dreams. I parked the bike 2 blocks away and approached on foot, melting into the shadows of the alleyway. I checked my phone. The GPS signal from Mesmer's phone was stationary. 3rd floor, apartment 3B. I reached the fire escape. In a blink, I was the size of a large beetle. The rusted metal of the fire escape ladder became a towering structure of iron. I jumped, my Tier 1 strength propelling my tiny body upward in a blur. I kicked off the wall of the first landing, then the second, my movements were light. I finally landed on the 3rd floor balcony with a soft tink. I scurried under the gap in the window frame. The apartment was a shrine to a dead career. Posters of The Mesmerizer covered the walls, a smiling young boy who had the world at his fingertips. The man sitting on the stained beige recliner bore little resemblance to that boy. Mesmer was balding, overweight, and currently weeping softly into a glass of amber liquid as the TV blared the canned laughter of a sitcom from the 90s. I moved across the carpet, a tiny predator navigating a forest of synthetic fibers. Target scanned, Mesmer. Tier 4. Telepathy. I reached the leg of the recliner. The fabric was rough, providing easy hand holds. I moved to the back of his neck. The skin there was pale and sweaty. No ice tonight, I thought. VOD is looking for a cryokinetic. Let's give them something else to worry about. I punched. It was a normal punch that obliterated his spine, instantly severing the cord and pulping the brain stem. Mesmer went silent as his body convulsed in a violent spasm before going completely limp. The glass slipped from his fingers and fell to the carpet with a dull thud. His head lolled forward at an unnatural angle. The TV continued to play. Soup neutralized, Mesmer, Tier 4. Power, telepathy. Choose option, retain or convert. Retain, I commanded silently. Power, telepathy, Tier 4, successfully integrated. The sensation was immediate. It felt like walking into a crowded room after wearing earplugs for a year. I jumped down from the corpse, landed on the carpet, and scurried back to the window. I slipped out into the night air, leaving the apartment exactly as I had found it. The club in Chelsea was a neon-lit temple of excess. The bass from the music thumped against my chest even from the street. My intel placed Splinter here, using a credit card under an alias I had flagged hours ago. I shrank down in the shadows of a dumpster in the alley, becoming a speck of dust in the wind. I slipped through the crack under the heavy steel service door. The interior was a chaotic assault on the senses. Strobe lights flashed, bodies writhed on the dance floor. I navigated the club, sticking to the walls and the ceiling pipes to avoid being trampled by the giants dancing below. I found the VIP corridor, guarded by 2 massive bouncers. I crawled right over the shoe of the one on the left and slipped under the velvet rope. I checked the doors. Room 4. This was it. I found a vent near the ceiling and squeezed through the grate. I looked down. The room was dimly lit by red mood lighting. In the center, on a large leather couch, was a scene of pure narcissism. There was one blonde woman. She was clearly exhausted. And all around her were 5 identical men. Splinter had cloned himself 4 times. They were all engaged in a hedonistic frenzy with that blonde. Target scanned, Splinter. Tier 4. Cloning. Okay, yeah, that's gross, the system noted. Focus, I replied. I scanned the group. 4 of the Splinters were sweating profusely, their movements frantic. One looked smug and relatively fresh, sitting back slightly and holding a bottle of champagne. That was the original. The clones did the work and the original took the glory. I reached out into the girl's consciousness. It was a frantic buzz of noise. She was tired, drugged, and wanting it to be over. I pushed a single thought into her mind. Sleep. Below me, the girl's eyes fluttered. Her head lolled back against the leather cushion and her body went limp. Whoa, one of the Splinter clones said, pulling back. Is she out cold? The original Splinter laughed. He took a swig from the bottle. Guess she couldn't handle the firepower, boys. Too much man for one girl. He high-fived the clone nearest to him. Damn straight. We wore her out. My cardio is insane. Firepower, I repeated in my head. Let's test that. I dropped from the vent and fell through the air, a tiny projectile. I aimed for the original. He was leaning back, the bottle to his lips, his throat exposed. I landed on his collarbone. He didn't even have time to flinch. I drove my fist into the side of his neck. The impact was like a bullet. I punched a hole straight through his jugular and into his windpipe. Blood erupted in a high-pressure spray, coating the clone sitting next to him. The original Splinter dropped the bottle. He grabbed his neck, making a gurgling sound. His eyes bulged. As the original's brain began to panic, the clones reacted instantly. They screamed in unison, clutching their own necks as if they could feel the phantom pain. What the one clone shouted, then flickered. As the life drained from the original Splinter, the clones began to destabilize. Their skin turned gray, then translucent. The biokinetic energy that sustained them was snapping back to the source. One by one, they collapsed into piles of gray sludge that evaporated into steam. The original Splinter fell off the couch, thrashing on the floor, his blood pooling on the expensive rug. He looked around wildly, trying to see his attacker, but there was nothing there. Just an empty room and a sleeping girl. I watched him die from the top of the couch. It took less than a minute. When his heart finally stopped, the last wisp of steam from the final clone vanished. Soup neutralized, Splinter, Tier 4. Power, cloning. Choose option, retain or convert. Retain. Power, cloning, Tier 4, successfully integrated. I felt a strange sensation of multiplicity in my mind, a feeling that I could be in more than one place at once. Clean up. I scurried down to the floor. I avoided the blood. I checked the girl. She was deep in a telepathically induced slumber. She would wake up with a headache and a memory of passing out from exhaustion. She would find a dead body and call the police. The narrative would be simple. A drug-fueled heart attack or an aneurysm during sex. Or, if the autopsy found the hole in his neck, a freak accident. I made my way to the door. I slipped underneath it, out into the thumping corridor, and navigated the maze of feet back to the exit. The ride back to the penthouse was faster. The adrenaline was fading, replaced by the cold satisfaction of a job well done. I parked the bike in the garage and took the elevator up. The penthouse was quiet. I checked the time. 4 a.m. Kimiko was still asleep. I went to my office and sat down, peeling off the helmet. I could feel the new powers sitting in my mind like loaded weapons. Telepathy. Cloning. Graves is going to lose his mind, I said softly, a smile touching my lips. He's looking for an unregistered cryokinetic. Now he has a tiny assassin who kills with invisible bullets. 32, Chapter 32, Red Unit, 1. The secure line on the desk buzzed once. I reached out and tapped the speakerphone icon. Mr. Spencer, the voice on the other end said. We received the priority alert from your personal terminal. You're requesting the Mark IV tactical platforms. I am, I said, leaning back in my chair, spinning a pen between my fingers. 10 units. But I don't want the standard factory specs, Vance. I need modifications. There was a pause on the line, the sound of keyboard clatter in the background. The Mark IV is already classified military hardware, Mr. Spencer. It's designed for heavy infantry support. What kind of modifications are we talking about? Strip the hydraulic assist for the exoskeleton, I said. Remove the weight limiters. I want the external plating doubled. Use the carbon nanotube we developed for the experimental tank program last year. Internal climate control, full-spectrum sensor suites and integrated encrypted comms linked solely to my server. Sir, Vance said, his tone shifting to one of professional concern. With those modifications, particularly the additional plating without the hydraulic assist, the suit will weigh nearly 600 pounds. A human operator won't be able to move in it. They'll be statues. The operators won't be normal humans, Vance, I replied smoothly. Just build the suits. Can you meet the 48-hour window? It will require pulling the engineering team off the railgun project, Vance noted. Pull them, I ordered. And one last thing. On the chest plate, center mass. I want a designation painted in dark crimson. Just one word. Which is? Red. Red, Vance repeated. Understood. 10 units. 48 hours. Delivery to the penthouse secure elevator as usual. As usual. And Vance? No digital trail. If anyone asks, these are scrap metal from a failed prototype test. Understood, sir. The line clicked dead. I set the pen down and stood up, walking to the center of the spacious command center. System, I said aloud. It's time to expand the workforce. Cloning time. Finally, the system's voice cheered in my head. I was wondering when we were going to start our own boy band. Or a very coordinated dance troupe. Let's stick to a hit squad, I murmured. I closed my eyes, reaching inward. I felt the knot of energy that represented the cloning power I had taken from Splinter. I grasped it mentally and pulled. It felt like my cells were boiling, expanding, and splitting at hyper speed. The air around me shimmered, the light bending and warping. Pop, 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 pop. 5 distinct displacements of air. I opened my eyes. Standing in a semicircle around me were 5 men. They were wearing the same charcoal gray loungewear I was. They had the same dark hair, the same eyes, the same height. I looked at the one in the center. He looked back at me. I didn't need to speak to know what he was thinking because I was thinking it. It was like having 5 extra limbs that just happened to be detached from my torso. Check in, I said. Red 1, the clone in the center said. His voice was my voice. Red 2, said the one to his right. Red 3. Red 4. Red 5. I walked up to Red 1. I reached out and grabbed his arm. The muscle beneath the fabric was hard as iron. Power check, I commanded. Red 1 turned to the heavy steel heavy bag I kept in the corner for stress relief, a custom piece filled with lead shot. He snapped a jab. Crack. The chain holding the bag snapped instantly. The heavy bag flew across the room like a cannonball, slamming into the reinforced wall with enough force to shake the floorboards. It split open, spilling lead shot everywhere. Tier 1 strength confirmed, Red 1 said calmly, lowering his hand. I nodded. Defense. Red 2 stepped forward. He pulled a combat knife from the pocket of his pants. I hadn't even realized I'd subconsciously manifested the inventory items for them and slashed it across his own palm. The blade skittered off his skin with a metallic rasp. Not a scratch. Tier 1 defense confirmed, Red 2 said. Cryokinesis. I asked. Red 3 raised his hand. The temperature in the room plummeted instantly. A ball of ice formed above his palm. He clenched his fist and the ice shattered into diamond dust. Tier 1 cryokinesis confirmed. It was perfect. They were full-powered duplicates. You know the mission, I said to them. We are the Red Unit, Red 4 said. We are the Ghosts, Red 5 added. Dissipate, I ordered. Their forms turned gray, then translucent, then dissolved into a fine mist that rushed back into my body. The rush of energy was intoxicating as they rejoined me. I checked my watch. 8:15 a.m. I turned and walked out of the command center, the heavy steel door locking automatically behind me. I went into the kitchen. The morning light was streaming in, making the marble countertops gleam. I washed my hands and started pulling ingredients from the fridge. I grabbed a fresh fillet of salmon, some miso paste, tofu and a carton of eggs. I started cooking. The rhythm of the knife against the board was soothing. Chop, chop, chop. Scallions. Slice, slice. Salmon. 20 minutes later, the smell of grilling fish and savory miso soup filled the penthouse. I arranged the food on 2 trays, making sure the presentation was neat. I added a small bowl of pickled plums to hers. I had noticed she liked the sour taste. I walked down the hall to the guest suite. I balanced the tray on one hand and knocked 3 times. Knock, knock, knock. Kimiko, I called out in Japanese. Breakfast is ready. I heard the soft pad of bare feet on the carpet. The lock clicked. The door opened. Kimiko stood there. She was wearing a fresh set of clothes, black leggings and an oversized gray hoodie I had ordered for her. Her hair was tied back in a loose ponytail. She looked better. The dark circles under her eyes were fading. 33, Chapter 33, Red Unit 2. She looked at the food, then at me. She stepped back and opened the door wider. Good morning, I said, walking in and setting the trays on the table by the window. She nodded a greeting and sat down. She picked up her chopsticks, inspecting the fish. She looked at me, raising an eyebrow. Salted, I said, answering the unspoken question. Just a little. She took a bite. She chewed slowly, then nodded in approval. We ate in silence for a few minutes. It was a comfortable silence. She reached for the sketchbook on the table and flipped it open to a fresh page. She scribbled something quickly and turned it around. It was a drawing of a fish with a smiley face, giving a thumbs up. I chuckled. High praise. Thank you. She smirked, a tiny expression that lit up her face. She was becoming normal. Or as normal as someone like us could be. The peace was broken by the vibration of my phone on the table. I glanced at the screen. Marcus Thorne. Excuse me, I said to Kimiko. I picked up the phone. Thorn. What is it? Sir, Marcus's voice was professional, but there was an edge of urgency to it. We just received a priority communique from Vought Tower. From the executive office. I wiped my mouth with a napkin. Stan Edgar. Yes, sir. Mr. Edgar is requesting a meeting with you. Regarding. They're being vague, sir. Urgent security acquisition and consultation. They asked if you could be at Vought Tower within the hour. Tell them I accept, I said. Prepare the convoy. Full formal detail. I want the armored SUVs. Understood, sir. Convoy will be ready in 10 minutes. I hung up the phone. Kimiko had stopped eating. I have to go out, I said in Japanese. She tilted her head, pointing a chopstick at the phone. Trouble. Business, I corrected. Vought wants a meeting. At the word Vought, her hand clenched into a fist on the table. Her eyes darkened. She looked at the door, then back at me, her body tense. She made a gesture, 2 fingers walking, then pointing at herself. I go with you. No, I said gently but firmly. It's a meeting in their tower. Homelander might be there. It's too dangerous for you. She frowned, looking unhappy. She pointed at me, then made a fist. You fight. I'm not going to fight, I said. I'm going to sell them things. I'm going to smile and shake their hands and take their money. It's a different kind of war. She studied my face for a long moment. She didn't like it, but she trusted me. Slowly, her hand relaxed. Stay here, I told her. Marcus has the perimeter locked down. No one gets in. You are safe. Watch your drama show. The one with the samurai. Practice your drawing. I will be back soon. She nodded. I stood up. Finished the soup. It's good for you. I walked out of the room. The underground garage was a hive of activity. Security personnel were checking weapons and earpieces. 5 Black Spencer Industries SUVs were lined up, engines idling, their polished armor gleaming under the harsh lights. Marcus opened the rear door of the 3rd vehicle. Sir, he said. We're locked and loaded. Route is clear. I nodded and slid inside. I adjusted my tie in the reflection of the window. Navy blue suit today. Power tie. I looked like a shark in human skin. The convoy rolled out. We hit the streets of Manhattan, a line of black steel cutting through the yellow cabs and traffic. People stopped on the sidewalks to watch us pass. Wealth and power always drew a crowd. We pulled up to the VIP entrance of Vought Tower 20 minutes later. The building loomed over us, a black obelisk of corporate dominance. Statues of the 7 stood guard in the plaza, Homelander looking noble, Maeve looking fierce. It was all a lie carved in bronze. My door opened. I stepped out, flanked immediately by Marcus and 3 other guards. Waiting just inside the glass doors was a welcoming committee. Madeline Stillwell stood at the front, flanked by 2 junior executives who looked terrified. I buttoned my jacket and walked toward the doors. The automatic glass slid open. Mr. Spencer, Madeline said, stepping forward with a bright smile. She extended her hand. Thank you so much for coming on such short notice. We truly appreciate it. I took her hand. Ms. Stillwell. Always a pleasure. When Stan Edgar calls, one tends to answer. He's very eager to see you, she said, gesturing towards the elevators. These are difficult times. We value our partners. I heard about the trouble, I said as we walked through the lobby. The Z-drug crisis. Terrible business. And the fire in Pennsylvania. Madeline didn't break stride, but her smile tightened just a fraction. A tragic accident. We're very concerned about the safety of all our facilities right now. Hence the meeting. Of course, I said smoothly. Safety first. We reached the executive elevators. Stillwell scanned her badge and the doors opened. We stepped inside, Marcus following close behind. The ride to the 99th floor was silent. The air was thick with unsaid things. Stillwell was radiating stress. I could smell it on her expensive perfume, masking the scent of fierce sweat. The doors opened onto the executive floor. It was quiet and the carpet thick enough to swallow footsteps. Mr. Edgar is in his office, Stillwell said, leading the way. We reached the double doors. Mr. Spencer, she said. Mr. Edgar requested a private audience. I turned to Marcus. Stand by. Sir, Marcus nodded, taking a position by the door, his eyes scanning the hallway. I opened the door and walked in. Stan Edgar was sitting behind his desk. The room was lit mostly by the natural light from the massive window that overlooked the city. He didn't look up immediately. He finished signing a document, closed the folder and placed it precisely on a stack. Then he looked at me. His face was unreadable, his eyes dark and intelligent. 34, Chapter 34, Red Unit, 3. Arian, he said, standing up. Thank you for coming. Stan, I said, walking over to shake his hand. It's been a while. Davos, wasn't it? He said. Your father was still running the show then. He was, I agreed. You look well. I look tired, Edgar corrected, gesturing to a chair. Please, sit. I sat. Madeline mentioned urgent security needs. You sound like a man preparing for a siege. Edgar sat down, folding his hands on the desk. In a manner of speaking. I'll get straight to the point, Arian. I don't have the luxury of dancing around the issue. Vought is under attack. The drug cartels. I asked, feigning ignorance. If only, Edgar said dryly. We are dealing with a hostile entity, a sophisticated organization with military-grade capabilities. They have struck our assets with impunity. And you want me to sell you a proton pack? I joked. Edgar didn't smile. I want you to sell me the Argus grid. I leaned back, letting out a low whistle. Stan, the Argus satellite network is proprietary. It's still in beta testing with the DoD. I can't just hand over the keys. I don't want the keys, Edgar said. I want real-time thermal and facial recognition tracking on a global scale. I want to know when a mouse sneezes in one of my facilities. That's a tall order, I said. And expensive. Name your price, Edgar said instantly. It's not just about money, I countered. It's about allocation. My manufacturing lines for the sensor suites are booked solid for the next 18 months. The Pentagon, the British mod, everyone wants the new toys. I need them now, Edgar said, his voice dropping an octave. I need the sensor suites and I need your new sonic incapacitation arrays. The heavy industrial models. The ones designed for riot control. I asked. The ones designed to drop a rhino at 50 paces, Edgar corrected. I need 20 units. Shipped immediately. I tapped my finger on the armrest, pretending to calculate. Stan, you're asking me to break contracts with the US government to supply a private corporation. That's political suicide. I'm offering you the future, Edgar said. When the superhuman military bill passes, Vought will control the national defense. We will need a partner. A partner to build the infrastructure, the containment and the logistics. I am offering Spencer Industries the exclusive contract for the next 20 years. I paused. It was a staggering offer. Exclusive? I asked. Ironclad, Edgar promised. You help me secure my house now and I will make sure your company is the only one building the walls for the next generation. I looked at him. He was desperate. He was terrified of the unknown enemy that had burned his labs and frozen his soups. He needed a shield and I was the only blacksmith in town. Fine, I said. I'll shuffle the delivery schedule. I'll divert the sonic units from the Chicago order. You'll have them in 3 days. And I'll grant your security chief read-only access to the Argus feed for the North American sector. Edgar let out a breath. Thank you, Arian. Don't thank me, I said, standing up. Just have your legal team draft that exclusivity contract. I want it on my desk by morning. It will be there, Edgar said, standing as well. I should get going, I said. I have to go tell a general why his toys are going to be late. Edgar walked around the desk. I'll walk you out. I raised an eyebrow. You don't have to do that. I think it sends the right message, Edgar said. We walked out of the office together. Stillwell watched us, her eyes wide. Seeing Stan Edgar escort anyone was a statement. Seeing him escort a 25-year-old arms dealer was a declaration. We took the elevator down to the lobby. How is the rest of the business? Edgar asked as the numbers ticked down. Booming, I said. War is a growth industry. Indeed, Edgar murmured. The doors opened. The lobby was busy. As we stepped out, the conversation died. Heads turned. Stan Edgar was a myth to most of these people. Seeing him in the flesh was like seeing a unicorn. We walked towards the exit. Near the security desk, a crowd had gathered. Flashes of cameras were going off. Ah, Edgar said, stopping. It seems we have a celebrity. In the center of the crowd was Starlight. She was wearing the new costume, the white bodysuit with the high-cut legs and the plunging neckline. She looked uncomfortable, her arms crossed over her chest as if trying to cover herself, but she was smiling for the fans. Starlight, Edgar called out. The crowd parted instantly for the CEO. Starlight looked up, her eyes widening. Mr. Edgar, she said, looking surprised. I'd like to introduce you to someone, Edgar said, gesturing to me. This is Arian Spencer, CEO of Spencer Industries. Starlight looked at me. She blinked. Spencer Industries? She asked, her voice skeptical. The weapons contractor. That's us, I said, smiling. But. She looked me up and down. You look younger than I expected. I get that a lot, I said with a small smile. I took over the family business a few years ago. Wow, she said. I expected. I don't know, someone scarier. I can be scary if the situation calls for it, I said. But today I'm just a fan. A fan? She asked, raising an eyebrow. I saw the video, I said. The one of you saving that girl. It was impressive. She flushed, looking down. Yeah, well, not everyone thinks so. The people who matter do, I said. Authenticity is a rare commodity, Starlight. Don't let them grind it out of you. I glanced pointedly at her costume, then back at her eyes. Even if they try to dress it up in marketing. She looked at me, surprised by the candor. Thanks, she said quietly. I'll try. Arian, Edgar said, checking his watch. I know you have a schedule. Right, I said. Starlight. Pleasure meeting you. You too, she said. I turned and walked out the glass doors. Marcus was holding the car door open. I slid into the back seat of the SUV. Back to the penthouse, sir? Marcus asked. Yes, I said. The convoy pulled away. I watched Vought Tower recede in the distance. 35, Chapter 35, Stan Edgar, 1. 3 rhythmic knocks echoed against the heavy oak doors of the executive office on the 99th floor. "Enter," Stan Edgar's voice answered, cutting through the absolute silence of the room. The heavy doors opened and Graves stepped inside. He closed the doors securely behind him, ensuring the biometric locks engaged with a soft click. He held a leather-bound folder under his left arm. "You requested immediate notification of any anomalies matching our current threat profile, Mr. Edgar," Graves said, his voice a flat monotone. "I have two. Both occurred within the last 12 hours. "Take a seat, Graves," Edgar instructed, gesturing to the chair opposite his desk. "I assume, given that you bypassed the standard crime analytics chain of command, these are not standard incidents of our assets engaging in typical self-destructive behavior." "They are not, sir," Graves said, sitting down and placing the folder squarely on the polished wood between them. "We have 2 confirmed casualties. The first is Mesmer, discovered in his apartment in Queens. The second is Splinter, a biokinetic cloner originating from the Sage Grove program, discovered in a private VIP room at a nightclub in Chelsea." Edgar leaned back in his chair, his hands steepled beneath his chin. 2 D-list assets. One a washed-up telepath, the other a hedonist with a severe personality disorder. Neither of them holds any strategic value to this company. Why does this warrant my immediate attention? "It is not the victims that warrant your attention, sir," Graves replied, tapping the cover of the folder. "It is the methodology. They were killed within exactly 34 minutes of each other, at locations on opposite sides of the city." "A coordinated strike, then?" Edgar asked, his dark eyes focusing intently on Graves. "You believe this is the work of the same organization that orchestrated the soup party and the Sage Grove facility?" "That is where the profile diverges, Mr. Edgar," Graves said. "Please, open the folder. Look at the preliminary autopsy report for Mesmer." Edgar opened the folder, his expression remaining perfectly impassive as he scanned the first page. "Read the primary cause of death to me, Graves." "A single blunt force impact to the C1 vertebra," Graves recited from memory. "The spinal cord was completely pulverized. The sheer kinetic force required to cause that specific damage, without decapitating the target entirely, is immense." "And the crime scene?" Edgar asked, turning the page. "Pristine," Graves answered. "The door was deadbolt from the inside. The building's security cameras show no one entering or exiting his hallway for 4 hours prior to the estimated time of death. Furthermore, our sweep of the apartment yielded 0 foreign DNA, no fingerprints, no hair follicles and no trace of forced entry." Edgar slowly nodded, his eyes scanning the glossy crime scene photographs. "That matches the signature of our ghost organization." "It does," Graves agreed. "But look at the second file, sir. The incident in Chelsea." Edgar flipped to the next section. He studied the photographs for a long moment before speaking. "A nightclub. This is a significantly riskier environment than a locked apartment." "Exactly," Graves said. Splinter had rented a private room. He was in the company of a civilian female. Based on the residue, he had activated his power, creating 4 duplicates of himself. They were engaged with the civilian when the attack occurred. "And the cause of death?" "A high-velocity puncture wound," Graves stated, his voice devoid of any inflection. "It originated at the collarbone, driving downward at an extreme angle, punching a hole straight through the jugular vein and the trachea. Exsanguination was nearly instantaneous." "What of the clones?" Edgar asked. "They destabilized the moment the original host expired," Graves explained. "We were left with 1 corpse, 1 massive blood pool and the civilian." "Did she see the attacker?" "No, sir. She was unconscious. Our medical team found no trace of sedatives or narcotics in her system that would account for the depth of her coma. It resembles a neurologically induced sleep. A telepathic push, perhaps." Edgar closed the folder. "So, we have a crushed spine in Queens and a punctured throat in Chelsea. 2 different methods of execution, 34 minutes apart." "Yes, sir. You stated earlier that this profile diverges from the previous massacres," Edgar said, his tone turning analytical. "Explain your reasoning, Graves." "The soup party and Sage Grove were coordinated operations," Graves said, leaning forward slightly. "They utilized complex digital wiping of heavily encrypted corporate servers and the simultaneous executions of dozens of highly durable targets. Those events required a well-trained team, logistics and support structures. They were military campaigns. And these were intimate," Graves said firmly. "Look at the precision, Mr. Edgar. Splinter was killed in a room full of his own clones, yet only the original was targeted. Mesmer was killed quietly in his chair while his television was still running. The sheer speed of the strikes, moving from Queens to Chelsea, bypassing all security, striking with overwhelming localized force, it does not feel like a squad of operatives." "You believe this is the work of a single individual," Edgar concluded, his voice a low murmur. "A highly trained individual, yes," Graves said. "If the previous attacks were the organization making a statement, this feels like an operative tying up loose ends." "But why these 2? Edgar asked, his eyes narrowing. "Mesmer is a washed-up mind reader. Splinter is a forgotten biokinetic experiment. They have no connection to our current military contracts, no connection to Compound V distribution and no connection to each other. That is the variable we are currently analyzing, sir. It is possible they possessed information regarding the organization, or perhaps their specific power sets were deemed a threat to the operative's operational security. Or perhaps, Edgar suggested coldly, the operative simply wanted them dead. Let us return to the forensics, Graves. You are missing a key component in your presentation. You have described the damage, but you have not explained the vector of attack. How does an assassin enter a locked room, generate the force to shatter a spine and leave without disturbing a single dust mote? Graves took a breath. That brings me to the most disturbing aspect of our analysis, sir. We ran algorithmic simulations based on the angle and trajectory of the fatal blows. And what did the simulations conclude? 36, Chapter 36, Stan Edgar, 2. The strike on Mesmer, Graves began, originated from the back of the neck, hitting the C1 vertebra directly. However, the bruising pattern on the surrounding tissue is incredibly localized. It implies that the striking surface was no larger than a standard coin, yet it delivered kinetic energy equivalent to an industrial hydraulic press. Edgar's expression remained perfectly still. And Splinter. The puncture wound on his collarbone, Graves continued, was driven downward. The diameter of the entry wound is barely larger than a hypodermic needle. Yet, it carried enough velocity to tear through bone and cartilage without deflection. Furthermore, the angle of the attack suggests the assailant was positioned directly on top of the victim's chest or shoulder when the blow was struck. Positioned on the victim's shoulder, Edgar repeated, tasting the words. A striking surface the size of a coin. A puncture wound the diameter of a needle. Yes, sir. Are you suggesting a specific superhuman classification? Edgar said. I am, sir, Graves confirmed. The only tactical explanation that fits the physical evidence is an assailant with the ability to alter their physical size, one who retains their mass and kinetic output regardless of their scale. Edgar turned his chair slightly, looking out the massive window at the city sprawling beneath them. A microscopic assassin. It is an elegant solution to a complex security problem. A target the size of an insect could bypass almost any conventional perimeter. Exactly, sir, Graves said. And if this individual is working for that ghost organization, it explains how they were able to infiltrate the Soup Party and Sage Grove so flawlessly before initiating their larger operations. Edgar turned his chair back to face Graves. How many assets with this specific classification do we currently have on record? The pool is extremely limited, Mr. Edgar, Graves stated, opening the folder to the final page. Historically, size alteration is a rare manifestation of Compound V. Until recently, our most prominent asset in this category was termite. You say, was? Edgar noted. Yes, sir. Termite was discovered dead in his apartment several weeks ago. The official coroner's report ruled it a catastrophic polysubstance overdose. Our internal sweep confirmed the presence of excessive narcotics. A convenient overdose, Edgar said smoothly, his tone laced with skepticism, occurring just before this organization begins its campaign of surgical strikes. If termite is deceased, who does that leave us? We have 2 known soups with confirmed size alteration abilities on our global registry, Graves answered, reading from his notes. The first is Emma Meyer, a student currently enrolled at Godolphin University. Her power is tied to caloric intake and purging. She can shrink to a minimum size of 1 centimeter under extreme physical duress. A university student, Edgar evaluated, unlikely to possess the tactical training or the psychological conditioning required for this level of wet work. Who is the second? A mid-tier independent contractor operating under the moniker, Tiny Hero, Graves reported. His power allows for size reduction without the biological triggers required by Meyer. He has a history of freelance corporate espionage and low-level infiltration. An independent contractor, Edgar repeated. Precisely the type of asset a well-funded shadow organization would recruit, or coerce. My thoughts exactly, sir, Graves said. I recommend we bring both of them in for immediate interrogation. If they are involved, we will extract the information. If they are not, we eliminate the variables. Edgar held up a single hand, stopping Graves instantly. You will not bring them in. Not yet. Graves frowned, a rare display of confusion. Sir, if they are the assassins. If they are the assassins and they realize we are actively moving against them, they will go underground. Or worse, they will strike at our recovery teams, Edgar explained patiently. You have just detailed how this operative bypassed every security measure we have, murdering 2 of our assets with absolute impunity. You do not kick the hornet's nest when you cannot see the hornets. Then what are your orders, sir? We monitor the situation closely and act when the time is right, Edgar said, his voice lowering into a register of absolute authority. I have just concluded a very productive meeting before you arrived, Graves. I met with Arian Spencer. Graves' eyes widened a fraction. Spencer Industries? Sir, their waiting lists for advanced tech are years long. I have already secured immediate access to the Argus satellite surveillance grid for the entire North American sector. Edgar said, a hint of cold satisfaction in his voice. Furthermore, I have secured an immediate shipment of 20 prototype sonic incapacitation arrays. The heavy industrial models. The Argus grid, Graves breathed. That gives us real-time thermal tracking, and facial recognition through solid structures. Precisely, Edgar said. And the sonic arrays are designed to rupture equilibrium and liquefy soft tissue at specific frequencies. They are area denial weapons of the highest caliber. Edgar leaned forward, resting his forearms on the desk. Here is how we proceed. You will place Emma Meyer and Tiny Hero under total surveillance. I want every thermal signature they emit tracked 24 hours a day. I want to know when they eat, when they sleep and when they use their abilities. Do not let your human operatives anywhere near them. Let the satellites do the work. We monitor them to rule them out, Graves summarized. Or to confirm their guilt, Edgar corrected. If you detect any deviation in their patterns. And what if we confirm their involvement? Graves asked. You will deploy the Spencer Industries sonic arrays, Edgar said, his voice as hard as diamond. You will activate the devices at maximum frequency and you will flatten the entire city block if you have to. Understood, Mr. Edgar. Graves closed the folder and stood up. I will integrate the Argus feeds into our command center immediately, sir. The sonic arrays will be deployed to our rapid response teams the moment they arrive. Ensure that you do, Edgar said, picking up his pen, signaling the meeting was over. And Graves? Graves paused at the door. Yes, sir. Do not fail. If this shrinking assassin strikes another of our assets while under your watch, the consequences will not be limited to the victims. I understand perfectly, sir, Graves said. He opened the heavy oak doors and stepped out into the hallway, pulling his phone from his pocket before the doors even clicked shut. 37, Chapter 37, Project Odessa 1. The hum of the electric engine was the only sound on the desolate stretch of road. The armored transport rolled steadily through the darkness of the Pennsylvania countryside. Inside, the air was cool, recycled by the internal climate control of the Mark IV tactical assault suits. 5 figures sat in the rear compartment, their black matte armor absorbing the faint ambient light from the dashboard. On the chest of each suit, the word Red was stenciled in blood-colored crimson. Red 1 sat nearest the door. He rolled his neck, the servos in the suit whining almost imperceptibly. He looked down at his gloved hands. Under the armor, he was now a perfect physical replica of Sergeant Miller, a known wetwork operative for General Raddock, a man who had publicly opposed Spencer Industries' encroachment into the defense sector. Check your faces, Red 1 said, his voice a distorted growl through the helmet's comms. Red 2, sitting opposite him, tapped the side of his helmet. Biometrics confirmed. I am Corporal Banks. Confirmed, Red 3 said from the back. Lieutenant Kovacs. Good, Red 1 said. The Argus satellite passes overhead in 4 minutes. Distance to target? Red 4 asked. 5 kilometers out, Red 2 replied. We are at the drop point. Any closer and the ground sensors will pick up the tire vibrations. Red 1 reached forward and tapped the autopilot. Maintain speed, 30 kilometers per hour. The vehicle's computer chirped a confirmation. The rear doors hissed open. The 5 armored figures stepped out onto the asphalt, the night air heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. The car continued rolling down the road, a ghost ship drifting into the night. They stood on the shoulder of the road. 5 kilometers of dense forest stood between them and Project Odessa, the buried secret that had birthed the world's greatest nightmare. Red 2 stepped to the center. Link up. We will need 5 jumps to breach the perimeter. Red 1 took Red 2's right hand. Red 3 took the left. Red 4 and Red 5 grasped the shoulders of the others. Grip check, Red 2 said. Jump 1. 3, 2, 1. Pop. One moment they were standing on the roadside. Next, they were deep in the forest, surrounded by towering oaks. 1 kilometer, Red 2 stated, his breathing steady. Reorienting. North-northwest. Jump 2. Pop. They appeared in the ground wet with mud. Jump 3. Pop. They were on a ridge now. Through the trees, the faint glow of security floodlights was visible in the distance. Jump 4. Pop. The hum of a perimeter fence generator was audible. Jump 5. Execute. Pop. They materialized on the concrete access road, directly in front of the heavy steel gate of the facility. 2 guards stood in the guard booth. They jumped, startled by the sudden appearance of 5 armored giants out of thin air. 1 guard reached for the panic button. Red 4 stepped forward, extending a hand. Sleep. The guard's eyes rolled back in his head, his hand going limp inches from the alarm. He slumped forward onto the console. The 2nd guard fumbled for his rifle, his mouth opening to scream. Drop, Red 4 commanded, focusing his will. The guard's knees buckled. He collapsed to the concrete, unconscious before he hit the ground. Red 3 raised a hand. The air around the surveillance camera mounted on the gate post shimmered. Instantly, a thick coating of white frost encased the lens, blinding it. Red 1 walked to the massive steel gate. It was designed to stop a truck ramming it at full speed. He jammed his armored fingers into the small gap between the 2 sliding doors. He pulled. There was a screech of tearing metal that sounded like a dying beast. The heavy steel gears of the gate mechanism shattered with a sound like a gunshot. The doors groaned, warped and then slid apart, the metal buckling under the impossible force. They moved into the facility courtyard. It was a concrete box buried in the earth. The entrance to the underground lab was a heavy blast door set into a concrete bunker. Red 1 approached the blast door. Clang. The door caved in, a massive dent appearing in the center. The locking mechanism sheared off. He grabbed the edge of the warped metal and ripped the door from its frame, tossing it aside like a piece of cardboard. They descended the ramp into the earth. The air grew colder. The smell of ozone and antiseptic became overpowering. A squad of 4-Vought security personnel came running down the corridor, weapons raised. Hold fire. The lead guard shouted. Identify your. Red 3 swept his hand in a horizontal arc. Freeze. The air in the corridor turned white. The temperature dropped to absolute zero in a moment. The 4 guards flash frozen mid-stride, their bodies turning into statues of ice, their faces locked in expressions of surprise. Red 1 walked forward. Crunch. Shatter. The frozen bodies disintegrated into thousands of shards of red ice and frozen flesh as the armored suit plowed through them. They reached the main laboratory floor. It was an underground complex filled with humming machinery, glass observation tanks and rows of medical beds. Technicians and scientists in white coats froze as the 5 black armored figures marched in. Security. A scientist screamed, reaching for a phone. Red 5, who had been walking silently at the back, shrank. In the blink of an eye, he was a speck on the floor, moving at 60 miles per hour. He shot up the leg of the scientist's table, launched himself into the air and resized to full mass but only 6 inches of height right at the scientist's neck. He struck the scientist's jugular with a force that decapitated him internally. The scientist dropped. Red 1 grabbed a security guard by the vest and threw him. The man flew 50 feet, slamming into a reinforced glass wall with enough force to liquefy his internal organs. 38, Chapter 38, Project Odessa, 2. A scientist tried to run. Red 3 dropped a hand and touched the floor. A jagged trail of ice surged forward, instantly welding the man's legs to the concrete, which snapped off at the ankles as his momentum carried him forward. Red 2 teleported around the room, appearing behind fleeing staff. He grabbed them, teleported them 10 feet into the air and dropped them. Or he teleported them halfway into a wall. Red 4 walked calmly through the chaos. A guard aimed a pistol at him. Red 4 looked at him. End it, Red 4 whispered. The guard's hand shook. He slowly turned the gun, placed the barrel in his own mouth and pulled the trigger. Within 2 minutes, the staff of Project Odessa were dead. Red 4 tapped the side of his helmet, his internal HUD cycling through various spectrums before locking onto high-contrast thermal. Thermal imaging is active. They are in the stasis wing. To the left. They walked into the stasis wing. It was a long hall lined with glass pods and medical beds. Tubes and wires ran from the ceilings, feeding fluids into the wasted bodies of the subjects. Waste products of the Homelander project, Red 1 noted, reading the charts at the foot of the beds. Red 5 shrank down to the size of a rat. He moved to the first bed. The subject was a man with gelatinous skin, a Tier 5 mutant whose bones had dissolved years ago. He was kept in a tank of nutrient gel. He climbed the tank. He dove into the gel. He swam to the subject's face. He placed his tiny hands on the breathing tube inserted in the man's throat and squeezed. He crushed the man's trachea beneath it. Bubbles rose. The heart monitor was flatlined. He moved to the next. A woman with feathers growing out of her eyes. He resized to 1 foot tall, standing on her chest. He drew his combat knife and drove it into her heart. Red 4 moved down the line of Tier 5s. He placed his hand on the forehead of a comatose patient whose skin secreted acid. Shut down, Red 4 commanded. He sent a psychic spike directly into the medulla oblongata, commanding the heart to stop beating. The monitor turned into a solid tone. There were 7 Tier 4. One was a man made of living stone, but he was cracked. Another was a woman whose body temperature was so high she had to be kept in a liquid nitrogen bath. Red 3 approached the stone man. He placed his hand on the stone chest. He lowered the temperature until the atomic bonds of the stone structure failed. Thermal shock. Crack. The stone man's chest shattered into dust. He moved to the woman in the nitrogen bath. You like the cold? He asked. Have more. He drained the heat from the nitrogen itself, taking it down to absolute zero. The woman's blood crystallized instantly. Her heart shattered inside her chest. He moved down the line. A boy with elastic skin that had stretched too far and never snapped back. He froze him solid, then tapped him with a finger. The boy shattered like glass. There were 3 Tier 3. The first was a massive figure, strapped down with metallic weave chains. His skin was gray, like old iron. Regeneration, Red 1 said. Annoying. He grabbed the subject's head. He squeezed. The sound of the skull collapsing was like a car crusher. The regeneration factor tried to knit the bone back together, but Red 1 kept squeezing until the brain was paste. He tore the head from the body and tossed it into the corner. The second Tier 3 was telekinetic. She was lobotomized, but her power flared unconsciously, rattling the bed frame. Red 2 touched the woman's arm. Pop. They vanished. Pop. Red 2 reappeared alone. Red 1 looked at the concrete wall. A human hand was protruding from the stone, lifeless. The final Tier 3 was a man whose body generated lethal radiation. He was kept in a lead-lined box. Red 3 approached the lead glass. He placed his hands on the glass. The lead grew white with frost. The man inside, glowing with green energy, began to dim. The cold sapped the energy, slowing the atomic reaction. The man shivered, his glow fading to a dull pulse. Then Red 3 clenched his fist. He froze the fluid in the man's eyes, expanding it until it pierced the brain. Red 1 and Red 2 went to the equipment lockers. They began grabbing the multi-million-dollar sequencers, the centrifuges and the scanning arrays. Red 1 touched a massive electron microscope. It vanished. He touched a rack of servers. Vanished. Red 2 teleported around the room, touching the heavy machinery mounted to the ceilings. Touch. Vanish. Touch. Vanish. Within 10 minutes, the facility was stripped bare. Red 4 was standing at the main terminal. He had plugged a data spike into the port. Copying. Encryption bypassed. Downloading. Complete. He typed a command. Drives formatted. Overwriting with garbage data. Red 1 reached into his inventory accessing the shared storage of the host and pulled out the incendiary canister. He walked to the center of the empty lab. He placed the canister on the floor. Timer set. 60 seconds, he said. They formed the chain again. Red 2 took point. Jump 1. Pop. They were at the blast door. Jump 2. Pop. They were at the courtyard gate. Jump 3. Pop. They were in the woods, the facility lights fading behind them. Jump 4. Pop. 1 kilometer out. They stopped. Red 1 looked back. Through the trees, the ground rumbled. A muffled thump echoed from the earth. Then, the ventilation shafts protruding from the ground in the distance began to spew fire. Jump 5. Pop. They materialized inside the moving vehicle. The car accelerated, the autopilot disengaging as Red 1 took the wheel. They drove for 30 minutes, heading deeper into the state, towards a known black site operated by General Raddock. They pulled the car off the road, hiding it in a dense copse of trees less than a mile from Raddock's base. They stepped out of the car. They stood in the dark woods, the lights of Raddock's base visible through the leaves. In unison, they relaxed their hold on the physical world. The armor, the bodies, the weapons, it all turned gray, then smoky. 5 figures dissolved into mist. The mist swirled for a moment in the night air, then shot upwards, streaking across the sky, returning to the source in New York City. 39, Chapter 39, Spoils of War. I sat in the silence of my command center, the high-backed leather chair supporting me as the last wisps of the gray mist dissipated into my skin. The physical sensation of their return was a sudden influx of memories and sensory data that wasn't mine, yet belonged to me completely. I felt the phantom recoil of the gate being ripped open, the chill of the cryokinetic blasts and the grim satisfaction of the kills. "Welcome back, boys," the system's voice cheered in my head, vibrating with the digital equivalent of a standing ovation. That was a masterclass. Clean, brutal and totally framed on the wrong guy. General Raddock is going to have a very bad week. But enough about politics. Let's get to the best part. "The harvest," I murmured, leaning forward. "Exactly. The loot. Open the bag, boss, let's see what we got." I focused my will and the interface materialized in my vision, glowing with a soft blue hue against the darkness of the room. Plunder queue, processing. Processing 11 Tier 5 subjects. Soup neutralized, Subject 89, gelatinous physiology. Power, bone-free structure. Convert. Soup neutralized, Subject 92, feathered vision. Power, avian ocular mutation. Convert. Soup neutralized, Subject 104, minor acid secretion. Power, pH 4.0 skin secretion. Convert. The list went on. 11 lives, 11 tragic mistakes of Vought science and 11 tiny sparks of power snuffing out. None of them were worth retaining. Convert all, I commanded. Converting 11 Tier 5 powers. Conversion complete. Plus 1100 XP. Processing 7 Tier 4 subjects. Soup neutralized, Subject 44, stone skin. Power, dermal calcification. Convert. Soup neutralized, Subject 51, thermal regulation. Power, nitrogen manipulation, self. Convert. Soup neutralized, Subject 67, elasticity. Power, stretching, limited. Convert. My Tier 1 durability and cryokinesis already far outstripped anything these poor souls possessed. Convert all. Converting 7 Tier 4 powers. Conversion complete. Plus 3500 XP. Processing 3 Tier 3 subjects. Soup neutralized, Subject 12, iron regenerator. Power, regeneration, Tier 3, metallic dermis, Tier 3. Convert. My regeneration is Tier 1. My super defense is Tier 1. Useless. Convert. Soup neutralized, Subject 19, telekinetic. Power, telekinesis, Tier 3. Convert. I already have Tier 3 telekinesis. Convert. Soup neutralized, Subject 22, reactor. Power, radioactive emission, Tier 3. Convert. Walking Chernobyl? No thanks. Convert. Converting 3 Tier 3 powers. Conversion complete. Plus 4500 XP. The notifications cleared, replaced by the summary screen. The numbers rolled up, a satisfying tally of destruction. Harvest complete. XP gained. Tier 5 conversions, 1100 XP. Tier 4 conversions, 3500 XP. Tier 3 conversions, 4500 XP. Total gain, 9100 XP. Previous balance, 1000 XP. Current total XP, 10,100. I sat back, letting out a long breath. System, I said, my voice steady. Open the upgrade interface. You got it, boss. We are shopping in the luxury aisle today. What's on the menu? We've got defense, we've got offense, we've got utility. But if I may make a suggestion, you're strong enough to throw a tank and you're tough enough to eat a missile. But you're still moving like a Prius in a Formula 1 race compared to the big guy. Speed, I agreed. My super speed was tier 2. It was impressive I could dodge bullets, move faster than the eye could track in bursts. But Homelander, he moved at velocities that defied physics. Upgrade super speed to tier 1, I ordered. Excellent choice. Speed kills, baby. Initiating upgrade. Power selected, super speed, tier 2. Upgrade to tier 1 requires 5000 XP. Current XP, 10,100. Do you wish to proceed? Confirm. Deducting 5000 XP. Upgrade in progress. The sensation hit me instantly. It felt like my nervous system was being stripped out and replaced with fiber optics. The world around me seemed to lurch. The hum of the servers dropped in pitch, slowing to a rhythmic thrum. I watched a speck of dust floating in the air. It stopped moving. I stood up. I moved my hand. To my eyes, it looked normal. But the wind generated by the movement blew a stack of papers off my desk as if a gale had struck. Upgrade complete. Power evolved, super speed, tier 2, super speed, tier 1. Capabilities, reflexes enhanced to light speed processing. Movement speed capable of reaching Mach 30. Atmospheric friction generated by movement is nullified by a secondary durability field, part of the system optimization. I took a deep breath. My perception of time had shifted. I looked at the coffee cup on my desk. I reached out, grabbed it, took a sip and set it down. To a normal observer, the coffee level would have just dropped instantly. Next, I said, my voice sounding strange to my own ears until I adjusted my perception back to normal time. The teleportation range. 1 kilometer is good for tactical insertions, but for strategic movement, it's limiting. Agreed. Hopping 1 kilometer at a time to get across the state is tedious. Let's stretch those legs. Upgrade teleportation to tier 2. Power selected, teleportation, tier 3. Upgrade to tier 2 requires 3000 XP. Current XP, 5100. Do you wish to proceed? Confirm. Deducting 3000 XP. Upgrade in progress. This sensation was mental. It felt like the map in my head was unfolding, the fog of war pushing back. My spatial awareness expanded violently. Upgrade complete. Teleportation is now tier 2. Range increased to 10 kilometers. Line of sight requirement removed for known locations. Mental anchor stability increased. 10 kilometers. I could cross the entire city in 2 jumps. I could infiltrate almost any facility from a safe distance. I have 2100 XP remaining, I noted. Plenty for a mid-tier polish, the system said. What's the play? I looked at my list. Telepathy. It was currently tier 4, acquired from Mesmer. Upgrade telepathy, I commanded. Power selected, telepathy, tier 4. Upgrade to tier 3 requires 1500 XP. Current XP, 2100. Do you wish to proceed? Confirm. Deducting 1500 XP. Upgrade in progress. The headache was instant but fleeting, like a camera flash going off behind my eyes. Then, the noise started. I could hear Marcus in the hallway, thinking about the security rotation. I could hear Kimiko in her room, an abstract stream of images and colors rather than words. Upgrade complete. Telepathy is now tier 3. Range increased to 100 meters. Mind control/suggestion capability significantly improved. You can now influence actions and erase short-term memories. I rubbed my temples as the influx of data settled. I dialed down the sensitivity, silencing the voices of my staff until they were just a background murmur. Status, I said. Final status. Current XP, 600. Powers. Cryokinesis, tier 1. Regeneration, tier 1. Super strength, tier 1. Super defense, tier 1. Super speed, tier 1, upgraded. Teleportation, tier 2, upgraded. Super stamina, tier 2. Enhanced senses, tier 2. Fire manipulation, tier 3. Telekinesis, tier 3. Shape-shifting, tier 3. Size alteration, tier 3. Telepathy, tier 3, upgraded. Cloning, tier 4. I looked at the list. It was beautiful. Physically, I was now in the same weight class as the gods of this world. And with the tier 2 teleportation and tier 3 telepathy, I had utility options that they couldn't even dream of. I stood up, the movement a blur of speed that didn't even disturb the air. I walked to the window, looking out at the city. Hi guys, it's Fanfic Novel here. If you want to listen to all parts of this audiobooks, join our paid service. For $5 per month you get access to all parts and to plus 100 novels with audiobooks. Also you can request weekly your favorite novels. What are you waiting for? Contact me now at Telegram or Discord. 40, Chapter 40, Black Swan, 1. The bedside clock read 3:12 a.m. The room was silent, save for the low hum of the central air conditioning. Stan Edgar slept as he lived, perfectly still, entirely composed and without a wasted movement. He slept like the sleep of a man whose conscience had been surgically removed decades ago in the name of efficiency. The vibration of the phone on the mahogany nightstand was a subtle intrusion, but to a man of Edgar's discipline, it was a siren. He opened his eyes. He transitioned from sleep to wakefulness in a single second. He reached out, his hands steady in the darkness, and picked up the secure device. The screen displayed a single name, Graves. Edgar tapped the green icon and brought the phone to his ear. "Speak," Edgar said, his voice a gravelly baritone, untouched by sleep. "Sir." Graves' voice was strained like the sound of a man watching a disaster unfold in real time. "Project Odessa. It's gone." Edgar lay in the dark for a moment, processing the words. "Gone." Edgar repeated, his tone devoid of inflection. "Clarify." "Burned, sir. The entire facility. Sub-levels 1 through 4 are an inferno. There are no survivors. And the monitoring station went dark 12 minutes ago." Edgar sat up, placing his feet on the cool hardwood floor. "I will be at the tower in 20 minutes. Have the situation room prepped." "And Graves?" "Yes, sir. Use the new eyes. I want to see everything." "Already online, sir." Edgar ended the call. He stood and walked to his closet. He was dressed in a charcoal suit, a crisp white shirt and a black tie. He tied the knot by feel, pulling it tight against his collar. The drive to Vought Tower was a blur of empty streets and yellow streetlights. Edgar sat in the back of his town car, his hands folded in his lap, watching the city pass by. When he arrived at the tower, the lobby was empty, a cavern of glass and steel echoing with silence. He bypassed the main elevators and took the private lift directly to the sub-basement levels, far below the public face of the Seven. The doors opened onto the intelligence division. Usually, this room was a hive of activity, analysts monitoring social media trends and crime rates. Tonight, it was cleared out. Only Graves and 2 senior technicians remained, standing before the massive wall of monitors. On the main screen, a satellite feed showed a thermal image of a forest in Pennsylvania. A bright white blotch dominated the center of the screen, the heat signature of the fire-consuming Project Odessa. "Report," Edgar said, walking to the center of the room. Graves turned. He looked pale, dark circles under his eyes. "The local fire department has been blocked by our perimeter teams, but the smoke column will be visible for miles at dawn." "The cause?" "Hostile action," Graves said. "We have the footage. Or rather, we have what the cameras couldn't see." Graves gestured to a technician. "Bring up the Argus feed. Rewind to 0200 hours. "Argus," Edgar noted. "Spencer's satellite grid." "Yes, sir," Graves said. "We integrated the feed 3 hours ago. Just in time." The main screen shifted. The thermal view changed, the resolution becoming terrifyingly crisp. It showed a bird's-eye view of the facility before the fire. "Here," Graves pointed. 5 thermal signatures. They appeared at the main gate out of thin air. Edgar saw the 5 blobs of heat appear. He saw the heat signatures of the 2 Vought guards in the booth dim and slump instantly. "Telepathy," Edgar murmured. "Or a sonic weapon." "Telepathy," Graves corrected. "Watch the movement." The video played out. Edgar watched as one of the thermal figures approached the massive steel gate. He saw the figure place hands on the metal. The thermal flared white at the point of contact, the heat of extreme friction and kinetic energy transfer. The gate buckled and slid open. "Superhuman strength," Edgar analyzed. "Keep watching, sir. This is where the Spencer technology pays for itself." The figures moved into the courtyard. They were wearing heavy armor. Standard optical cameras would have seen nothing but black shapes. But the Argus satellite was equipped with multispectral imaging, capable of penetrating density layers to map the heat patterns of the biological forms beneath the ceramic plating. "Isolate and enhance," Graves ordered. "Peel back the armor." The digital image stripped away the outer layers of the tactical suits, revealing the thermal maps of the faces underneath. The resolution was imperfect, but the biometric facial structure was unmistakable. "Run against the Global Defense Database," Graves commanded. Processing bars flashed on the side screens. "Facial geometry, bone structure, thermal vascular patterns. Match found." 5 profiles popped up on the right-hand screen. 5 military ID photos. Edgar stepped closer, his eyes scanning the data. Name: Miller, John. Rank: Sergeant. Unit: 4th Special Forces Group, Airborne. Status: Active Duty. Name: Banks, David. Rank: Corporal. Unit: 4th Special Forces Group, Airborne. Status: Active Duty. Name: Kovacs, Peter. Rank: Lieutenant. Unit: 4th Special Forces Group, Airborne. Status: Active Duty. Name: Davis, Michael. Rank: Private First Class. Unit: 4th Special Forces Group, Airborne. Status: Active Duty. Name: Chen Wei. Rank: Specialist. Unit: 4th Special Forces Group, Airborne. Status: Active Duty. "The 4th Group," Edgar said softly. "General Radek's personal wet work team." "It gets worse, sir," Graves said. The video continued. The 5 figures moved down the ramp. They encountered a squad of Vought security. Lieutenant Kovacs stepped forward. The thermal display showed the temperature in the tunnel drop instantly. The heat signatures of the Vought guards turned blue-black on the screen. Cryokinesis, Edgar said. The assault team moved deeper. The figure identified as Specialist Chin vanished from the thermal view, his mass shrinking to a pinpoint of intense heat that moved at bullet speed. Size alteration, Graves confirmed. That's our shrinking assassin. And then, the figures gathered in a circle, holding hands. The thermal signatures winked out of existence and reappeared instantly inside the secure lab. Teleportation, Edgar noted. The massacre inside the lab was efficient, brutal and fast. Edgar watched as Sergeant Miller tore through the reinforced doors. He watched Kovacs freeze the staff. He watched Davis simply walk past armed guards who turned their weapons on themselves. Telepathy, Edgar added. Within 10 minutes, the entire facility was dead. The heat signatures of the patients in the stasis wing were snuffed out one by one. 41, Chapter 41, Black Swan, 2, Bonus Chapter. They liquidated our assets, Graves said, his voice trembling slightly. Massacre every test subject. And look. On the screen, the figures were moving equipment. Expensive machinery vanished into thin air as they touched it. Where is it going? Edgar asked. Unknown, Graves said. It just disappears. Spatial pocket, teleportation cache. We don't know, but they stripped the lab bare. The video ended with the thermal bloom of the thermite charge, washing out the screen in white. Edgar turned away from the screen, walking slowly to the window that looked out over the dark city. He clasped his hands behind his back. General Raddock, Edgar said, the name tasting like ash. A man who has publicly decried the use of soups in the military for years. A man who lobbies for traditional kinetic warfare. It appears his public stance was a diversion, Graves suggested. It appears so, Edgar agreed. He turned back to the screen, looking at the 5 faces of the soldiers. Look at them, Graves, Edgar said, his voice carrying a strange note. Sir. Look at how they move, Edgar said, gesturing to the frozen image of the team breaching the gate. He pointed to Sergeant Miller. A brute who opens doors, not a hero who poses for photos. He pointed to Corporal Banks. A transport system, not a celebrity. He pointed to Lieutenant Kovacs. A weapon of mass destruction who follows orders. This lineup, Edgar said, his eyes gleaming in the blue light. It is better than the 7. Graves stayed silent, knowing better than to interrupt. The 7, Edgar continued, his voice dripping with disdain, are children, drug addicts and narcissists. Homelander is a mood swing away from lasering a city block. A-Train is a junkie. Deep is an idiot. They are products, yes, but they are defective products. They require constant management and constant cleanup. He looked at the 5 soldiers on the screen. But these men, these are soldiers. And their powers complement each other perfectly. The telepath neutralizes the threat, the cryokinetic alters the battlefield, the teleporter provides mobility, the brute provides force and the shrinker provides infiltration. It is a perfect tactical unit. A combined arms approach to superhuman warfare. They wiped out a black site in 10 minutes, Graves whispered, without a single casualty. Exactly, Edgar said. This is what I have been trying to sell to the Pentagon for decades. And it seems. General Raddock has beaten me to it. Edgar walked back to the desk and sat down. The admiration faded into the cold calculus of business. How? Edgar asked. Sir. How do 5 active duty soldiers in the United States Army possess such stable superhuman abilities? Edgar asked. Graves tapped a command into his tablet, bringing up a secondary window on the main monitor. Our technicians just completed a forced entry into the Department of Defense's classified personnel archives. Look at these files, sir. These are the team's medical records from their last deployment. 6 months ago, Sergeant Miller and his men were baseline humans. They must have been injected with Compound V very recently. Obviously, Edgar snapped. But Compound V is not something you brew in a bathtub, Graves. It is the most complex chemical formula on Earth. It kills adults more often than it empowers them. To create a team like this, 5 successes in a row with stable powers, that requires the refined formula. The stabilized version we were developing at Sage Grove. But there is a clear progression in their capabilities, sir, Graves noted, tapping a finger against the tablet to highlight the chronological data. The violence we witnessed at the soup party and the signatures left at Sage Grove were consistent with high-output physical force, telepathic suppression and extreme cryokinetic energy. Our leading hypothesis is that they developed a slightly less refined version of the serum through an initial leak, allowing them to field their primary hitters. However, once they successfully hit Sage Grove and secured Cardosa's stabilized formula along with the complete research data, they clearly perfected the integration. That is how they managed to manifest the shrinking and teleportation capabilities we witnessed tonight. Correct, Edgar said. The room fell into a heavy silence. Edgar looked at his hands. Vought International is the sole manufacturer of Compound V. We control the supply chain from the raw materials to the final vial. And there is one strategic ingredient that is found in only one place in the world. A mine that we own. A refinement process that we patented. He looked up at Graves, his eyes cold as liquid nitrogen. No one else can make V, Graves. It is physically impossible. You cannot reverse engineer the catalyst without the source. So. Graves swallowed hard. So they didn't make it. No, Edgar said. They didn't. They acquired it, Graves finished. From us. We have a leak, Edgar stated. A leak at the highest level of this company. Someone has been siphoning the stabilized V, someone has been supplying General Raddock and his shadow program. Someone has handed the US military the keys to our kingdom. Who? Graves asked. That, Edgar said, is the question. He stood up and walked to the wall of monitors. He looked at the face of Sergeant Miller again. This video, Edgar said. It never leaves this room. You will purge it from the Argus servers immediately after we are done. As far as the world is concerned, this footage never existed. Sir, but this is proof. We could go to the president. We could bury Raddock. And admit that Vought has lost control of its proprietary technology. Edgar asked sharply. Admit that the US military now has super soldiers that answer to them, not us. If this gets out, our stock price goes to zero. The moment the government realizes they don't need us to make soups, we are obsolete. So we keep it secret, Graves said. We keep it buried, Edgar corrected. We let Raddock think he is unseen. We let him think his little red unit is a secret. Edgar turned to Graves. You will initiate a Tier 1 internal audit. I want every milligram of Compound V produced in the last 5 years accounted for. I want the financial records of every executive, every scientist and every board member scrutinized. You will find the traitor who gave Raddock the formula. And when I find them, bring the name to me. I will handle the rest. Edgar said. He looked back at the screen one last time. P.S. Honestly, I was just peacefully writing and then Webnovel sent me a notification about a comment from ID Zinkango saying we reached the 100 Power Stone goal for the bonus chapter. Now I have no choice but to upload this bonus chapter. Hahaha. 42, Chapter 42, Phantom Platoon, 1. The Situation Room in the basement of the West Wing was a space designed to strip away the concept of time. There were no windows to show the sun rising over the Potomac. The air was recycled and kept at a constant 68 degrees. The only light came from the massive digital maps on the walls and the harsh fluorescence overhead that hummed with a low frequency. It was 4:15 a.m. The mood around the long mahogany table was less national crisis and more hostile negotiation. President Robert Dakota Bob Singer, not yet elected to the Oval Office in the public eye, but currently serving as the Secretary of Defense and acting as the President's proxy for superhuman affairs due to the incumbent's medical leave, sat at the head of the table. He rubbed his temples, his eyes bloodshot. A styrofoam cup of lukewarm coffee sat untouched in front of him. To his right sat General Francis Ironhead Higgins, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He was a man carved from granite, his uniform immaculate despite the hour, though his jaw was set in a line of irritation that threatened to crack his molars. To his left was Director Rayner of the CIA, looking disheveled and frantic, clutching a tablet like a shield. And standing at the far end of the room, looking like the only person who actually wanted to be there, was Grace Mallory. Grace, Singer rumbled, his voice a gravelly rasp. You have exactly 3 minutes to convince me that dragging the Joint Chiefs and the Director of the CIA out of bed before the birds are even awake was not a fireable offense. And since you're retired, I mean, fireable, in the sense that I have you fired out of a cannon. Mallory placed a thick file folder on the table. It landed with a dull thud that echoed in the silent room. You're not sleeping, Bob, Mallory said, her voice sharp. Not with what's happening in New York and Pennsylvania. The fire at the psych ward. General Higgins grunted, crossing his massive arms. State police ruled it an electrical fault. Why is this a federal issue? Because it wasn't an electrical fault, Mallory stated. And the 16 dead bodies at the Gilded Lily Hotel weren't a drug overdose. And the crater that used to be a research facility in the Pennsylvania woods wasn't a gas leak. She opened the folder. She slid 3 high-resolution photographs across the polished table. The first showed the interior of the Gilded Lily suite, leaked from a police source before Vought clamped down. It showed the bodies. The second showed the half-melted remains of the Sage Grove main gate, the steel warped by impossible cold and force. The third was a satellite image of the Project Odessa site. The thermal residue, even hours later, was blindingly white. Gentlemen, Mallory said, we are looking at a shadow war. And Vought isn't the one winning it. Director Rayner picked up the photo of the Gilded Lily. We've heard the chatter, Grace. The Z-drug. Vaught's already spinning it. It's a lie, Mallory snapped. I have contacts in the coroner's office who saw the bodies before Vaught's cleaners arrived. They were neutralized instantly. All of them. She pointed to the Sage Grove photo. And this? This was a tactical demolition. The facility was stripped of assets and then burned with thermite to destroy the evidence. General Higgins leaned forward, picking up the photo of the Odessa site. He squinted at the blast pattern on the gate. He traced the line of entry with a calloused finger. Breach and clear, Higgins muttered. Look at the spacing of the takedowns on the perimeter guards. 2 distinct drop points. Simultaneous engagement. The guards didn't even unholster their sidearms. He looked up at Mallory, a strange glint in his eye. Who hit this facility, Grace? We don't know, Mallory admitted. But look at the pattern. High-value Vought targets. 0 civilian casualties. And 0 collateral damage to non-Vought infrastructure. Whoever did this infiltrated a high-security hotel, a black site asylum and a hidden research bunker. They went in, they killed every soup and Vought contractor inside and they vanished without leaving a single trace of DNA or digital footprint. Singer sat up straighter, the fog of sleep clearing from his eyes. You're saying it's a team? It has to be, Mallory said. The coordination required to pull off the Gilded Lily hit alone, looping the security feeds, neutralizing the targets, planting the cover story, that's a squad-level operation. 5, maybe 6 highly specialized operatives. And the discipline, General Higgins added, his voice dropping to a low rumble of appreciation. He tapped the photo of the Gilded Lily again. Look at the positioning of the bodies. The targets were identified, isolated and terminated with extreme prejudice. This was a professional hit squad. Do you think it's a Vought rival? Rayner suggested. Maybe a foreign state actor? The Russians? No, Higgins shook his head firmly. Foreign actors want credit, or they screw it up. This. He gestured to the destruction of Project Odessa. This smells like American doctrine. Overwhelming force applied with surgical precision. The thermite charges? The lack of forensics. That's the Army Field Manual, Chapter 5. That's Ranger School. That's Delta. The room went silent. The implication hung in the cold air. Are you suggesting, Singer asked slowly, that we have an active Special Forces unit operating on domestic soil, targeting a private corporation, without my knowledge? No, sir, Higgins said, his tone shifting to one of professional certainty. A domestic strike of this magnitude would require a specific set of authorizations that haven't crossed my desk. If a tactical hit were operating in that sector, I would be the one holding the leash. Every unit capable of this is either in their barracks or on a scheduled deployment. These operatives are completely off the grid. 43, Chapter 43, Phantom Platoon, 2, Bonus Chapter. Then who are they? Singer demanded. Mallory leaned on the table, looking each man in the eye. What if they aren't active duty? Higgins frowned. Mercenaries. Retired patriots, Mallory corrected. Or disavowed. Men who spent their lives fighting for this country, only to come home and see a corporation like Vought turning our national defense into a reality TV show. Men who know the danger soups pose because they've seen the collateral damage up close. She gestured to the photos. Think about it. Who else has the training to breach a black site undetected? Who else has the discipline to kill 16 super-powered beings without losing a single man? Who else has the moral code to ensure not a single civilian bystander was harmed in 3 separate high-intensity engagements? Higgins stared at the photo of the destroyed gate. A slow nod traveled around the table. It made sense. It fit the profile. Old warhorses, Higgins murmured. Guys who didn't like being put out to pasture. Maybe a team that served together. Gulf War. Early Afghanistan. And they're targeting Vought, Rayner said, her eyes widening. They're doing the job we can't do because of the red tape. They're vigilantes, Singer said, but his voice lacked the usual condemnation. Highly trained and incredibly dangerous vigilantes. They're winning, Mallory said. And Vought is scared. I have intercepts from the tower. Edgar is locking down everything. They don't know who they're fighting. They think it's a massive conspiracy. They don't realize it's likely just a fire team of pissed-off veterans. The general let out a short laughter. It was a humorless sound, but there was a distinct note of pride in it. God damn. If that's true, if it really is just a handful of our boys taking Vought to the cleaners, you almost have to admire the balls on them. Admiring them is one thing, General, Singer said, his politician's mask slipping back into place. Allowing a rogue paramilitary unit to conduct domestic warfare is another. If Vought finds out these are former military, they will spin this into a coup. They'll say the government is attacking them. It could start a civil war. Vought doesn't know yet, Mallory said. But we have an opportunity here. To do what? Rayner asked. Arrest them. To use them, Mallory said. Singer raised an eyebrow. Explain. We are fighting a losing battle against Vaught's military bill, Mallory stated. This team, this Phantom Platoon, or whatever they are getting into places we can't. They are finding things we can't. They stripped Sage Grove clean. That means they have Vaught's dirty laundry. If we can get that evidence. Singer mused. Exactly, Mallory said. But we can't just knock on their door. We don't know who they are. And more importantly, we can't let Vought know we're looking for them. Vought has ears everywhere. Half your staff is probably on their payroll, Bob. If we make a move, if we try to track them through official channels, Vought will intercept it. They'll find the team and kill them before we ever make contact. So we can't talk to them, Higgins said. Not directly, Mallory said. But we can leave a door open. A signal, Rayner realized. Yes, Mallory corrected. We know their pattern. They hit Vaught's soft underbelly. Labs, holding facilities, and places where Vought hides their mistakes. We can predict their next target. How? Singer asked. Because I have the same list of black sites that they seem to be working off of, Mallory lied smoothly. She didn't, not really, but she knew how to play the game. There's a Vought logistics hub in Jersey. Low security and high traffic of sensitive materials. It fits their profile perfectly. We leave a package at that site. A package? Higgins asked. A secure drive, Mallory explained. encrypted with a CIA handshake code, something only a professional would recognize. We leave it in a place they're guaranteed to find if they toss the place. Inside the drive, we put a single text file. A secure, one-way line. You want to open a chat room with a death squad, Singer summarized dryly. I want to offer an exchange, Mallory said. They give us the evidence. We give them targets. We point them at the places Vought actually cares about. We make them our weapon. The room fell silent again. General Higgins looked at the photo of the destroyed research lab. He saw soldiers doing what soldiers did best, destroying the enemy. I say we do it, Higgins said, his voice firm. If these are our boys, they're fighting the good fight. They're doing the job we're too tied up to do. Hell, I'd buy them a beer if I could. General, Singer warned. I'm just saying, sir, Higgins shrugged. Better they take orders from us than run wild. Director Rayner nodded slowly. If we get that evidence first, we can stop the military bill. Singer rubbed his face with both hands, looking older than his years. He looked at the photos of the dead soups. He thought about the polls, the pressure and the terrifying power of Homelander. Fine, Singer said. But this stays off the books. If this blows up, Mallory, I never authorized it. You're acting as a rogue agent. I'll deny you to the press, to Congress and to God himself. I wouldn't expect anything else, Bob, Mallory said, a thin smile touching her lips. Do it, Singer ordered. Reach out to these retired soldiers. But be careful, Grace. If they're as good as you say they are, they might not want to be found. And if they're not, Vought is going to eat them alive. They burned down a fortress and ghosted an entire security grid, Higgins grunted, tapping the table. Vaught's the one who should be worried. These guys are professionals. Mallory closed the folder. I'll handle it. She turned and walked out of the Situation Room, her heels clicking on the tile floor. P.S. This was the pending bonus chapter from Sunday, as promised haha. 44, Chapter 44, Breakfast. The morning light filtered through the sheer curtains of the master bedroom, painting the room in soft hues of gold and gray. I opened my eyes. I sat up, the silk sheets pooling around my waist. The penthouse was quiet, save for the low hum of the building's internal systems, a sound only my enhanced hearing could pick up. I swung my legs out of bed and walked to the bathroom. A quick shower, the water scalding hot, scrubbed away the last vestiges of the previous night's surveillance. I dressed simply for the morning, a pair of comfortable joggers and a fitted t-shirt. I walked out into the hallway, expecting the usual silence. Usually, Kimiko would be in her room, or sitting quietly by the window, waiting for me to initiate the day. But today, the air was different. It carried a scent. I paused, inhaling deeply. It was rich, savory and complex. Dashi stock, soy sauce, the sweet tang of mirin, and something else, grilled fish. I walked towards the kitchen, my footsteps silent on the marble floor. When I rounded the corner, I stopped. Kimiko was standing at the massive kitchen island, a place I had usually occupied. She was wearing the oversized gray hoodie I had given her, but she had tied the sleeves back with hair ties to keep them out of the way. She was moving with a rhythmic intensity, a knife flashing in her hand. Kimiko? I asked, my voice soft so as not to startle her. I spoke in Japanese. Good morning. She spun around, the knife held loosely in her hand. For a split second, the old instinct flared in her eyes, the soldier assessing a threat. But it vanished as quickly as it came, replaced by an almost proud spark. She pointed at the stove, then at me, and then made a gesture I recognized from the night before. She mimed eating, then gave a thumbs up. Is there something good today? I asked, walking closer, leaning against the counter. You are diligent, cooking this early in the morning. She smiled, a real thing that softened the sharp angles of her face. She put the knife down and picked up the remote for the small kitchen TV. She turned it on, navigating the menu with surprising familiarity until she found a saved clip. It was a Japanese drama. A scene showed a family sitting around a low table, laughing and eating a steaming hot pot. The steam rose in clouds, the actors exaggerating their enjoyment. She pointed at the TV, then at the pot simmering on my stove. She made a gesture over her own chest, mimicking the apron the mother in the show was wearing. Ah, I said, nodding. You wanted to try the recipe from the show. She nodded vigorously. She pointed to a pile of vegetables she had already prepped: carrots cut into perfect flowers, shiitake mushrooms with decorative crosses sliced into the caps, and negi onions chopped with laser precision. You need a sous chef? I asked, rolling up my sleeves. She considered this, looking me up and down. Then she picked up a second knife and slid a block of tofu toward me. She made a chopping motion, then indicated the size with her fingers. Small cubes. Understood, chef, I said. The kitchen felt alive. I cubed the tofu, careful to match her specifications. She was handling the meat, slicing thin strips of pork with a concentration that would have put a surgeon to shame. I watched her hands. They were weapons, capable of tearing a man apart. But right now, they were gentle. She arranged the vegetables in the heavy iron pot with an artist's eye, creating a color wheel of orange, green and brown. She poured the broth over it, the liquid hissing as it hit the hot metal. She picked up a ladle, dipped it into the broth and blew on it gently. She walked over to me and held it up to my lips. I leaned forward and tasted it. It was rich, salty and sweet, the flavors perfectly balanced. It tasted like comfort. Perfect, I said. Her eyes lit up. She turned back to the stove, adding a final splash of soy sauce with a flourish she had definitely copied from the TV show. We carried the pot to the dining table, setting it on a trivet in the center. We sat next to each other in the middle of the long table. She served me first. She ladled a generous portion of pork, tofu and vegetables into my bowl, then poured the broth over it. She placed the bowl in front of me with 2 hands, a gesture of formality that touched me. "Itadakimasu," I said, clasping my hands. She watched me take the first bite. The pork melted in my mouth. The vegetables retained a perfect crunch. "This is amazing," I said honestly. "The mushrooms are cooked perfectly." She beamed. She served herself a bowl and began to eat, her movements quick and efficient. We ate our way through the pot. I commented on every ingredient. "The tofu soaked up the flavor well," I noted. She nodded, pointing to the broth. "Yes, the stock is strong. Good depth." She picked up a carrot flower with her chopsticks and held it up, admiring her own handiwork before popping it into her mouth. As we finished, my phone buzzed on the table. I glanced at the screen. It was a calendar reminder. Quarterly strategy review. 10 a.m. I sighed, the spell breaking. I wiped my mouth with a napkin. "Kimiko," I said. "This was wonderful. Thank you." She looked at me, sensing the change in my tone. "I have to go to the company today," I explained. "I have a board meeting." She tilted her head. She pointed at the TV, then at herself. "Yes," I said. "You stay here. Watch your dramas. Practice your drawing. I will be back this afternoon." She nodded, accepting the routine. She stood up and began to clear the table, her movements efficient. 45, Chapter 45, Boardroom 1, Bonus Chapter. I walked to the secure line in the hallway and pressed the intercom. "Marcus." "Sir," Marcus's voice came back instantly. "Prepare the car. I'm going into the office." "Spencer Industries HQ, sir." "Yes. It's time I checked in on the family business." "Understood. Convoy ready in 10 minutes." I went to my room to change. I selected a suit that was more aggressive than my usual attire. A midnight blue cut that looked almost black in the dim light. I checked my appearance in the mirror. Arian Spencer stared back handsome, wealthy and untouchable. The arrival at Spencer Industries headquarters was an event. The building was a glass spire in Midtown, less ostentatious than Vought Tower but radiating a more dangerous kind of power. My convoy pulled up to the curb and security personnel swarmed to clear a path. Employees in the lobby stopped and stared as I walked through the glass doors, flanked by Marcus and 3 other guards. Whispers rippled through the atrium. "Is that him? He never comes in. I heard he was sick. I heard he was buying an island." I ignored them, my face a mask of polite indifference. I swiped my key card at the private elevator bank and the doors slid open instantly. "Top floor," I said to Marcus. "You wait outside the boardroom." "Yes, sir. We'll sweep it before you enter." When the doors opened on the executive floor, the atmosphere changed. It was quiet here, the air heavy with the scent of money and stress. The boardroom was at the end of the hall. It was a secure facility, a SCIF, sensitive compartmented information facility, designed to be impervious to bugs, lasers and electronic eavesdropping. Inside, 5 people were waiting. They stood as I entered. These were the stewards of my empire, the people my parents had trusted to run the machine while I played the playboy. Jonathan Sterling, the CFO. A thin man with eyes like a calculator. Elias Kincaid, the COO. A former logistics general with a neck as thick as a bull's. Victoria Voss, the head of legal. A woman who could smile while cutting your throat with a contract. Dr. Eris Thorne, the director of R&D, no relation to Marcus. A brilliant scientist. Richard Halloway, the director of internal affairs. The man who knew where all the bodies were buried. "Mr. Spencer," Sterling said, extending a hand. "This is a surprise. We weren't expecting you until the quarterly review next month." "I found myself with some free time," I said, shaking his hand. "Please, sit." They sat around the long table. The room was soundproofed, the walls lined with acoustic paneling. "So," Kincaid rumbled, "to what do we owe the pleasure? New directives for the Vought contract." "Something like that," I said, taking the seat at the head of the table. I leaned back, letting my gaze drift slowly from face to face. In the deep recesses of my mind, the inherited memories of the original Arian Spencer began to thrum with a familiar dread. Arian Spencer had spent 5 years sitting in this very chair, looking at these same 5 practiced smiles and feeling a cold knot of suspicion tighten in his gut every time the word accident was uttered. He had suspected them, every single one of them, from the moment the wreckage was cleared, but he'd been a powerless boy with no proof and no way to fight back. He had been a puppet, living a life of quiet desperation while they pulled the strings. But that boy was gone and I was no longer interested in playing along. "I've been thinking about the past," I said softly. "About the crash." The air in the room seemed to drop a few degrees. They exchanged subtle glances, micro-expressions that a normal human would have missed. A tightening of the lips from Voss. A blink from Sterling. A shift in posture from Halloway. "A tragedy," Voss said smoothly. "Your parents were visionaries. We miss them every day." Do you? I asked. I activated telepathy, Tier 3. The lack of electronic noise in the room made their minds stand out like beacons in the dark. I pushed past the walls of their professional personas and into the chaotic stream of their thoughts. It was a cacophony of greed, fear and arrogance. Sterling, why is he here? Does he know about the Cayman accounts? If he audits the slush fund, I'm dead. Kincaid, kid looks softer than his old man. Should have pushed for the hostile takeover last year. Voss, keep talking, keep smiling. He's just a figurehead. He doesn't know anything. I pushed deeper. I focused on the specific memory I had mentioned. And then I saw it. It was a shared secret, a rot at the core of the table. I saw flashes from 5 different perspectives. Holloway organizing the sabotage of the private jet's hydraulics. Sterling authorizing the payoff to the ground crew. Kincaid arranging the cover-up with the FAA. Voss drafting the updated wills that gave the board emergency powers. Thorne ensuring the black box was damaged beyond recovery. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow. The parents of this body, James and Eleanor Spencer, had been executed by the very people sitting in this room, smiling at me, drinking my water. They had killed them to seize control of the company, to turn Spencer Industries into their own personal piggy bank while keeping me as a clueless puppet. A white-hot rage ignited in my chest. It wasn't my anger was Arian's. It was the memory of the man I had replaced, screaming for justice. I stopped smiling. Why? I asked. My voice was low, barely a whisper, but it carried across the table like a gunshot. Excuse me? Sterling asked, his smile faltering. Why did you kill them? I asked, looking directly into Sterling's eyes. The silence that fell over the room was absolute. Arian, Voss said, her voice taking on a soothing tone. I think you're confused. The crash was an accident. The NTSB report was conclusive. I'm not talking about the report. I cut her off. I'm talking about the hydraulics. I'm talking about the payoff to the mechanic in Teterboro. I'm talking about the meeting you 5 had at Kincaid's estate 3 days before the flight, where you toasted to new management. Their faces went white. The blood drained from them as if I had pulled a plug. How? Holloway stammered. How could you possibly? How do I know? I stood up slowly. Kincaid stood up, his face flushing red. This is insane. I don't know who you've been talking to, boy, but these are slanderous accusations. I'm calling security. He reached for the panic button under the table. I flicked my wrist. Telekinesis, Tier 3. The heavy oak chair Kincaid was standing in front of flew backward and smashed into the wall. Kincaid was lifted off his feet, an invisible hand grabbing him by the throat and slamming him against the acoustic paneling. He hung there, feet dangling, clawing at the empty air. P.S. This is the 3rd bonus chapter for this novel. Come on guys, show some energy haha. Also, this novel is getting close to the end. I'm already at chapter 94 on Patreon, and it will probably conclude in about 1015 more chapters. 46, chapter 46, Boardroom 2. Sit down, I commanded. The other 4 froze. Their minds were screaming now he's a soup. He's one of them. How didn't we know? Oh God, he's going to kill us. Sterling scrambled for the door. Help, security. I looked at the heavy steel door. I visualized the locking mechanism fusing. Cryokinesis, Tier 1. Frost exploded across the doorframe. The metal groaned and warped as the temperature dropped to absolute zero in a split second, welding the door shut with ice stronger than steel. Sterling pounded on it, screaming, but the sound was swallowed by the soundproofing. No one is coming, I said. It's just us. I walked around the table. Voss was weeping silently. Thorne was shaking, staring at his hands. I stopped in front of Sterling, who was cowering by the frozen door. Please, Sterling begged. We can fix this. The money, we can give it back. All of it. Just let us go. The money. I laughed, a cold sound. You think I care about the money? I have billions. You took my parents. I closed my eyes. Cloning, Tier 4. The air shimmered. 5 figures materialized around the room. 5 identical Aryans, dressed in the same midnight blue suit. They looked at the terrified board members with identical expressions of disgust. Grab them, I ordered. The clones moved. Clone 1 grabbed Sterling. Clone 2 pulled Kincaid off the wall. Clone 3 grabbed Voss. Clone 4 took Thorne. Clone 5 grabbed Holloway. The board members struggled, but they were soft men and women fighting against super strength. It was no contest. I walked to Sterling. I placed my hand on his forehead. Telepathy, Tier 3. I dove into his memories, bypassing the fear and the panic and went straight for the data. I downloaded everything. His bank passwords. The encryption keys for the slush funds. The names of the corrupt politicians he bribed. His signature. His voice. His mannerisms. The way he liked his coffee. It was a brutal process. Sterling screamed as I tore through his psyche, stripping him of his identity. I moved to the next. Kincaid. Then Voss. Then Thorne. Then Holloway. One by one, I harvested their secrets, their knowledge, their essence. When I was done, they were slumped in the grip of my clones, drooling, their eyes vacant. I turned to my clones. I projected the memories I had stolen into their minds, sharing the data via our psychic link. You know what to do, I said. The clones nodded. Clone 1's face began to shift. His bones cracked and reshaped. His hair thinned and grayed. In seconds, Jonathan Sterling stood before me. Clone 2 became Kincaid. Clone 3 became Voss. Clone 4 became Thorne. Clone 5 became Halloway. I looked at them. The board of directors was now, quite literally, me. Transfer the funds, I ordered. Every cent they stole. Move it back into the company accounts. Then, initiate a purge. Use their memories. Find every traitor, every leak, every person in this company who has ever sold us out. Ruin them. Or mark them for the red unit. Understood, the Sterling clone said, his voice a perfect mimicry of the original. Now, I said, looking at the 5 drooling originals. Dispose of the trash in the basement of this building, below the parking levels. The clones grabbed their counterparts. Pop. Clone 1 vanished with Sterling. Pop, 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 pop. The room was empty. I stood alone in the silence. Spencer Industries was now truly mine, from the top down. The entire corporate machine was now an extension of my will. A few seconds later, the air shimmered. Pop. The 5 clones returned. They were adjusting their ties, smoothing their suits. They looked exactly like the people they had just buried alive. It is done, the Sterling clone said. They are sealed in the old concrete service tunnel. Oxygen will last, maybe 3 hours. Good, I said. Take your seats. The clones sat down at the table. They opened the folders. They picked up the pens. I stood in the center of the room, surrounded by my new board of directors. The air was still thick with the smell of ozone and the lingering chill of the ice. Before we open those doors, I said, looking at the Sterling clone, let's see how our neighbors at the tower are handling the morning news. With a soft pop of displaced air, Sterling clone vanished from the boardroom. Less than 3 seconds later, he reappeared, holding my custom-built tactical terminal from my private office. He placed the obsidian black laptop on the mahogany table and stepped back. I sat at the head of the table, my fingers dancing across the keys with the fluid grace of my hacking mastery. The screen flickered to life, displaying a top-down view of the Vought intelligence room. I saw Graves standing before the monitors, his face pale. And there, standing by the window with his back to the room, was Stan Edgar. Look at them, Graves, Edgar's voice echoed through the speaker. Look at how they move. No wasted movement. No grandstanding. This lineup. It is better than the 7. These are soldiers. Their powers complement each other perfectly. I watched the screen as Edgar pointed to the thermal images of my clones, the red unit. He was analyzing them like a scholar, his voice filled with a disturbing sort of professional admiration. I saw him zoom in on the thermal maps of the faces my clones had stolen. He's taking the bait, I whispered, a slow grin spreading across my face. We have a leak. Edgar's voice dropped to a whisper on the monitor. Someone at the highest level of this company has been siphoning the stabilized V. Someone handed the US military the keys to our kingdom. You will find the traitor who gave Raddock the formula. I tapped a key, freezing the frame on Edgar's reflection in the glass. He looked like a man who had finally found a worthy opponent, and he was looking in exactly the wrong direction. I stood up, the chair sliding back silently on the rug. I looked at my board members. Keep the Vought contracts flowing. I want Spencer Industries to be the only hand Edgar can reach for when he finally realizes he's drowning. Understood, sir, the 5 clones replied in a chilling harmony. I walked to the frozen door. I placed my hand on the ice. Cryokinesis. I withdrew the cold. The ice sublimated into mist, vanishing instantly. The door was unlocked. I opened it. Marcus was standing there, alert. Sir? He asked, looking past me at the board members, who were all sitting calmly, reviewing documents. Everything all right? We heard, shouting. Just a heated debate about fiscal policy, Marcus, I said, stepping out into the hall. We've reached a consensus. The board is fully aligned with my vision now. I glanced back. The 5 clones looked up and nodded at me in unison. Let's go home, Marcus, I said, buttoning my jacket. I promised someone I'd be back for the afternoon. As I walked to the elevator, I felt a weight lift off my shoulders. P.S. Sorry guys for the late update. I was out of town because our department organized a rural medical outreach, so I had to go with my team to nearby villages to provide free health checkups and basic healthcare services. That's why I couldn't update on time. Thanks for your patience. P.S. The novel is already completed on Patreon. If you want to read the whole story at once, there are 60+ advanced chapters available. www.patreon.com/draganovel. 47, Chapter 47, A Letter to a God, bonus chapter. The interior of the armored SUV was a cocoon of silence, insulated from the chaos of mid-morning Manhattan by 2 inches of bulletproof glass and layers of sound-dampening steel. The air conditioning hummed a low note, keeping the temperature at a precise 68 degrees. I sat in the rear passenger seat, my legs crossed, a tablet resting on my knee. On the screen, a live feed from a local news affiliate in Dayton, Ohio played in high definition. The camera was focused on a stage erected in a town square. A crowd of thousands cheered, their faces flushed with adoration. And there, standing center stage, bathing in the worship like a lizard on a sun-warmed rock, was Homelander. He was smiling. It was that perfect smile that had been market-tested to poll well with every demographic from toddlers to grandmothers. He waved, his cape rippling dramatically in a wind machine that had been set up just off camera. "You are the real heroes," Homelander said into the microphone, his voice dripping with humble sincerity. "I just fly around. You guys, you teachers, you nurses, you parents, you're the ones holding this country together." The crowd roared. A woman in the front row looked like she was about to faint. I watched his eyes. They were blue and completely dead. Behind the smile, behind the rehearsed patriotism, there was nothing but a bottomless void of seeking attention. "Pathetic," I whispered, the word lost in the quiet of the car. "Sir?" Marcus asked from the driver's seat, his eyes flickering to the rearview mirror. "Nothing, Marcus," I said, not looking up, "just commenting on the weather in Ohio." The convoy slowed. The light inside the car shifted, darkening as a massive shadow fell over us. I looked out the side window. We were passing the Vought Tower. The black monolith rose into the sky, blocking out the sun. It was a fortress of secrets, a monument to corporate greed built on a foundation of human experimentation. Inside that building, Stan Edgar was currently orchestrating a shadow war against a phantom army he believed was led by the US military. And Homelander? Homelander was in Ohio, smiling for the cameras, completely oblivious to the fact that his father, Stan Edgar, was terrified. An idea sparked in my mind. I reached into the inner pocket of my jacket and pulled out a small notepad and a fountain pen. I clicked the cap off the pen. I closed my eyes for a second, diving into the deep ocean of memories I had harvested from the board members of Spencer Industries. I sifted through the stolen life of Jonathan Sterling, the former CFO. I bypassed the memories of his family, his affairs, his golf handicap, and drilled down into the darkness. I found the meetings, the hushed conversations in back rooms, the transfers of funds to black sites, the names of the men who had sanctioned the murder of my parents to keep the war machine greased. I opened my eyes and began to write. My hand moved with fluid strokes. Senator Mitchell, Chairman of the Defense Appropriations Committee. Congressman Holloway, Armed Services Subcommittee. General Raddock, U.S. Army, 4th Special Forces Group. I listed them. The men who had taken bribes. The men who had looked the other way when Spencer Industries sabotaged competitors. The men who were currently in bed with Raddock. Then, I wrote down the names of the 5 soldiers whose identities my clones had stolen for the Odessa raid. The men who didn't exist as soups, but whose faces were currently burned into Stan Edgar's mind as the Red Unit. Sergeant John Miller. Corporal David Banks. Lieutenant Peter Kovacs. Private Michael Davis. Specialist Wei Chen. I looked at the list. It was a mixture of truth and lies, a cocktail designed to be lethal. I added a note at the bottom, scrawling it in a fanboyish hand that disguised my own precise penmanship. "Homelander, they are working with the military to replace you. They have made all these soldiers into soups. Stan Edgar knows everything about them, but he is letting it happen. Don't let them take your spot. You are the only god we need. Your biggest fan. A loyal Vought employee." I capped the pen. I read the note one last time. It was perfect. I stored the pen and TE paper in the dimensional pocket of my inventory. I unlocked my tablet. I opened a terminal window, the black screen reflecting my eyes. My fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. I initiated a query to the Argus satellite grid. I had given Vought read-only access to the feed, but I retained the admin privileges. I typed in the command to display the current orbital trajectory of the KH-12 Keyhole satellite tasked with monitoring the eastern seaboard. The data scrolled down the screen. Orbital inclination, 98 degrees. Current position, 40.7128 N, 74.0060 W. It was currently tracking a thermal anomaly in the Atlantic, likely a submarine drill. The optical sensors were pointed away from Manhattan. The blind spot over the city would last for exactly 4 minutes. Perfect. I minimized the Argus window and opened a new connection. I targeted the Vought Tower internal network. I navigated through the digital architecture of the tower. I bypassed the personnel files, the financial records and the R&D logs. I went straight for the security feeds. Tower level 99. Conference room A. This was the room where the 7 held their meetings. The room with the long table and the Vought logo on the wall. The feed popped up on my screen. The room was empty. The lights were dimmed, casting long shadows across the polished table. The chairs were pushed in. I studied the image. I burned it into my mind. I memorized the distance from the door to the head of the table. I memorized the texture of the carpet, the position of the water pitchers, the specific angle of the chair at the head of the table, the chair with the eagle wings carved into the leather. Homelander's chair. I closed the laptop. I unbuckled my seatbelt. I shifted in the seat, leaning back into the shadowed corner of the cabin where the tinted glass was darkest. I focused on my own mass. Size alteration, Tier 3. The sensation was a rapid compression. The leather seat rose up around me like a cliff face. The ceiling of the car shot upwards, becoming a distant sky of gray fabric. In the blink of an eye, I was a dense speck, barely an inch tall, standing on the vast expanse of the leather upholstery. The hum of the engine, previously a quiet purr, was now a vibrating roar that shook the ground beneath my feet. I closed my eyes. I recalled the image of the conference room. I visualized the space above the eagle-winged chair. I felt the connection to the location, the spatial coordinates locking into place in my mind. Teleportation, Tier 2. The world snapped. One moment, I was surrounded by the smell of leather and the vibration of a moving vehicle. The next, silence. Absolute silence. I opened my eyes. I was standing on the armrest of a massive leather chair. To my right, the table stretched out like an endless mahogany plane. The air smelled of lemon polish and ozone. I was in Vought Tower. I looked around. The room was exactly as it had been on the screen. I reached into my inventory. I held the edge of the paper. I hopped from the armrest down onto the seat of the chair. I laid the paper down carefully in the center of the leather cushion. It looked like a white carpet spread across the seat. I made sure it was visible. I made sure the name Homelander was facing up. I took a step back, surveying my work. It was a small object in a large room, but its impact would be nuclear. When Homelander walked in for the next meeting, he wouldn't be able to miss it. I closed my eyes again. I visualized the interior of the SUV, the texture of the leather seat, the smell of Marcus's cologne, the vibration of the engine. Teleportation. Snap. The silence of the boardroom vanished, replaced instantly by the low roar of the car. I was back on the seat, a tiny speck in the darkness. I released the hold on my mass. Size alteration. The world rushed inwards. The ceiling lowered, the seat shrank. In a second, I was fully grown, sitting comfortably in the back of the car, my suit jacket barely ruffled. I buckled my seatbelt. "Marcus," I said, my voice calm. "Sir. Turn up the radio. I like this song." "Yes, sir." The music filled the car. I smiled, enjoying the ride. The car turned a corner, leaving the shadow of Vought Tower behind. P.S. Hey guys, here is the bonus chapter. Come on, add some more power stones, haha. If the number goes high enough, who knows, maybe another bonus chapter will mysteriously appear. 48, Chapter 48, Homelander 1. The sun had set hours ago, leaving the Vought Tower as a pillar of shadow against the glowing skyline of New York. Homelander landed on the balcony of the 99th floor. He took a deep breath, smelling the lemon polish and the recycled air. He walked down the corridor. He stopped in front of a door. Madeline Stillwell. He looked through the wood, through the drywall. The office was empty. He looked down, through the floor, into the private nursery. The crib was empty. She was gone home. She was with her son, her real son. He blinked, the world returning to color. He turned away, the cape snapping behind him. He walked down the hall to conference room A, the meeting room for the 7. He pushed the double doors open. The room was empty, the long table reflecting the city lights. He walked toward the head of the table. His chair, the one with the eagle wings. He reached out to pull it back. He stopped. There was something on the leather seat, a piece of white paper. Homelander narrowed his eyes. He scanned the room. He listened for a heartbeat. Nothing. He looked back at the chair. He reached out and picked up the paper. He unfolded it. It was a list. Names. Senator Mitchell, Chairman of the Defense Appropriations Committee. Congressman Holloway, Armed Services Subcommittee. General Raddock, U.S. Army, 4th Special Forces Group. He recognized the names. Raddock was a loudmouth general who hated soups. Below them, another list. Sergeant John Miller. Corporal David Banks. Lieutenant Peter Kovacs. Private Michael Davis. Specialist Wei Chen. He didn't know these names. Nobodies. He read the message scrawled below. Homelander. They are working with the military to replace you. They have made all these soldiers into soups. Stan Edgar knows everything about them, but he is letting it happen. Don't let them take your spot. You are the only god we need. Your biggest fan. A loyal Vought employee. Homelander, read the last line again. You are the only god we need. A slow smile touched his lips. He ran his thumb over the ink. At least someone knows, he whispered. Then his eyes drifted back up to the middle of the page. Stan Edgar knows everything about them, but he is letting it happen. The smile vanished. The paper crinkled in his grip as his hand tightened into a fist. The heat began to build behind his eyes, a red glow casting long shadows across the table. Edgar knew. He turned around. He moved with a purpose that terrified the very air in the room. Stan Edgar was reviewing the initial audit reports from the Compound V inventory. The double doors to his office exploded inward. They were ripped from the frame, the wood splintering and crashing against the far wall. Edgar slowly closed the folder in front of him and looked up. Homelander stood in the doorway. His eyes were burning red. His chest was heaving. Is it true? Homelander demanded, his voice a low vibration that shook the water in the pitcher on Edgar's desk. Is what true, John? Edgar asked, his voice calm. Homelander walked into the room, kicking a piece of the shattered door aside. General Raddock. Is it true that his men are killing soups? Did they destroy our property? Edgar paused. His mind raced, connecting the dots. How does he know? The Odessa footage was locked down. Only Graves knew. Unless Homelander has an informant. Edgar had suspected it. Homelander had ears in the building. Someone in security, or perhaps a lower-level analyst trying to curry favor with the 7, had leaked the intel. If Homelander knew about Raddock, he likely knew about the Red Unit. Denying it would be pointless. Yes, Edgar said simply. It appears so. Homelander's face twisted. He had expected a lie. He had expected a denial. But the confirmation meant the rest of the letter was true. You knew, Homelander hissed. He stepped closer to the desk, looming over Edgar. You knew they were building an army. We confirmed it only recently, Edgar corrected. It is an ongoing investigation. Investigation. Homelander shouted. They are replacing us. They are making soldiers into soups. And you're sitting here reading reports. I am handling a corporate crisis, Edgar said. I am ensuring that Vought remains standing. You're not handling anything. Homelander leaned down, his face inches from Edgar's. You're letting them do it. Why didn't you tell me? Because it is a delicate situation, Edgar said, not blinking. How did you come by this information, John? I have my sources, Homelander snarled. I have people who actually care about this company. Unlike you. He straightened up, looking toward the window. I know who he is. General Raddock. I know where he is. John, Edgar said, his tone sharpening. I'm going to pay him a visit, Homelander said, a cruel light entering his eyes. I'm going to find his little soldiers. And I'm going to tear them apart. No, Edgar said. Homelander looked back at him. Excuse me. You will do no such thing, Edgar said. General Raddock is a high-ranking officer in the United States Army. He attacked us. If you kill him, Edgar said, his voice dropping to a whisper, you are not a hero. You are a villain. You are a monster attacking the American military. I don't care. You do care, Edgar said. He stood up. Think about the Poles, John. Think about the people. If you attack the army, the media will turn on you. The merchandise will stop selling. The movie deals will be cancelled. The crowds will stop cheering. Homelander flinched. Is that what you want? Edgar asked relentlessly. To be hated. Homelander's eyes dimmed. The red glow faded. He looked away. He's making replacements, Homelander muttered. He is trying to replicate our success, Edgar lied smoothly. He thinks he can build a better product. He is wrong. You are unique. But if you kill him now, you make him a martyr. You start a war we cannot win in the court of public opinion. So we just let him get away with it. No, Edgar said. We play the game. We gather evidence. We expose him. We ruin him. And we do this quietly. Edgar walked around the desk. He stopped in front of Homelander. Let me handle the general, Edgar said. You focus on the speech tomorrow. Homelander looked at Edgar. He hated him. He hated the calm, the control. But he knew Edgar was right about the Poles. Fine, Homelander said. Handle it. He walked to the balcony. But Stan. Yes. Homelander turned back. If I find out you're lying, if I find out you're helping them. He turned, his eyes flashing red for just a second. I won't care about the Poles anymore. I'll burn it all down. Starting with this office. He stepped out onto the balcony and launched himself into the air. Boom. The sonic boom rattled the glass. Edgar watched him go. 49, Chapter 49, Homelander 2. The wind at 30,000 feet was a freezing torrent, but Homelander didn't feel it. To him, the atmosphere was as insubstantial as a cobweb. He hung suspended in the black void between the city lights below and the stars above, his cape snapping violently in the slipstream. His chest heaved from a rage so pure and hot it felt like he had swallowed a star. Stan Edgar. The name was a poison in his mind. The old man sat in his office, adjusting his glasses, speaking in that condescending baritone, treating the most powerful being on the planet like a misbehaving child. You are the image, Edgar had said. Homelander's hands curled into fists, the leather of his gloves creaking under the strain. He wanted to laser the tower in half. He wanted to hear Edgar scream, just once. Just to prove that the old man was made of meat and bone like everyone else. But he couldn't. Edgar was right. The Poles. The adoration. The love of the crowd. It was the only thing that filled the hollow ache inside him, the only thing that made the silence bearable. He couldn't touch General Raddock. Not yet. But the rage needed an outlet. It was a physical pressure building behind his eyes, demanding release. He looked down at the sprawling grid of New York City, millions of tiny lights representing millions of tiny lives. He reached into his belt and pulled out the crumpled piece of paper note. The wind threatened to tear it from his grip, but he held it fast. He smoothed it out against his palm, his eyes scanning the list of names again. General Raddock. Untouchable. But there were others. Senator Mitchell, chairman of the Defense Appropriations Committee. Congressman Holloway, Armed Services Subcommittee. Edgar had said not to touch the general. He hadn't said a word about the politicians. Homelander's lips curled into a cruel smile. The heat behind his eyes began to simmer, a red warning light. He banked left, diving toward the city. The sonic boom trailed behind him, a thunderclap that would wake half the boroughs, a reminder to the insects below that a god was passing overhead. The Crime Analytics Division on the 40th floor of Vought Tower was usually a quiet place at night. A skeleton crew of 3 analysts sat in the semi-darkness, monitoring police scanners and social media feeds, drinking stale coffee. The locking mechanism glowed cherry red, then liquefied, dripping onto the carpet. The doors swung inward with a groan of heated metal. Homelander stepped through the ruin. His eyes were glowing faintly, casting long shadows across the room. The 3 analysts froze. One dropped his coffee mug. It shattered on the floor, the sound like a gunshot in the terrifying silence. "You," Homelander said, pointing a gloved finger at the senior analyst, a balding man named Stevens who looked like he was about to have a coronary event. "Why yes, sir." Stevens stammered, scrambling to stand up, knocking his chair over in the process. "I need locations," Homelander said, his voice deceptively soft. He walked closer, the heat radiating from him making the air shimmer. "Senator Mitchell and Congressman Holloway. Current whereabouts?" "Sir, we aren't authorized to track government officials without a warrant or a direct order from Mr. Edgar," Stevens whispered, his voice trembling. Homelander tilted his head, looking at Stevens with a mixture of curiosity and disgust. "Authorized?" Homelander repeated the word as if it were in a foreign language. He stepped into Stevens' personal space. He could hear the man's heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. Thump thump, thump thump. "I am the authorization," Homelander whispered. He leaned down, his face inches from the analyst's. "Do you know what I can do, Stevens? I can see the blood pumping through your veins. I can burn this entire floor to ash before you can blink." His eyes flared brighter, the red light bathing Stevens' sweating face. "Now, do you really want to talk to me about paperwork?" "No, sir," Stevens squeaked. He spun around to his console, his fingers shaking so badly he mistyped the password twice. "Searching, searching now." The other two analysts were frozen in their seats, staring at their screens, terrified to even breathe too loudly. "Got it," Stevens said, his voice cracking. "Senator Mitchell. His primary residence in the city. The Tribeca Spire. Penthouse B. His security detail signed off shift at 2,300 hours. And Holloway. He's at his estate in Greenwich. The manor on North Street." Homelander smiled. It was a terrifying expression that didn't reach his eyes. He reached out and patted Stevens on the cheek. The leather glove felt cold. "See?" Homelander said. "That wasn't so hard. You're a true patriot, Stevens." He walked to the shattered doors, stepped onto the balcony and launched himself into the night sky. The Tribeca Spire was a needle of glass rising above the fashionable district. Senator Mitchell lived well. Homelander hovered outside the building, 50 stories up. The wind whipped his hair, but he remained perfectly still, a statue suspended in gravity. He scanned the building. He found the penthouse. He focused his vision. The walls of the building faded away, becoming transparent layers of steel and concrete. He scanned the interior. No security guards inside the unit. No cameras pointing at the balcony. Just a sleeping man in a silk-sheeted bed. Senator Mitchell was fat. Even in sleep, his breathing was a rattling snore. His heart was encased in layers of visceral fat, pumping sluggishly. Homelander drifted closer. He hovered outside the bedroom window. The window was cracked open a few inches to let in the cool night air. He focused on the man's chest. He narrowed his eyes. He aimed his laser with surgical precision, bypassing the skin, the muscle, the rib cage. He aimed directly at the heart. Inside Senator Mitchell's chest, the blood inside the ventricles began to heat up. The pressure inside the heart began to spike. The steady thump-thump of the senator's pulse became erratic. Thump, thump thump, thump. 50, Chapter 50, Homelander, 3, Bonus Chapter. Mitchell groaned in his sleep. He shifted, his hand clutching at his chest. His subconscious mind was registering the distress, the sudden heat blooming in his core. Homelander pushed a little harder. He increased the intensity by a fraction. He just heated it enough to denature the proteins, to send the electrical signals of the pacemaker nodes into chaos. The heart seized. Mitchell's eyes flew open. He gasped, a choking sound. He tried to sit up, but his body wouldn't obey. His hands clawed at his chest, tearing the silk pajamas. His face turned a deep purple. He stared out the window. For a second, his dying eyes focused on the figure hovering in the darkness outside. The figure with the glowing red eyes and the cape. Mitchell tried to scream, but his lungs were paralyzed by cardiac failure. He convulsed once, twice, a violent arching of his back as his heart gave one final flutter. Then, he collapsed back onto the pillows. His eyes glazed over, staring sightlessly at the ceiling. Homelander lowered his gaze. He scanned the body. No burns, no entry wound, and no sign of external trauma. Just a fat old man who had a massive heart attack in his sleep. "Rest in peace, Senator," Homelander whispered. He pushed off from the air, shooting upwards into the clouds before anyone on the street below could look up. The flight to Greenwich took less than 2 minutes. Congressman Holloway's estate was a fortress of old money. High stone walls, wrought iron gates and a long driveway lined with ancient oaks. Homelander slowed, dropping out of the sky like a falling star. He hovered above the slate roof of the mansion. He activated his X-ray vision. Servants in the East Wing, asleep. A security guard in a booth at the front gate, watching a movie on his phone. And Holloway. The congressman was in his study on the ground floor. He was sitting in a leather armchair, a glass of scotch in his hand, reading a file. The file was stamped with the Department of Defense seal. He descended. He landed softly on the manicured lawn outside the study. He moved with a speed that defied the laws of inertia. He moved so fast the doors didn't even have time to rattle. Holloway saw a blur of blue and red and then Homelander was standing over him. "Congressman," Homelander said pleasantly. Holloway's mouth opened. He dropped the glass. It hit the thick Persian rug with a dull thud, not breaking, the amber liquid staining the wool. Homelander. Holloway stammered. What, how? I was in the neighborhood, Homelander said. He looked down at the file in Holloway's lap. Working late, defending the nation. Yes, Holloway said, his face draining of color. Yes, of course. Always. Good, Homelander said. We appreciate it. We really do. He stepped closer. Holloway shrank back into his chair, the smell of fear radiating off him. But you know, Homelander said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. Stress is a killer. You work too hard, Congressman. It takes a toll on the heart. Holloway's eyes widened. He realized that this was not a social call. Please, Holloway whispered. I can help you. Anything you want. I have everything I want, Homelander said. I'm Homelander. His eyes began to glow. Holloway tried to scramble out of the chair. Homelander placed a hand on Holloway's shoulder. He held him there. The weight of the hand was immovable, like a mountain resting on his collarbone. Shh, Homelander soothed. It'll be quick. He focused. The invisible tunnel of heat bridged the gap between his eyes and Holloway's chest. He bypassed the shirt, the skin, the ribs. He found the heart. He turned up the heat. Holloway screamed. It was a high sound that was cut short as his heart convulsed. The blood inside his chest reached a critical temperature. The pressure spiked. A valve blew. Holloway clutched at his chest, his fingernails digging into his shirt. His face turned red, then purple. His eyes bulged. He looked at Homelander, begging, pleading. Homelander just watched. He watched the life fade. He watched the panic turn to nothing. Holloway slumped sideways in the chair. His head lolled. He was gone. Homelander lifted his hand from the corpse's shoulder. He stepped back. Clean, he murmured. He walked to the French doors. He unlocked them, stepped out into the night and closed them gently behind him. He looked up at the stars. He crouched and launched himself into the sky, the force of his takeoff leaving a small crater in the perfect lawn. The top of Vought Tower was the highest point in the city. Above the gargoyles, above the antenna arrays, there was a flat platform where the eagle statues stood watch over Manhattan. It was Homelander's sanctuary. The only place where he could look down on everything. He landed on the ledge, his boots crunching on the stone. The wind up here was fierce, a howling gale that would have knocked a normal man off his feet. Homelander stood in it like a statue, letting it whip his cape around him. He looked out at the city. The light stretched out to the horizon, a grid of electricity and life. Millions of people. Millions of ants. They slept in their beds because he let them. They lived their lives because he allowed it. They think they can replace me, he whispered to the wind. He thought of Senator Mitchell, clutching his chest. He thought of Holloway, the fear in his eyes. He felt a surge of power coiling in his gut. I can do whatever I want, he said, his voice rising over the wind. He unzipped his pants. He gripped himself, his eyes fixed on the city below. He imagined the people down there, sleeping, ignorant. He imagined burning them all. He imagined saving them all. It didn't matter. They were his. I can do whatever the fuck I want, he shouted, the words torn from his throat. He stroked himself, the friction and the cold air heightening the sensation. He thought about his power. He thought about the fear he had seen in Holloway's eyes. It was better than love. It was purer. He threw his head back, looking up at the full moon. He released, his body shuddering with the force of his climax. He panted, his breath misting in the cold air. He zipped up his pants and smoothed his suit. He walked to the edge of the gargoyle and looked down. I am the only one, he whispered. I am the real God.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.